call this meeting of the September 22nd Caucus meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, this meeting was advertised in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act, and confirm that with Ms. Brock.
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All right. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion by Councilman Lawson. Do we have a second? A second by Councilman Dawson. All in favor?
Chairwoman, the folks are saying they can't hear anything out there.
You can't hear it all?
Can you hear this?
It's on.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so all in favor of approving the agenda by show of hands? And that is unanimous. We have Councilman Passamit online, and the rest of us are here in person. At this time, I'd like to hear a motion to go in executive session for the following items. Number A is under South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2, legal advice related to discussion of negotiations incident to the proposed contractual arrangements or other matters covered by attorney-client privilege. This is discussion of an application for a development agreement related to Pine Island Golf LLC. B, under South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2, receipt of legal advice where the legal advice relates to pending litigation, Purdue Pharma opioid litigation, and participation in the Sackler family settlement. C, under South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2, receipt of legal advice where the legal advice relates to pending litigation, settlement offers for the 8 remaining secondary manufacturers of opioid litigation. D, under South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2, legal advice related to the discussion of negotiations incident to proposed contractual arrangements to Fusky Island Ferry Services. Do I have a motion to discuss those in executive session?
I'll make the motion to go into executive session for those 4 items.
Is there a second? We have a second?
You did.
All right. All in favor by sign of hands to go into executive session, and there may be matters arising out of executive session. The public can stay in here, and we will adjourn to a room down the hallway. Thank you. Not adjourned. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and then the invocation will be done by Ms. Tabernet.
We didn't close the executive session.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. Everybody sit back down. Sorry. This is a test. Okay, we have been in executive session. I'll repeat that. We are coming out of executive session, and we do have some action out of executive session. Do I have a motion?
Larry.
Larry?
Okay. You want the Purdue Farmer first? Thank you. I have three of them, Madam Chairman, for this to read. The first is a motion dealing with Beaufort County et al. Versus pharmaceutical manufacturing companies. I move the council authorize the county administrator to execute the settlement agreement and all related participation forms and documents related to the 8 remaining pharmaceutical drug manufacturing corporations in the opioid litigation, as discussed in executive session.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
A second by Ms. Tabernet. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, signed by raising hands. All in favor of this motion? Mr. Passman, he's raised his hand, and that has passed. Is there another motion out of executive session?
Yes. This is for Purdue Pharma opioid litigation, including Beaufort County as a party versus the pharmaceutical manufacturing company, parentheses, the Sackler family. I move the council authorize the county administrator to execute the subdivision and release form to allow Beaufort County to join in the proposed nationwide settlement agreement with Purdue Pharma and the Sackler family related to the alleged misconduct related to opioids.
Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second that.
A second by Councilman Bartholomew. Any discussion? Seeing none, all by sign of hands in favor, and that is unanimous. Are there any other actions coming out of executive session? Yes,
I have one,
ma'am.
Madam Chair. I move that council authorize the county administrator to remove the no parking signs located in the right-of-way on Jenkins Road on Hilton Head Island in locations where he determines that it will not affect entry and exit from the recreational vehicle resort area on Jenkins Road.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Councilman Glover. Any discussion? Seeing none?
Yes, ma'am. I remember when we went through this whole
Oh,
process.
this is discussion. Okay.
Discussion on those. I remember we went through the process of getting those signs up. So just to back off of that for whatever negotiations you might be going through is nothing that I can support. So I will not support this motion.
Okay, we will take a roll count vote. All those,
Yes, ma'am.
okay?
Vice Chair Tabernet,
Yes.
Councilmember Glover,
Yes.
Councilmember Reitz,
No.
Councilmember Passament,
Yes. I don't know if he can hear you.
I don't think we could hear you, Councilman
Councilmember
Pass.
Passament.
I said yes. Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Now we did.
Let's do a thumbs up.
Goodness. Councilmember McGowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Mark Lawson, yes.
Councilmember Dawson, Councilmember Cunningham,
No?
Councilmember Bartholomew,
No.
Chair Howard.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, are there any other actions coming out of executive committee?
I have one
Yes, sir?
final one for me. This is a contract for the Defusky Island ferry services with Low Country Ferry. I move that council authorize the county attorney to negotiate an amendment to the county's contract with Low Country Ferry for the Defusky Island ferry services for the amount and terms as discussed in executive session, and if successful, for the county administrator to execute the amendment to the contract for an amount and terms consistent with the terms that were discussed in executive session.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
A second by Councilman Larson. Discussion? Okay, we'll take a vote. Do we need a roll count vote on this?
I will be a no.
I'll be a no.
Yeah, you need
Okay.
you need a
All
roll
right,
call.
we'll do a roll call vote. Thank you.
Councilmember McAllen?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Mark Lawson, yes.
Councilmember Reeds?
No.
Councilmember Passament?
Yes.
You were out of executive session.
Okay.
You made your motions. Now caucus is over, is what you mean to say.
All right, should have said caucus. Thank you. We are going to have a public hearing with a lot of people signed up. We are also going to have public comment in this meeting. At this time, Vice Chairman Tabernick will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and invocation. So please rise again.
Almighty and gracious God, we come before you with hearts full of gratitude for your many and countless blessings, for having us all wake up today, and for the opportunity to serve our community. We thank you for the freedom to participate in this civic process and for the gift of our community with its diverse tapestry of people, talents, and aspirations. We pray for wisdom as we discuss and deliberate on the matters before us today. Grant us insight to understand the needs of our people and the courage to make righteous decisions. We ask you to guide us all in the spirit of unity and understanding, driven by civility and respect for one another. We offer this prayer trusting in your guidance for our county's future. Amen.
Before we start, I'd like to thank the Burton Fire Department, EMS, and also our deputy sheriffs of Beaufort County for being here tonight for the large crowd that we do have to ensure that we're all safe and sound. Okay, this meeting was advertised in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act. I'd like to confirm that with our county clerk.
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to amend the motion for the agenda that we extend the meeting past the 8 o'clock hour.
As part of the approval of the agenda.
That's part of the approval of the agenda, yes.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually, if you don't mind, I'd like to have a point of personal privilege to discuss some of the items on the agenda, or one of the matters on the agenda itself.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess from talking to our council, one of the issues I have with this agenda today is actually the location of the agenda. In January, we as a body vote on a schedule. We vote on an agenda and a location on that, as all 11 of us. And then a decision was made by just you, Madam Chair, to move it to this location because of one item on the agenda, without a vote by council or discussion with the rest of council. To me, I find that almost a little disrespectful to the other 10 of us that didn't have a say in the matter. Could have easily been discussed with us, but with us just finding out when a schedule is posted that they changed the location. Because with that said, I'm glad we had a great turnout. This is what it's all about, just like I said 2 weeks ago when we had a huge turnout. But there are other items on this agenda besides just this one. And we've had other items of zoning requests, and it was never moved to those locations to benefit that area whatsoever either. So I guess my point would be, I don't know how many other members in this council feel, but that should have been a decision amongst all 11 of us. We voted for this item to be on this agenda this date prior to the location being changed, and everybody knew that location when we put it on this agenda.
Thank you for your comments. Any other discussion or comments regarding that?
I just want to be on the record supporting my colleague Logan Cunningham with those remarks. Thank you.
Okay, we
Madam
have a
Chairman.
motion. Yes, sir.
Just let me say that I do respect you as a council leader, and you made a decision to accommodate citizens of Beaufort County, and I appreciate that. So I want to say I support you. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
We have a
Madam
motion
Chair?
on the floor to approve the agenda.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
As a response to that, with all due respect to Mr. Glover, all 11 of us have an equal voice and an equal say. I have no problem moving it, but it should have been taken as action as a full council, not one person.
Yeah. Okay. All right, at this time, we have a motion to approve the agenda and to extend beyond 8 p.m. And we had a second, we've had discussion. By show of hands, approve the agenda? Okay, and that is unanimous. Thank you. Next on the agenda is approval of minutes. These are the minutes from the Caucus and County Council meeting September 8, 2025.
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion by Councilman Lawson. Do we have a second? A second on the minutes?
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, thank you, Councilman McAllen. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's approve the minutes by show of hands, please. And that is unanimous. All right, we have two proclamations. The first one will be done by Councilman Member Glover. This is a proclamation recognizing the Corners community of St. Helena Island. And do we have someone here to receive that proclamation?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chairman, I want to ask Queen Quet to come forward.
Okay,
She's-
let's go up here to the
Yeah, at the podium here.
Are you going to read
She's,
it over there?
I'll be there.
You're going to read it from there?
No, I'm going to read it from there.
All right.
She is the chairperson of the Corners, the CPO committee that made this recommendation. Madam Chairman, I'm going to read this proclamation.
Can't be a man and woman at the same time.
You're right, Madam Chairwoman. I want to, before I read this proclamation, just want to say that this has been an issue in St. Helena for several years. This here will start, hopefully, the motion to move it forward to have this area named properly. So this proclamation says, whereas the Corner community has been commonly misnamed Frogmore due to the unique history of mail delivery on St. Helena Island, and whereas St. Helena Island's primary recipients of mail at one point were the residents at the Frogmore Manor, and whereas the first post office serving St. Helena Island carried the name Frogmore Post Office and was located at the McDonald's store, also referred to as the Corner Store, and whereas the post office serving St. Helena Island was relocated across the street and carried the name of Frogmore Post Office in 1963, and whereas the post office serving St. Helena Island was relocated to its current location and carried the name the Frogmore Post Office in 1988, and whereas the community created a petition to rename the post office to St. Helena Island Post Office in 1989, and whereas the Cultural Protection Overlay Committee unanimously recommended that the County Council declare the commercial and cultural heart of St. Helena Island, located in the area surrounding the intersection of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive and Sea Island Parkway, the Corners community, and whereas it is necessary to distinguish this district from the National Register site named Frogmore Plantation Complex located off Seaside Road, and whereas as at their August 19, 2025 meeting, the Cultural Protection Overlay Committee voted unanimously to recommend that County Council adopt the proclamation. Now therefore be it resolved, Beaufort County Council does hereby proclaim that the commercial and cultural heart of St. Helena Island, located in the area surrounding the intersection of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive and the Sea Island Parkway, is declared the corner community and is assigned this date, the 22nd of September, by Chairperson Alice G. Howard.
Thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
Appreciate it. I got him. Thank you, sir. Thank you, County Council, for this year. First, I want to say CPO members that are here tonight, ex officio and voting members of the CPO committee. Will y'all look at me for stand up? I see some of you nodding. Thank you for all your work. Thank you for getting this passed. And then for the people who did here tonight from Frogmore, St. Helena Island, South Kakalaki, would y'all stand, because this for all of y'all. There we go. Frogmore. All right. So, thank you, Councilman Glover. At the Natural Resources Council meeting, I had a chance to be up front like this year, for crack my teeth about it. We're Frogmore though, and we're Frogmore ND. That Frogmore ND from Leaders Island to the airport. Okay, Frogmore D on Seaside Road. And 21 don't go through Frogmore. It go through the corner. And so after I cracked my teeth like this year, that day, 2 days later, after we told the story and told some of this proclamation, it wasn't read in its entirety that day, but I spoke of the history in its entirety. I went to get my mail from the St. Helena Island Post Office. And our new Smiley, who I thought was a guy, was now painted and now had eyebrows, lashes done in the whole 9 yards. And I said, you see how these come here do that? They don't paint the frog overnight. I went back 3 more days later and it had babies. So that's when I said, this is not Smiley, this is Smilette. But she put a smile on my face to know that teaching people our story here in this county, and especially that of my home island, St. Helena Island, and my community, Frogmore, South Kakalaki. I did from Frogmore, for sure. And so it's a blessing to know that it inspired people that quickly to say that they wanted to respect our legacy and our history. And for you all to put this on the record tonight and present this proclamation says that you value the history, the communities, the culture here in Beaufort County, that you aren't on this board, as we say, dry long soap, that you truly are listening, you're hearing us, and you want to make a difference. And I'm so glad tonight to see state representatives and former state representatives in this building, because we coming to you, because I also said to County Council, now we need a sign that designates when you enter the corners and when you leave, it said, bye y'all, hi y'all, bye y'all, how hunter to do, okay? So we will be working with you at the state level as well, and our reps, to see if we can get that signage to designate corners. But this is an honor and a blessing, and I will definitely hold on to it for our Cultural Protection Overlay District Committee and for the Frogmore family. Thank you one more again.
Thank you, Queen Quet. Next, we have a proclamation recognizing National Preparedness Month, September 2025, and Councilman Member Cunningham will be doing that. Is there anyone here to accept it? You want someone? Okay.
You can bring the deputies.
You
up
can bring the
there, they'll do
deputies
it.
or the fire department up.
I am totally fine with that. Anybody that is, how about in the side of first responders or EMS would be great if they could come up. I mean, you made the drive.
There's some in the back.
Come on down.
Don't be shy.
EMS, Burton.
EMS, deputies, fire.
It's the longest proclamation we've ever had, so somebody needs to come up for it. I will warn you guys, this really is the longest proclamation ever, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. Whereas September is observed as National Preparedness Month to raise awareness about the importance of preparing for emergencies and to build resilience before disasters strike. And whereas counties and municipalities throughout South Carolina have been affected by a variety of disasters and emergencies, including ice storms, flooding, earthquakes, hurricanes, and pandemics. And whereas the residents of Beaufort County deeply appreciate the protection that South Carolina's State Guard has provided to the citizens of this great state for more than 350 years, and whereas authorized by South Carolina Code of Laws, the State Guard is a professional military organization and a component of the South Carolina Military Department, which supports a variety of critical functions of the state, county, and municipal governments, such as providing disaster relief assistance to communities and local first responder organizations. And whereas the South Carolina State Guard traces its earliest manifestation to form of the militia, the Charleston Militia in 1670, the colony's first military organization, protecting residents in the earliest days from pirates, foreign invaders, and Native American raids. And whereas throughout the Revolutionary War, the State Guard played a pivotal role in recapturing the South from the British control with leaders such as Francis Marion, the Swamp Fox, Thomas Sumter, the Gamecock, and Andrew Pickens, the Wizard Owl, and additionally played key roles in later conflicts such as the early 19th century battles against the Spanish in Florida, the Mexican War, and the Spanish-American War. And whereas the State Guard is organized as an Army brigade under the leadership of the commander and is comprised of the commander's staff, the Chief Staff Section, the Professional Services Command, and the 1st Civilian Support Brigade, which is further divided into 3 battalions. The battalions are divided into companies which correspond to the boundaries of the 6 regions of South Carolina Emergency Management Division. And whereas the State Guard trains new members at the McCready Training Facility in Eastover to provide a number of services, search and rescue operations, medical support, legal and engineering expertise, chaplain and counseling services, directing distribution of supplies, providing military and funeral honors to veterans, executive governmental affairs that serves as a liaison to the governor's office and the legislature, as well as building relationships with the military civic organizations across the state. And whereas when serious natural or man-made disasters strike the South Carolina, the State Guard provides boots on the ground with the mission to swiftly respond, safeguarding people and property, and to aid community recovery in coordination with the National Guard, law enforcement, and other state, county, and municipal agencies. And whereas the State Guard, as part of the South Carolina Military Department and directed by the Adjutant General and Commander-in-Chief, is the Governor of the State of South Carolina. Now, therefore, it be resolved. We're almost there, I promise. Beaufort County Council does hereby proclaim September 2025 as National Preparedness Month in Beaufort County. Beaufort County recognizes and honors members of the South Carolina State Guard and commends their all-volunteer force who nobly provide aid during times of disaster, who shares a passion and strong commitment to their fellow South Carolinians, and who embody the spirit of National Preparedness Month. This date, 22nd day of September 2025, signed by our chairwoman, Alice Howard.
Thank you. Wait, we want to take a picture. We have to have a picture. Let's have a picture.
Get a picture.
Thank you very much for reading all that. That was good. All right, next we have the administrator's report, and we have a lot of good news tonight, honoring some county employees, correct?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Council. We have reinstituted, if you will, the service pins for the county. So tonight we're going to recognize several members for their years of service here. We're going to recognize in front of you all everything from 15 years, 20 years, and 5-year increments up until whatever our longest serving employee is. So we have several employees to bring up tonight. So first off, we're going to invite Rusty Bratz with 15 years of service. He's a project manager in the engineering department. So Rusty is a dedicated husband, father, and county employee. He spent most of his career in the facilities department and became superintendent. Since coming over to engineering as a project manager, Rusty has become a fountain of knowledge on all things asphalt and paving related. He's constructed several homes and currently lives in a house he built with his wife, Pam, and his Chihuahua, Dawn. I'm sure it's very helpful. So congratulations to you.
We need a picture, too.
The picture
so.
right, Pam's going to be right here.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, next we'd like to invite Kimberly Chesney with 20 years of service, tax collector in the Treasurer's Office. So it's from her staff, it's been an honor and privilege to work alongside Kimberly. She consistently demonstrates professionalism, dedication, and an unwavering commitment to excellence. She not only supports others in their roles, but also has played a vital part in encouraging personal and professional growth as well. They've had the opportunity to witness her remarkable development and her determination and perseverance to continue to inspire those around her. She leads by example, creating an environment where others feel empowered to grow, succeed, and reach their fullest potential. Her leadership, mentorship, and genuine care for others make her a true asset to our county and to their office. Her influence extends beyond her daily responsibilities. She embodies the values of integrity, teamwork, and service that reflect the highest standards of public service. She's not only a respected colleague, but a role model whose contributions will leave a lasting impact on the staff and community. So congratulations.
I think that was perfectly worded, but I met Kimberly maybe my third week in the treasurer's office. And if you recall what the treasurer's office was like 14, 15 years ago, you'll know that it's not what it is today. And I didn't know this lady, but she gave me a stack of files this thick and said, I have a lot of problems for you to solve.
There you go.
And we've been doing that ever since. Congratulations.
Okay, next we have Stephanie Garst with 20 years of service, court administrator for the Magistrate Court. There. So we would like to thank Stephanie for her unwavering commitment. Serving as our court administrator, she's been the steady hand behind the scenes, ensuring that court operations and facilities are managed and directed with the highest level of professionalism and care. With her more than 20 years of service representing not just time, but a legacy of reliability, hard work, and meaningful impact. We look forward to continuing this journey with you. Congratulations. Okay, next I'd like to invite Kathy Parsons with 20 years of service and the Workman's Compensation Specialist in Risk Management. There she comes. Today we're going to recognize Kathy for her 20 years of dedicated service. As our worker compensation specialist, she plays a vital role in supporting employees during some of our most difficult times. Because our number one priority is the well-being of our workforce, her work ensures that those who are injured while serving our county and our citizens receive the care and support they need. We are grateful for her commitment and compassion over these many years. Congratulations. Next, I'd like to invite Sylvia Thompson with 20 years of service from the Probate Division Chief, Probate Court. Hey there. How are you? I'm going to read a few words and we'll give you your certificate. So Sylvia is the Therapeutic Division Chief for the Probate Court. She oversees the commitment process for mentally ill and/or chemically dependent individuals in our community. Last year, there were 435 cases filed. Each case represents a person and a family in crisis. Sylvia works selflessly and with compassion towards helping individuals and their families get services and support. Our community is a better place because of her dedication and tireless efforts. So congratulations. Make a comment? Okay.
I just want to say that it's an honor to work with somebody who's so kind, dedicated, and compassionate. She helps so many lives, and each person is an individual when they come to see Sylvia. It's a blessing to work with her, and I'm so grateful for that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll invite Marcy Taylor with 25 years of service, office manager for EMS. So Marcy began her career with Beaufort County in July 2000 in the emergency medical services after 13 years working with MCCS on Marine Corps Air Station Beaufort and 2 years in the private industry. She began as administrative technician and currently is the office manager for EMS. Her responsibilities in this position include, but are not limited to, accounts receivables, accounts payables, payroll, workers' compensation-related issues, HIPAA, and any other duty that may land on her desk, to include Medicare processing, as I found. Marcy received an Associate of Business Administration, magna cum laude, and Bachelor of Business Administration, magna cum laude as well, from Baker College. When not at work, you could find Marcy camping, hiking, and spending as much time as possible with her family and grandchildren. Congratulations. Did you give it?
I don't usually speak in public, but I am just honored to have been a part of this establishment for 25 years, and I'm looking forward to 4 years and 3 months and some pennies. and then I'll be done. Thank y'all.
We understand.
We absolutely enjoy having Marcy in the office, and she takes complete control of that office, trust me. Nothing gets by her, and she does a very good job, but I do appreciate all the hard work she does, and she keeps us all straight. Thanks.
And Donna's going to stay for our next. We're going to recognize Homer Kelly Stewart, or Kelly Stewart, yes, 40 years of service, logistics officer, EMS. Here it comes. So the comments I have are, Kelly is the employee every successful company has, the one who knows every facet of the organization, the one who's always working behind the scenes, the one who knows every piece of equipment and how to keep it working, the one who can fix anything and does, the one who knows what is needed and where to find it. You can start a list of the things Kelly does for Beaufort County EMS: supplies, equipment, medications, improvements to facilities, repairs to ambulances and equipment, but it wouldn't come close to being a description of what he does. He's a primary point of contact for questions from all staff members and receives countless phone calls on nights and weekends. It's commonly known that if you have a problem with something, the response is, ask Kelly. Kelly is also devoted to his family, and he appreciates the sacrifices his family has made over the last 40 years, missed holidays, birthdays, and family events. There's no compensation for the dedication and duty that Kelly has. His commitment and work ethic only come with the true love of what one does. We're truly thankful for the 40 years of service Kelly has given to Beaufort County. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not a speaker. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
not a speaker, but just ask him a question. Trust me, he can speak. Kelly is the one person at EMS base, no matter what's going on. His job started out as a supply officer, but he has expanded that beyond you can imagine. I don't care if it's equipment, a truck, furniture, whatever's going on, he helps us with it, and they don't even call anybody else. Kelly will fix it. And if he can't fix it, he'll figure out before the end of the day how to fix that. He's an amazing asset to this county and always has been. He's very loyal and dedicated to his job, and he gets calls at night and on weekends. It doesn't matter. If you can't figure it out, they'll say, call Kelly, and that's the truth.
And that concludes our recognition of employees. That concludes my report, subject to any questions you may have.
Does anyone have any questions for our county administrator? That was a great celebration. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have an announcement to make. Someone has misplaced their keys and still looking for them, probably when they went through security. If anyone would check, if you have an extra set of keys, please let the security people know and turn it in to them. So if you feel 2 set of keys in your pocket, you may have 1 too many. Thank you. All right, at this time, we're going to have a presentation of the new format for our tax bills by our Beaufort County Treasurer, Maria Walls. Thank you.
And I just want to preface this by saying Council has asked Treasurer Walls to do this presentation because your tax bill is going to look different. We don't want you to freak out, but Council has asked for her to delineate the millage, so she's going to explain it all tonight.
Thank you. And yes, the goal is let's not freak out. Okay. Thank you. I just needed to get situated here. You will notice, and for everyone in the room and watching online, I'm going to have images on the screen that you'll be able to see and follow along. But for our council members, you'll see in front of you while you're in executive session, I put examples of bills right in front of you. So it is not a new format, so we're going to make sure that we're using the same terminology. To our team, a format is a design function. This is new data being displayed, and so that is where we want particularly our taxpayers to focus this evening. When they receive their bill, if they've ever gotten a Beaufort County tax bill before, it is going to look very, very similar, and that's the goal, because when you are sending out 411,000 tax bills, you want them to look consistent so that you benefit from that learned behavior. You know where to look for your property ID, you know where the tax amount is, and so you learn by reviewing the document over and over. All right, but first I need you to know, and for everyone here tonight, the Treasurer's Office, our vision statement is people serving people, not transactions. We are people-focused, whether it's our vision, mission, values, or our culture. Our mission is that we're professionals serving with innovation and enthusiasm, and our values is that we take ownership of everything that falls within our purview. We evolve with purpose because evolution is a choice, change is not, and serve with passion. So let's get to the bills, because at the Treasurer's Office, we are literally working every day to set Beaufort County up for success. And what's often the case is it seems like it's easy, or, we're just slapping some data on a piece of paper. But honestly, when you're doing your job well, that's what it should look like. But it is not that easy. So at a high level, I'm going to explain to you the taxation process. So we actually start preparing tax bills in May. All the while, we're pursuing delinquent accounts, so we're preparing for the next year while we are in the middle of the last year. We're going to review our feedback from the prior year. So everyone in the room, when you complain about something you don't like on your tax bill, we actually log that, and then we notate it for the future year, and we will make those changes if it is something that has come up multiple times, especially. In June, we monitor your budget ordinance and every other agency to make sure that there isn't something going on, like listing all the millages out one by one, that is going to need to be mapped differently, because what is coming through from the ordinance flows through all the bills, all the way through the tax software into the county's general ledger. July, we're starting to work on format. That's the design, not the data. And at the end of July, we're going to start contacting our bulk property owners. If you didn't know we have that program, if you own more than 50 properties in Beaufort County, which actually there's quite a few owners that do, we have a special program just for them, and we work individually where we're giving them an electronic file so it's easier for them to pay. August, we're looking to the other departments involved in the taxation process. We're asking them for feedback and comments on the bills. What would they like to see? We're beginning to contact mortgages. The majority of properties in Beaufort County have a mortgage. And in August, end of August, we are submitting things like millage changes and breaking out of the millage like we're here for tonight. So different this year, we are doing 2 different mailings. I am super proud we have a new senior data analyst. Oh, stop looking at me like that. She's amazing. She has coached her team, revamped the processes to a point where in my 14 years, we have not been able to handle doing 2 annual tax runs. We will be able to do that this year. So by September 30th, we will have submitted all of the tax data to both our online vendor, so they do our e-bills, and our print vendor, which would initiate paper bills. Anyone in our installment program, you continue doing what you do. Any properties that are in the tax sale will go forward, and annual bills for installment program participants and properties that went to tax sale will be sent by October 31st, like they normally would be. And then we just zoom right along through tax season. So any questions about the process before we go over a comparison of the bills? Okay. All right. So I wanted you to see just an e-bill real fast, and as we go through, what our citizens need to focus on is there's a few elements in a tax bill. Obviously, as citizens, we focus on the amount due. And we're going to look at, if you want to pull up the amount due, council members, it's $10,069, and that should be the 2024 bill, and 2025 bill for $10,482. So when you go back and forth, in this left hand, I don't know if this has a zoomy laser thing, but in the box it says where your tax dollars go. I fully understand, I'm just flipping back and forth for the viewers here. You see in the box, it's shorter, and then you go to 2025 and there's, oops, thank you, I see that happening. There is a lot more detail there. And absolutely, we understand in the Treasurer's Office Council's desire for our citizens to know each line item that is in the county's budget, where their dollars are going, and what the millage amount is. And so I wanted you to see that it is not a formatting change. Thanks to our data team, they were able to work with the outline we had and make it work. So some of our areas in the county have more taxes than others. If you, like this one, live on Hilton Head, you have a public service district and the school district and a town. But if you live in unincorporated Beaufort County, this list is going to be a lot smaller. So we just want our customers to mainly realize that if you see a longer list in that box, it does not mean that council added all these taxes. They were there before. It is just more detail. All right, so this resolution is not what I was expecting. So let's just talk about something for a minute. When our customers, Sarah, could you move Councilman Passaman and Councilwoman Brown? So what I want our citizens to realize is if they were, and you know, on average, we receive 313 calls every day in the Treasurer's Office, and that's just initial phone calls, and we're at about 261 emails a day. that is a tax increase to a customer. So we just want to emphasize that the additional lines might not be that 400 approximate difference. These are the extra lines, Council, that you asked to be included on the tax bill. They are there. And what I wanted to go over with you is the clarity versus detail. And because of the timing of this change, I don't think there was sufficient planning and time to really communicate this in a more proactive way outside of this conversation happening right now. The detail is fantastic. I think we can do so much better on the clarity for next year, and we have a great plan for that, because our concern is, and for our customers to know, is this is a perfect example. This customer lost their legal residence exemption coming into the 2025 tax year. So if they're going to look at that, be alarmed. That is absolutely what's going to happen. They are going to look at, hold on, let's get there. They're going to look and they're going to see these extra lines and assume they're being taxed more, when in reality they just don't understand the difference between the 4% and the 6%. So we track everything in the Treasurer's office because we're looking for issues that we can solve. I hate avoidable problems. So we'll keep an eye out on how many questions we get about this, but next year, we truly believe that there is going to be a better way that we can display this in a manner that customers are going to understand it's not a tax increase. It's just a greater display of information. And that is what we have planned. We'll be happy to share that with you as we get later into 2026. But I'm going to take a minute. I am sorry, there's a lot, but I need to make sure everyone is aware that my Beaufort County is the place to pay all your bills. And if anyone in this room would not put a $100 bill in an envelope and mail it to a family member, I would prefer you not mail your tax bill that way. Try my Beaufort County, come in and pay if that's what you'd like to do. But also, if you're going to rely on paper, please keep your mailing address updated. We have to use your mailing address, no matter whether it's correct or not. We have to rely on your mail. And so I'm happy to, well, there's our team. And we're always here serving with innovation and enthusiasm. So if you have questions about the process, the bills themselves, how we've prepared our staff to answer questions from customers, I'm happy to discuss them.
Any questions from council members? Okay.
Just one point, Ms. Walls, thank you very much for all this detail. I think it's incredible. We appreciate the efforts. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions from council members? Councilman Terry?
Ms. Brock, could you put up the one that was $10,482? What I think people should look at first is what is your appraised value, because on this bill, it went up.
Yes.
So they should look at that before they say, oh my God, they raised my taxes for no reason.
Well, you said I had 15 minutes, and I was trying to fit in 15 minutes.
I'm just pointing it out.
Value drives the bus in taxes. Value drives the bus, then millages, and then everything else. So yes, if your value is gone up, I promise you your taxes went up.
Yep.
Any other questions from council members? Councilman Cunningham, you look like you got a question. No? I'd like to tell you thank you, Ms. McKenzie. Really helped. I didn't say her name right. I'm sorry. Did a great job helping someone that came to me with some questions not too long ago, and I really appreciate her patience and her time.
Was it you?
Oh.
No. You?
It was you.
Oh, Kimberly. Oh, yeah, Kimberly.
Yeah, Kimberly.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I
All
got
right.
that part.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
And I urge everyone to look at their tax bill details so you can tell exactly what the mills are going for this coming year. All right, now we have public comment, which is going to be different than the public hearing. I'd like to remind everyone that you have 3 minutes, and we will strictly enforce that. When each member of the public speaks, please address the chairman. Avoid disrespect to the council and any personalities. Confine herself or himself to the question under consideration. Council will not reply to any comments, and please speak civilly and do not get personal with council members or county staff, but we are here to listen. These are in the order in which they were received. We have Queen Quet is our first speaker. And we do have the timer going. Thank you.
Good evening once again. This evening I signed up because I wanted to follow up on what took place at the Natural Resources Council meeting. I wanted to thank everyone who serves on that particular committee of County Council for supporting the work that was done by the Beaufort County planning staff. In particular, I wanted to salute Kristen Forbes for the work that she did. We worked together with the Cultural Protection Overlay District Committee for St. Helena, my organization, the Gullah Geechee Sea Island Coalition, and focusing on a major issue for Native Gullah Geechees. And so there is a statement in our language where we say, the water to bring we, the water going to take we back. One of the things that we found about sea level rise and water is it has now started to impact our sacred burial areas. And this has been going on for quite some time. So we have had water literally taking people out to almost waterside death, like you have birth by water. And so it is a critical issue for us to protect these areas, but one of the ways that they have not been protected is in actually denoting the birth, the depth, the width of where they are. Because many people don't realize we've been burying there from 16, 17, 18, 1900s and into the 2000s, and we did not do this with stones as headstones. In our tradition, we had plants. We had other items that we would leave. You had wooden things that were created and carved out. So of course we're in a hurricane zone. So all of this time, you're not going to still be able to find out exactly who's buried where they are. So fortunately now, because of this group's support and planning staff's work, we're able to now have funding to go into these burial areas that were simply written down, somewhat platted, but now denote the boundaries on St. Helena. And since I saw you last, I was at a state meeting about the same thing and found out that I know that one of our council members asked a question about DeFusky. I spoke with people I already work with, and they are already on DeFusky, working on those burial areas there. So St. Helena and DeFusky are focused on to protect these sacred areas. And we're going to be having more meetings for the community, and I just wanted to thank you all and to let the community know that the work you assigned to our hands was not in vain, and we will protect these sacred spaces for our ancestors and for the families. And thank you, Beaufort County, for supporting that. We have a $75,000 grant, and my organization will give a $15,000 support in in-kind services to work with the county. Thank you for that. Peace and blessings.
Thank you very much. Next we have Senator Margie Bright Matthews, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It feels good to see two women in Beaufort County, and that's why I sent the letter to you all congratulating you. We don't find this often in the state of South Carolina. I'm here in my capacity as a state senator, and that portion of Beaufort County for which I represent. They told me when I went to the Senate that when you're a state senator, you don't just represent the area that is in your district, you represent all of South Carolina. That's why they call us state senators. Though the Gullah Geechee residents line the entire coast of South Carolina, Beaufort is one of those counties that has a cultural protection overlay, just like a couple other counties. But somehow, I'd like you to listen to both sides tonight. Beaufort's is more restrictive than the other counties, but we can get past that. I submit the original intent of the 1990 CPO has been lost, and it should not be lost for both sides, because both sides are very important. Why are we here? We're here to listen, and I heard you say that, and thank you. We're here to be respectful and to reach a resolution for the benefit of all of Beaufort. I wonder, as I sat here and listened and worked on this earlier today, how many people in this room have actually read the CPO? I know Marquetta Goodwin knows it from the beginning, from the beginning to the end. I respect the work that she has done, as well as the other committee members. How many here have read the complaint that was filed in this matter? How many here have read the answer that was filed by the county? That is important. You need to be knowledgeable and understand the issues here before you do anything. We're here to work together. I'm amazed that as I represented the interveners, we had to file an action before the court just to get the county to come and hear what we were saying. And thank you for, after the judge ruled, we're here. How many of here understand that listening and talking is a part of legislation? Do you know that this land was bought in January, where Pine Island could have had 3 separate 6-hole golf courses, but it was changed in May. The CPO was changed. Last, I don't want to go over, we have to balance community planning, which is valuable to the island, as well as property rights of the owners. And we have to do it in the best interest of Beaufort. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Matthews. Okay. Next is Felice Lamarca. Felice Lamarca. And after her is Maria Walls.
Good evening, and thank you for your time, especially this evening. I attended the council chat last week, and something important came up from some of your citizens, and it was the subject of trust. Citizens and trust. And several of you said you're working on getting that back so the citizens would have faith and trust in you. Madam Chairwoman, your arbitrary decision to move this meeting, you're going to cut me off? I want you to know that the citizens of Beaufort County include the citizens south of the Broad. They were planning to attend this meeting, but many of them could not travel. Based on your decision, I trust that in the future you will accommodate the agenda and the geography. Thank you. Now I would like to talk about the Pine Island Plan, where staff recommended to council not to enter into a development agreement because it would require a zoning map amendment change. I've been here in these meetings for a couple years now, watching many of you support zoning map amendment changes. They haven't all passed, thank you very much, and they've been the ones to increase density. So I have to ask, when are you going to review your comprehensive plan again? Why is density preferred over downzoning? You all hate that word, but that's exactly what we have on the table here. When are you going to review this comprehensive plan and give the citizens what we want? We don't want density. You hear that loud and clear, and many of you are reflecting that, and we appreciate it. That sign, since change is inevitable, we must direct the change, is exactly what the Pine Island Plan is doing. And it's giving back to St. Helena more than any taxpayer ever could. And what you have in the future, if this plan is defeated, is lots of things St. Helena can't have because they don't have a tax base. And south of the Broad isn't going to really like our taxes paying for things.
Thank you. All right. Next is Ms. Maria Walls.
Good evening. I'm here to speak about the item on the agenda regarding the telecommuting policy. I want you all to know that my comments tonight aren't to criticize or talk about anyone but my office and my team, because outside of my constituents and my taxpayers, there is no one that I hold in more esteem than the people sitting right there and the people that I know that are watching tonight. Since 2015, our office has had full-time telecommuting employees. I've spoken about this openly in council meetings, in documents, in emails, and in many conversations. These employees have met our criteria. They have continued to have outstanding performance evaluations, and they are high-performing members of our team. 2015 is 10 years ago. Since then, we have won 14 awards, most of which were national and international recognitions, like the National Achievement Award from the Association of Counties, which we have received twice. We've successfully redesigned and launched a new website with the first of its kind tax document lookup, where customers download, if everyone wants to know, you can download copies of your bills and your receipts. We get over 316,000 visits a year, over 1 million page hits, and our tax bill lookup has been used over 213,000 times this year. We successfully launched Beaufort County's first all-in-one customer service platform, Zendesk, where our customers can easily access our help center, get the questions answered that they need, call us, email us, or chat with our team. In the past year, our help center has been accessed 59,000 times. Our team has handled 79,000, this is just in the past year, 79,946 calls, 1,746 emails, 65,389 emails, 2,608 chats, and out of all of that, I want you to know that we have a 95.3% one-touch ticket rating, which means that 95.3% of all of that required an employee to touch it once and it was solved. There was no back and forth with our customer. Only 4.1% of those tickets needed to be reopened. We successfully conducted the state's first online tax sale, navigated COVID, caring for our customers and their needs, while also ensuring no disruption in the revenues that our agencies and all of you had become accustomed to, despite the struggle, uncertainty, and for some, devastation going on in our team's lives. We have maintained an over 99% collection rate every year, and I could go on and on and on. The cumulative total of investment earnings of $90.7 million, our recognition, national recognition for outstanding investment management that we've earned 6 years in a row, the fully virtual online training and procedure manual, Councilman Cunningham got a glimpse of that earlier today, 360-degree performance evaluations, and so much more. All of that was done through the support of a remote team. That's just numbers, but the people are what matter.
Thank you.
The people are what matter.
Next, we have Ms. Kimberly Chesney.
Good evening again. Shouldn't have said that. I've worked in the treasurer's office for over 20 years and have served under 3 treasurers. In that time, I have seen many changes in how we do our work, but one thing has remained constant: our commitment to serving the people of this county efficiently and responsibly. That is why I'm deeply concerned about the proposal to eliminate virtual employees. This policy would take away a proven tool that helps us retain skilled workers and improve efficiency. Virtual staff have shown time and again that they are every bit as capable and dedicated as those in the office. In fact, when the internet has gone down at the county offices, Our virtual team members were still able to work without interruption. Citizens were able to carry on with what they needed, never even knowing there had been a pause in services inside the building. That kind of resilience is invaluable. By excluding virtual employees, we risk losing both talent and reliability. At a time when governments and businesses across the country are embracing remote work as a smart, modern solution, this policy would move us backwards. I urge you to reconsider. Let's measure our employees by the quality of their work, not the walls of the office they sit in. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker for public comment is Joshua Casteras. Joshua, I thought it was maybe somebody in the front row. No, I'm sorry. Can you pronounce your last name for us?
Yeah, thank you all. So my name's Joshua Castrinas. I'm a Beaufort.
Okay.
Yes, Castrinas. I'm a Beaufort County resident, and I'm here to address the proposed telecommuting policy. And just from my perspective, it appears that this issue has been rushed to the table without careful and thoughtful consideration and without elected officials being notified in a timely manner. To justify this policy, from my years of experience in strategic debate, you would need to prove 6 main things, and I would appreciate if you thought these through. Number 1, you would need to prove how many instances there have been of an at-home staff member not sufficiently fulfilling their role, resulting in a poor performance evaluation. Also, these instances are significant and reoccurring. Number 2, you need to prove that this was an issue of the actual system and not of overhead leadership. We have offices like the Treasurer's Office that you've heard from, which are award-winning, which have successfully worked with at-home staff members and have obviously been successful winning these awards. 3, you need to prove that the county head can know the duties and performance level of every staff member better than the department head. Again, the Beaufort County Treasury works hard to establish a personal relationship, and Treasurer Wallace does this with her staff. This relationship would no longer be legally valued under the policy. 4, you would need to prove that the current tax differences for the employees is significantly greater than the increase in wage to hire in-person employees and increase in office space. For the Beaufort County Treasury's Office, that would be by over 20%. You would have to increase office space. Number 5, you would need to prove that you can guarantee new employees will be hired at a higher performance level than the ones that will be fired under this policy. Even in the Beaufort County Treasurer's Office, remote employees are some of the highest performing staff members. Last but not least, number 6, what's the common sense answer? We can pass a policy that confines and limits staff, costs more money to direct employees and expand offices, or if there is a problem, we can look at how officials are performing their head roles and create a clear, inclusive guidelines for at-home employees. It's for these reasons that I'm against the proposed policy. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. This concludes the public comment period. We have several items on the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve those items?
I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second that motion, Madam
The
Chair.
second by Councilman Cunningham. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll vote by show of hands for the consent agenda, and it is unanimous. Ms. Paula Brown has also joined us remotely, so we have Councilman Passamit and Councilman Brown remotely. Is that correct? Okay, good. All right, moving right along on our agenda. We have several resolutions. The first one is a resolution establishing a capital project sales tax commission for the purpose of considering proposals for funding capital projects within the county and formulating a question to appear on the ballot. and this will be spoken to by Mr. Hank Amundson.
You need a motion.
We need a motion.
I'll make the motion.
We have a motion by Councilman Lawson. Do we have a second?
I'll second for
A
discussion.
second for discussion by Councilman Cunningham. Your floor is yours.
Good evening. We're here to talk about the next step if council should choose to move forward with the capital project sales tax. But we began this process in early 2025, talking about budget needs, capital needs, funding needs. It's several workshops held between then and now. And on June 9, council passed a resolution authorizing staff to take next steps. Some of those next steps were talking to municipalities. Some of those next steps were council interacting with other elected officials, and in the recent months there's been some information and dialogue between us as professional staffs as well as elected officials, and receipt of information reiterated last Monday night at our workshop. But we had already proposed at a committee a resolution coming forward to take the next step of creating a commission that would review the projects to present to council next May. Hearing your intentions last week, it was a mix of maybe we don't do anything at all, maybe we change the transportation, and maybe we don't do that until 2 years later. So I'm going to give you a couple options. One, because you have a resolution before you, is to vote on that resolution. If you would choose not to move forward with the capital project sales tax, that would be to vote down that resolution. The second step would either be to do nothing, which would mean we are going to, or you make a motion for staff to not take any more steps towards a capital project sales tax. Third option would be to vote it down, tell us to not take steps towards a capital project sales tax, and advise us to bring, if you want to do something in 26, as opposed to just waiting, you would say to direct staff to bring back options for a potential 26 transportation sales tax. Those are the three options, and I can answer questions if you'd like.
Like to open it up for questions or discussion?
Discussion, you say?
Yes, sir. Councilman McKellen?
Yeah. I have read this, and I'll let you know that I think we have to find an alternative for capital projects rather than another sales tax. And I would object to the establishing a capital project sales tax commission for capital projects. I don't object to it for infrastructure and transportation, so we can address the deficiencies in our roads with regard to wholesale improvements and fixing a great many of the potholes that everybody's encountering on every day as they're driving around. So I'll vote no on this because I'm more in favor of infrastructure and transportation than I am on capital projects.
Any other discussion? Yes, Councilman Cunningham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just first for the public so they can understand how the timeline works. Whether something gets voted on today or we push staff forward to move on with discussions about this. The vote today is about deciding if we're going to think about putting this on a ballot and start building something that could go on a ballot. That vote actually wouldn't take place until the spring to decide if we're going to put it on a ballot next November or a year after that. So anything that happens today is just a conversation about tasking our staff with moving forward to start bringing the things that the public and the municipalities want on a referendum. So I just want to make that clear that today, if something passes, it does not mean something is going on to a referendum next November or this November. With that said, I am with Mr. McKellen. I like the idea more if we are going to even have this conversation that it is transportation. I do think it has to be something shorter. I think it has to be something that we can do a quick turnaround on projects to show the public that without COVID and without increased costs, that we can put these dollars to work immediately and get things done immediately and show that turnaround before that 1 cent sales tax even ends, so they can see progress, whether that's repaving roads, sidewalks, anything along those lines. Maybe it's not necessarily rebuilding an entire infrastructure. I think that shows that we're spending the money properly and not just sitting on the money or waiting on rights of easements to get projects done, which is where we're currently at. I've made it very clear during the workshop, and I'll make it clear here again, without the support of the town of Bluffton, I will not be in favor of it. I'm going to dedicate to working with them over the next couple of weeks to figure out if that's something they want to go forward to. Realistically, for anything to pass, it needs to be county-wide. We need to hit projects across the entire county. Hilton Head, Bluffton, Beaufort, Port Royal, St. Helena, everything in between. It's got to be a community effort to want to get this done and see if we can make a progress to do that. If I remember correctly, in our workshop as well, Jared gave a presentation about the 2018 and where updates are. We should be 50% shovel in the ground or finished on projects by the end of 2026, which is a really good number. That includes the bridge that we've already decided we're moving forward to, and it's about to go out to bid. So those are my thoughts on it. So as the motion it is now, I would not support, but I would like to see staff move forward with something for transportation, which my understanding we would not have to do a committee.
Any other comments? Yes, sir, Councilman Lawson.
I agree that, obviously we have lots of capital improvements that need to be done, but everyone I talk to all across the county, north and south and abroad, and again, I represent the Bluffton area like Logan does, it is the roads and infrastructure that I hear about every single day, from 170 to 278 to 46 and even over this way. So that is where our focus needs to be. Even if we push this forward and was on the ballot for next fall, it would be you, the voter, that would vote on this, whether we did it or not. And from there, it would still be months away before we'd start collecting the first dime. So even if we move this forward today, or actually not the capital improvements, but the transportation idea, we're still a year or two away from us even doing any type of transportation upgrades and things like that.
Anyone else? Yes, Councilman.
Madam Chair, I'm in a tough spot because, one, the 2018 referendum items on Ladies Island still have not been completed. I know that staff is working on those, and like Logan said, should be done 2026. I think that's a key item to reestablishing trust and accountability, that we can manage those funds. But the tough part for me is I'm also in the City of Beaufort's Waterfront Advisory Committee, and the waterfront is ultimately going to have to be replaced, and that is a huge capital improvement, and I don't know where the funding's coming from. And then some of the other capital improvements that we have are going to be the Broad River Fishing Pier needs to come down. There's no funding to replace that. There's boat launches all throughout this county that need to be basically replaced and repaired. There's no funding for it. So if we were going to do this, I would prefer a capital sales tax, solely for the reason is infrastructure can also be done underneath the capital sales tax. But like I said, I just don't think, without those other projects from 2018 being done, I don't think the timing's right to put this forward. I think we have to show the people that we're trustworthy to do it.
I'd like to ask Councilman Passman and Councilman Brown if they have any comments. Councilman Passman? No?
I'll go first. Obviously, roads are the #1 priority. 170 and 278 affect every single municipality and unincorporated Beaufort County. The bottleneck between 462 and the intersection of 170 and 278 every day is getting worse. It was stated, even if we have a referendum in 26, we don't start collecting the money until May of 27. We then have to collect enough money to go out to bid for those projects. I dare say that we would have a minimum need of a 4-year transportation referendum to raise enough money just to fix that section of road alone.
Councilman Brown, do you? No.
I don't have any comments.
I think Councilman Tabernick had comments.
So I've done a lot of talking to people. So my concerns are we haven't done the 2018 projects. I get it. Jared says we're moving along. There were issues. The money's still there. We haven't used it in other ways. The 278 bridge will not even be a shovel in the ground by then. So people again are going to say to us, what are you doing about the bridge? Where's the 80 million? I also reiterate what one of our people said and came out in the realtors poll. The trust level is low, and not only county council, it's across government. So I'm concerned about that. This would be a new tax. Yes, it's a penny, but it's a new tax. In '24, it would have been a replacement. The green space was rolling off. This would have replaced, it would be a new tax. That's a concern for me. So I am not in favor of a capital referendum, and I'm actually leaning further to pushing it out to 2028.
Anyone else that we haven't heard from? Councilman
Chair.
Glover?
Sure.
I'll come back to you.
Madam Chairman, I think we gave staff a direction, and they came back with this recommendation. Now, whether we look at the capital project or infrastructure project, this is what we talked about at work sessions. And I am in favor of moving this forward at this time so that staff can prepare and staff can bring us something in a reasonable time and not wait at the last minute for something. Now, we have up until then, when they bring back their recommendation, probably, hopefully by February, to decide whether we want to go. But right now, I think staff need to go ahead and plan, meet with municipalities, and move this thing forward. So I'm going to support it.
It depends on if you want it to be a capital project sales tax or transportation tax. This resolution is to establish the actual capital project sales tax statutorily required commission that solicits, receives, formulates, and presents a question back to council for approval next year. So if you want us to do something else, you would vote against this resolution for this commission and make a simple motion to have us bring back information in the future, near future, about if you wanted to consider 2026 transportation.
Councilman Dawson had comments.
Yeah, like the comments that has already been shared, I honestly believe that the citizens of this county has no trust and favor of supporting another sales tax, whether it's capital or transportation. And I would say that I'm going to vote against this today. And if we're going to move forward with something, then it needs to be, in my opinion, a transportation sales tax. But until we complete the projects in the 2018 referendum sales tax, we don't need to do anything as far as trying to get the public to approve it.
Chairwoman?
Is there anyone else?
Just-
Councilman Reeds, and then I have a few comments.
One last thing. From everybody I'm talking to, most people, I agree with my colleagues that if we push it out to 28, that would be a lot better. So,
I'd just like to have one comment. All of my precincts in the last one, 2024, it failed. The sales tax did. But I hear a lot of complaints about Highway 170, people who can't get to work from northern Beaufort County to anywhere else. But I also agree with Councilman Dawson. I don't think this is the right time. So we have a motion, just to discuss it. Do we have a motion to establish the resolution?
Well, we have a resolution, so we need to vote it up or down.
Well, we had to discuss, we had to pass,
Yes,
we
now
passed
we
the
have to
discussion.
Pass it or fail it. That's where we are.
It's on the floor for vote. Am I correct, Brian? And then the motion has been to pass the resolution.
Yeah,
Okay.
take a vote as to whether or not to adopt this resolution or not. If they vote it down, then we'll look for a vote as to whether or not staff should take any further steps at this time.
Okay. All right, let's have a roll call vote regarding this resolution.
Councilmember Lawson?
Mark Lawson, no.
Councilmember Cunningham?
No.
Councilmember Reeds?
oh,
Councilmember Passament?
No.
Councilmember McGowan?
No.
Councilmember Glover?
Yes.
Councilmember Dawson?
No.
Councilmember Brown?
No.
Councilmember Bartholomew?
No.
Vice Chair Tabernick?
No.
Chair Howard?
No.
The motion fails.
Okay, do we have another motion from?
Madam Chair, yes, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to bring us, I guess, an idea in the near future about what a short transportation referendum would look like.
Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second that motion.
Second by Councilman Bartholomew. Any discussion? We need to have a roll call vote?
No.
I don't think.
Question?
The question, repeat
Yeah.
it again, Councilman Cunningham?
To direct staff to bring forward an option for a short transportation referendum. No date, no time, just for discussion, to have staff bring something forward to us to see if it's something that it should be 2028 or if it should be 2026. 'Cause I'll be honest, You know me, I don't like sneaking things onto an off election. I've been saying that for years, so.
And what
Okay,
projects should be
we
in it.
now, it's now open for discussion. Councilman Dawson, did you have?
He answered my question. No date? Okay, we can have the discussion.
Any other discussion or questions about, yes, sir, Councilman Glover?
Madam Chairman, I'm going to vote no against this because when you start talking short-term resolutions, I know exactly what that means, and chances are short-term that would not include me. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Any, did
Yeah.
you want to define that?
Yeah, I would.
In your amendment?
I guess.
Can you amend it?
No, I wouldn't want to amend it at all. I think I would rebuttal, actually. I think green space was a short-term referendum, and it is impacting the entire county. And that was a 2-year referendum. So I would just put that out there, and that's something that this council put forward. But I would like to say that's something I'd like to see, I don't know about everybody else, but maybe specific items in different areas throughout the county, because I know that's something the municipalities will be looking for.
Okay.
That's, just so you know, that's something we've taken out of your workshop discussions, was to take some of the specificity from the capital projects if we were to come back with a future transportation.
Okay, all right. Let's, we'll have a roll call vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Yes.
Councilmember Bartholomew?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeds?
Yes.
Councilmember Passament?
Yes.
Councilmember McGowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Mark Lawson, yes.
Councilmember Glover?
No.
Councilmember Dawson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Tabernick?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Chair Howard?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Emerson.
Thank you.
All right, the next one is 2025-55, a resolution amending the Beaufort County Personnel Handbook Policy, Section 3.3, remote work/telecommuting, A9, County Emergency Disaster Policy, and A10, Beaufort County Emergency Attendance and Pay Policy. And Ms. Catherine Mead is here to talk to us about that.
I'll put the motion on the floor, please, for the handbook policy improvements.
Do we have a second?
I'll second, Madam Chair.
A second by Councilman Cunningham. Any discussion?
Well, I'd like to hear Catherine first.
Sure. I actually have an update for you all after coming out of the committee meeting. Staff is recommending to proceed with the approval of the disaster policy resolution only at this time and remanding the remote work policy back to the October Finance Committee meeting. We have recently learned that the state governor of South Carolina signed an executive order on September 11th to also revise the state remote work policy, and while some of the verbiage in our proposed policy lined up pretty close, there is some that we would like to go back and make sure we're further aligned with the state. So that is the recommendation of staff tonight.
I do have a comment for Ms. Mead. So we would remand the remote working, and I do have some items I would like you to address when you come back to the Finance Committee.
Sure.
And that is, please fully examine the new policy from the governor. I mean, I read it, there's not much meat on it, but whatever. Gather information of similar policies employed by other counties of our size. I'm not interested in what a tiny baby county does, I'm interested in a big county. Investigate possible issues that may arise when a Beaufort County employee is working for this county while residing in another state. In other words, tax, legal issues, complying with employment issues, such as rules for wages, overtime, leave entitlement. I'll give you this when I'm done. Need to register the county in the new state, et cetera, withholding. And 4, explore exempting elected official staff at the discretion of the elected official. What does that mean? What would it be? What do others do? And then prepare to bring this to the Finance Committee in October.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
One good point that was brought up that I think we should analyze when going through this is the resiliency. Because I know I had to change internet service providers recently because my internet kept going out. But if our staff had the ability to continue operations because we were spread out with that remote work, I think that's something we actually need to look at exploring in a little bit more detail.
Yeah.
Going back in that committee.
Okay.
Okay, next step. All right, Councilman Cunningham?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I've been a big proponent of this before. I know a lot of others have. I do not believe county council has jurisdiction to tell other elected officials what to do outside of the budget that is submitted to us. The only thing that we've ever bumped heads over that I believe that we should is that sense of right there of what money goes to employees, and then if it's filled or not, to release funds, which we've cleared up 2 years ago now. So I believe, Tab, do you have a recommendation to fulfill what she's requesting?
Yeah, I think Ms. Mead said we would approve, the motion is to approve the disaster part of the policy and to, I was going to say jettison, but to remand this section about remote telecommuting back to administration for the items I listed to come back to the Finance Committee.
I will second that motion.
What about emergency attendance and pay? You're including that, right?
That's in the disaster pay, yes.
That is correct. And in the backup, there was already another resolution prepared, assuming that we would go that direction to only approve the disaster and the emergency pay.
It's on page 66 in the packet, so disaster and emergency pay would move forward because, hate to remind everybody, we're in hurricane season for us. This is it. We're hitting the peak, and we want to take care of our employees, but the telecommuting can go back.
I think Mr. Holbert had something to say.
Yes, it'll take a motion to amend the resolution to remand the remote work policy back to committee and to pass the substituted resolution that's been supplied.
Thought that's what I did. Okay,
I believe that's what she did say.
that's literally what I just did.
That's what she was just reiterating that I seconded.
And it was second.
Words to amend.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, it is hard to hear, but just for the sake of the audience, Tab, can you reiterate that?
I'll amend the current resolution. Yeah, Mr. Halbert's going to give me the bad eye if I don't. I'm going to amend the current resolution to, I'm going to approve the handbook section on disaster pay, emergency pay, and remand the section on remote working and telecommuting back to administration with the items I listed to return back to the Finance Committee after further discussion and investigation.
And I'll second that
It was
motion.
seconded by Councilman Cunningham.
Okay.
No further discussion, okay?
Madam Chairman, just one?
Yes, sir.
Before we move forward. One of the things that I'm really concerned about.
You're voting on the amendment first.
Yeah, we will.
We have to vote on the amendment first, yes.
Well, we will. One of the concerns I have at this
About the amendment, are you talking about the amendment or the first, the disaster? Are you making a comment about the amendment or about the other?
I'm making comment about the policies that we were talking about earlier. I will wait for the vote, and if you come back to me, I'll make my comments at that time.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
All in favor of the amendment by show of hands? Okay, all right, that passes. Okay, now.
Okay, thank you. One of the concerns I do have, and I have mixed feelings about it, is that we had a presentation about a month ago from the citizens of Hilton Head, I believe, that talked about daycare for our workers, for working people, and I would like to see our policy reflect that somehow. How do we address?
Did he vote down there?
Okay, everyone, all right. I think we're done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to give you this, Catherine, because I know I read it fast.
Okay.
Thank you, Catherine.
C, the next one is 2025-56, a resolution authorizing the county administrator to execute the documents necessary and to provide funds to the town of Bluffton for their procurement of fee simple real property located in Bluffton, known as Buckwalter PUD Tracts 5A and Parcel 5A and Parcel 5B. The PIN number is R612. 003000001380000 R61003000019710000, not to exceed the requested amount of $2,143,608. And Mr. McShane and
I'll make the motion
is here to
approve
present
this resolution for the parcels 5A, 5B. Somebody needs to second me.
Second that.
Thank you. All right, go.
We're open for discussion, and we'd like to hear you present, Mr. McShane.
Yes, Madam Chairman, for the record, my name is Mike McShane, a resident of Charleston County, and I serve at the pleasure of this council as your Green Space Advisory Committee Chairman. I'm joined today by my colleague on the committee, Senator Tom Davis, on that. And before you is a request of the recommendation that came from Green Space to Natural Resources to approve the expenditure as you described for parcels 5A and parcel 5B. let me make it real clear because this confuses some people. It's parcel 5A and parcel 5B, not anything to do coincidentally with the prospective road that has been discussed called 5B. I think Sarah's got on the map where you can see that the two tracks come together for about 240 plus or so odd acres. There is, I think, relevant information that the town of Bluffton, at the encouragement of Green Space, has now under contract to purchase parcel 5C. 5C is the 55 acres that connects these two tracks. It makes sense that the synergy of taking all of the development, both commercial and residential, off all those three tracks would happen under presuming that council will approve this and in a future date, parcel 5C for that. It will most likely make this almost an impossible compelling story to have a municipality spend the money to build a road by doing so. This is the best way the community today can offer putting restrictions on these two tracks, subsequent to come back for parcel 5C. Senator Davis and I have had conversations in our state roles with the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Tourism about working with the town about helping with infrastructure needs to expand the use of this park. By doing so, you then incorporate having a third entity involved into the oversight of what would go on there. If a discussion was had to put a road through would require a whole public process and most likely creating easement on the description of what the road could be built as pre-exists this grant. So we cannot go back to do that today. What we can do is continue the encouragement that if a road, again, if a road were to be discussed, that they would consider doing exactly what you just asked for, Madam Vice Chairman, on doing so. But I think the importance for this county, and coming from a county that sees this to the point where we regret many of the development decisions made in another county, that you have taken, by this action, you are taking all of the residential and commercial development potentially on what will be nearly 300 acres by the end of this project.
And I think it's exciting. It's in Bluffton. We've had nothing there, literally. So this is I'm very encouraged by this.
Do we have any other comments or questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
what's the total purchase price on this? Is the $2 million and some change our contribution to it, or is there? Because we honestly don't have a lot of information in the packet for this one or the next one. We have the AIS, the resolution, and the map.
The actual road, 5B, yeah, that connected between the Bluffton Parkway.
I think, Mr. Cunningham, you can offer your constituencies that you've done what you can in terms of this program to eliminate any possible compelling case for why a road would ever need to be built on this track. And the fact that it'll be an active park in concert with the town of Bluffton and the State Parks and Recreation Tourism Division under the oversight of the General Assembly will make this really challenging for anyone to decide they're going to take on a road in this 300 acres.
And then I guess my last question I'd have on it, the top portion, I believe, is being purchased by the school board. Are they going to be required to put a road for an extra access point that connects down to this?
278.
I do not have any specific information on that. I know that the town of Bluffton has a representative here.
Yeah, I think they're building a road out to 278.
Let her answer.
The school purchasing the northern part of, or the upper part of the track, is there going to be a requirement that they have a road access through this track?
No, sir, that is not. Can you come up front so we can hear, everyone can hear you?
Yes, ma'am. Come on down.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Felicia Roth, the town of Bluffton. Thank you for hearing this matter today. The question is whether the school board will be required to put in a road in the top portion of a parcel that is adjacent to this. And that is not complete yet. No, I do not believe that that is a requirement of the school district to do that. Of course, that is not this particular matter before you today. that is a different matter, and that deal has not been completed.
Does that answer your question, Councilman Cunningham?
Part of it, yes, ma'am. The last part I would say is the parcel A that is on there, originally the seller had a road that was supposed to go in, and then if I remember correctly, when this got brought forward a couple years ago, not for green space, but just for purchase, that the seller was requiring, or the county was requiring, a access road to go through there.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeds?
Yes.
Councilmember Passman?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Mark Lawson, yes.
Councilmember Glover?
Yes.
Councilmember Dawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Cunningham?
No.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bartholomew?
No.
Chair Howard?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, the next one on our list is another green space project, 2025-57, a resolution authorizing the county administrator to execute the documents necessary and to provide funds to contribute to the procurement by the Open Space Institute on behalf of the applicant. The Open Land Trust for the acquisition of fee simple real property located in Beaufort County known as the Buckfield Tracts. Phase 1 is pin R700 005 000 0004 0000 R700 005 000 0002 0000 R7 00005 000 and 0000. I know this is tedious, but I want to do it the right way. R700 005 000 0001 0004 R700 005 000 0005 0000 R7 00 001 000 0013 0000 R710 001 000 0020 0000 R710 001 000 001 30000, not to exceed the requested amount of $7 million. Thank you. Mr. McShane.
Back when she takes the recess.
Repeat that back.
Known as Buckfield on the map, that is not just in Beaufort County, it includes Jasper and Hampton County tracts. It's about 2,600 plus or minus acres total. This will become a new state forest, which will open this up for public recreational use. By the fact that Beaufort County created a green space program is why this project's even here. Let me express that in a different way. Had it not been for Beaufort County's green space program, we still would be trying to talk and negotiate at the state level that enabled the state to leverage $5 million, nearly $5 million, into what will be the new first state forest to go through in some time.
All right. We had a motion and a second. Any discussion and questions from Mr. McShane? Yes, sir.
Mr. McShane, I want to thank you for you and the Green Space diligent work to secure this property, these properties, which is up near the western end of one area near the Jasper County line. This is some pristine marsh area, for you and your constituents on the green space to actually secure this and actually have the state play a role in this to where we will have state park access for the public to enjoy some of the pristine waters and trees and vegetation that is in this area.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. I'll point out on that map that's shown, you can see the dark green that would be to the south of this track is the new South Carolina Department of Natural Resources Coosahatchee Wildlife Management Area. Above this is the Ernest Hollings Federal Wildlife Refuge. You are now helping connect this fabulous ecosystem that goes through 3 counties. It nearly goes to the Savannah River. This is going to be a unique opportunity that I think will be very attractive to our.
All right, we'll call the question. All in favor? Show of hands. All right, and that is unanimous. Thank you very much, Mr. McShane. Thank you for coming today. It's not every day you get to preserve 2,600 acres. All right, the next resolution is 2025-58, a resolution to express Beaufort County's Council's support of child care and early learning demonstration project utilizing the tri-share funding model in Beaufort and Jasper counties and such other counties as may be appropriate. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll make that motion to put that resolution on the floor.
Do we have a second?
Seconded.
And a second by Councilman Tabernack. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair, if I may. This came through my committee, the Community Services Committee, and I'm proud to support this one. This would be a pilot program. Well, hopefully we can get a pilot program down here, this resolution, and I see some of our state house reps here and senators here. This resolution is going up to y'all. So hopefully we can get a program put in place to get funding to allow the employer, the government, and the parent to spread out the cost for child care down here and make it more accessible for people. And so I'm proud to support this resolution, and I'm glad thank you for the staff for putting it together as well.
Okay, by show of hands, all in favor?
Yeah,
Would you like to make a comment now, Councilman Glover?
Could I make a comment now?
Yes, you can.
Sure.
Before we take the vote.
And I really am asking this body to consider policy that will enhance child care in the workforce at our county. So this is a start in that direction, but I think our policy should also reflect this council here looking at child care and workers and making accommodation for them. That's where I am.
When we
Thank
have
you.
our personnel workshop, we'll certainly put that on the agenda.
Yes.
Yes, sir. And, you know, Beaufort Memorial Hospital has kind of led the way in that too, so, right. Okay, all in favor? All in favor?
Oh, okay.
All right, that passes unanimously. Next resolution is 2025-59, a resolution repealing Resolution 2024-20 and replacing with Resolution 2025-59, committing funds to the Technical College of the Low Country and Beaufort Memorial Hospital for capital projects. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that.
We had a motion by Councilman Lawson and a second by Councilman Bartholomew, and we will open it up for explanation with Ms. Pinky Harriet.
Yes, so back in 2024, during your 2025 budget planning process, you guys passed a resolution 2024-20 to fund $7.5 million towards TCL. BMH did not have a resolution, so they kind of got their approval via the budget process. So in order for us to, as presented at Finance Committee, we're requesting council reallocate the $15 million that we pulled from fund balance.
Is going to have a huge economic impact here in Beaufort County and hopefully attract better business here as well. So thank you.
Any other discussion or questions regarding this? Okay. Call for the question. All in favor by show of hands? That's unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Harriet. All right, last on the resolutions is 2025-54, a resolution authorizing the county administrator to accept a historic preservation grant award from the National Park Service. This is for cemetery surveys. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Madam Chairman.
A motion by Councilman Glover. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, I think I heard Councilman Rentz first. All right, any discussion or questions? I think we talked about this in committee. All in favor by show of hands? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to our vice chairman, as our custom, ordinances for third reading. Would you like to remind the public about
yes.
anything?
So these are ordinance for first reading. If it's a public hearing, I'm going to remind you what my expectations are. I used to be a principal, so bear with me. When we get to the Pine Island items, we have over 70 residents signed up to speak. I personally did not bring a cot to sleep here. So I'd like to make it that, and some people want to speak on item 1, item 2, item 3, everyone will get to speak, and I'll call you up in the order in which you signed. However, you're reminded to address council only. Again, we don't respond, we're here to listen. Be respectful, be civil, no personal attacks on anyone or degrading anyone. We're going to ask you to try to be succinct, and if you start going in the 4 or 5 minute range, I'm going to ask you to try to wrap it up, because 70 people is a lot on the first one, and then again on the second one. So there will be a clock on the bottom of the screen. It is not the normal timer that bings at 3 minutes, but you can look up there to see how long you've been talking. Because if you're like me, I can't tell if it's 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever. It'll be on the screen. And for the audience, I'm going to ask that you please be respectful, and that you also refrain from clapping, whistling, standing up, whatever. That only elongates everything, and we want everyone to be able to speak. And somewhere in this mess, we will stop for a recess. So, yes, well, with all that said, everybody got that? That's my principal voice. Okay. Oh, okay, recess at 9? Okay, recess at 9, there you go. So, ordinance for third reading. Oh, yeah, okay. Ordinance for third reading, 2025/37, is an ordinance amending the zoning map for 11 acres located on Bird Church Road, with a whole lot of letters again and zeros, and that's from T3 Hamlet neighborhood to T4 Hamlet neighborhood, and then to T3 neighborhood. The vote at the Natural Resource Committee on June 2nd was 4-1 with 1 abstention. The vote at first reading and public hearing on June 23rd failed 6-5. The vote for motion to reconsider at July 14th County Council meeting passed 8-1. The vote at first reading on August 11th passed 10-0. And the vote at second reading on September 8th passed 10-0. So I'd like a motion to approve ordinance 2025/37.
I'll make that motion.
All right, who said that, please?
I'll second.
Mr. Lawson, Mr. Glover, second. All right, we've already talked about this. Any other discussion or questions from council? All right, can we, show of hands, who would like to vote this ordinance? Okay, we're good to go. All right, thank you, that is great. That was the easy one, folks. Okay, now I'm going to 2025/41. What?
Got to read the conditions, yeah.
Oh, he has to cite the standards. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I move that we grant the request for rezoning for the following reasons. Is consistent with the goals and policies of the Comprehensive Code and the purposes of the Development Code, is not in conflict with provisions of the Development Code and our Code of Ordinances, does address a demonstrated community need, is required by changed conditions, is compatible with existing and proposed use of land surrounding this land, would not adversely affect nearby land, would result in logical and orderly development patterns, would not result in adverse impact on the natural environment, water, air, noise, stormwater management, wildlife, vegetation, wetlands, and the natural functioning of the environment, and would result in development that is adequately served by the public facilities, which is streets, potable water, sewer, stormwater management, solid waste collection and disposal, schools, parks, police, fire, emergency, and medical facilities.
That's what I second.
All right, so let's just do the vote again to be official. All in favor of the ordinance? Okay, thank you. All right, ordinances for, wait a second, I turned my page too fast. Okay, 2025/41. Ordinance to amend the fiscal 2025-26 budget ordinance to carry over fiscal 2025 purchase orders and funds. The vote at the Finance Administration, Division 5.10, Historic Preservation, Section 7.2.120, Certificate of Appropriateness. Section 7.3.80, Historic Designation. Section 7.5.50, Public Hearing, Scheduling, and Notice, and Historic Preservation Review Board. This is a public hearing. The vote at the Natural Resource Committee on September 2nd was 8-0. Can I have a motion to approve the ordinance as read?
So moved, Madam Chairman.
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. Ms. Howard is the second. Staff would like to speak to this. Oh, Mr. Merchant, come on down.
Well, good evening, members of council. I'll just be brief. The amendments that you see before you, this came from our staff. We were working on the update of our above-ground survey for historic resources, and part of that process, we hired a consultant, Stantec, which is a major engineering planning firm, to assist us with that study. And they brought to our attention that our historic preservation ordinance, that we needed to make some improvements to it to be consistent so we could be what is considered a certified local government. And that is a term that the National Park Service has for local communities. It puts us in a position where we are, I guess, more in line with the State Department of Archives in the way they regulate historic resources. And it also puts us in a position to seek out additional grants for historic resources. But one of the things that it will do is that in the past, we have simply used our local ordinance for structures that were on the National Register or a historic landmark, and we learned that we really didn't have that jurisdiction. And what this will allow us to do is to establish a local historic landmark inventory, which would be something that council would be in a position to agree on which properties should be brought in. And so that's something that we'll be bringing forward at a future date. But this ordinance will put us in a good position to be, to be consistent with the state and federal government. One additional thing that this does is establishes buffers and setbacks for cemeteries, which is something we currently don't have. And so this work that we're doing with the grant to survey cemeteries, determine especially some that are in areas where there's question about the exact boundaries, that'll help to prevent encroachment on those burial sites. So with that, any questions you have?
Thank you. Well, this is a public hearing. I do have 3 people signed up to speak on this one. I have Trey Graves. If you'd come forward, you wanted to speak on this one. And right behind Trey, we have Ted, and I can't read your last name, Duenish. And right behind him, we have Leori Gilliard. It would really help if we print so I can read. But we have those 3 that wish to speak on this ordinance. Come on down. And this would be Trey, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, welcome. Go for it.
Good evening. My name is Trey Graves. I live in Bluffton. I do not know how many of you have ever gone through the historic preservation.
You speaking to the mic?
Yeah, get a little closer.
Historic preservation process with the municipality. But it is basically making your unincorporated neighborhood part of an HOA. I personally did not buy the house that I bought in the neighborhood that I bought it in to be told that I can or can't have certain windows based on the perceived age of my home. It is incredibly arbitrary in the application of the various development code as how it applies to your parcel. And to that end, it changes from committee to committee. One committee may say, yeah, that house is a biohazard and by all intents and purposes should be torn down. But the next committee, next board member may say, no, we have to save it. And then your insurance company won't write insurance on that structure or any of your property, and you're not covered against someone trespassing because you can't do anything with it. So I would suggest to look very closely to this. Do not, don't allow the promise of protecting cemeteries to strip property rights from people who have no desire to live in these areas just because their house is old. Thank you.
Thank you. Ted Duenas, I can't read the last name. Is Ted here? Wanted to speak on item number 1. All right. If not, I have Leori Gilliard. Wanted to speak on item 1. No? That's Mr. Brown. That's not him. Okay. Yes. I can't hear you from here.
He thought he was signing up for C.
No, he signed up for 1. Who's that? Leori? You want me to put him on 2 or 3? Pine Island? Okay. All right. All right, I will now close the public hearing. Anyone else wanted to speak? I'll close public hearing. Anything on council? Comment, question?
I'd just like to make take this time to say what a great job the planning department has done on this to revise it, and it will protect a lot of properties that in cemeteries too in unincorporated Beaufort County.
Mr. Lawson?
And this is obviously the first reading of this, but Mr. Graves, if you get with me on some of your comments, I'd be happy to look at that for the second reading.
Okay. Anybody else on council?
No, I just need to make my official motion when you get a chance.
We've already made this motion.
Got to get the criteria.
I need to make the motion that we grant the request for the text amendment for the following reasons.
You want to cite the standards, okay. Go ahead.
It's consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan, is not in conflict with any provision of this development code or the code of ordinance, is required by change conditions, does address a demonstrated community need, is consistent with the purpose and intent of the zones in the development code, or would improve compatibility among uses and ensure effective development within the county, would result in a logical and orderly development pattern, and would not result in adverse impacts on the natural environment, including but not limited to water, air, noise, stormwater management, wildlife, vegetation, wetlands, and the natural functioning of the environment.
Thank you, Mr. Glover.
Thank you.
All in favor of the ordinance, please?
I'll second the motion. Thank you.
Oh, okay. No, he was reading the standards.
Well, Mr. Herbert said I needed to second it. So.
All in favor of the ordinance as stated and discussed? All opposed? Mr. One opposed? Anybody else?
Opposed. Tom's opposed.
Two opposed, okay. Thank you.
Actually, hold on. Paul just raised her arm, and I think Joe did too.
Oh,
Ms. Brown, are you opposed? I don't know what this means. Opposed? Okay, I think she's opposed. All right.
I voted yes.
Yeah, I know Joe voted yes. All right. I'm moving on to 13B, 2025/43. An ordinance amending the fiscal 2026 budget ordinance to repurpose millage allocated from TCL and BMH to the county's debt service. The vote at Finance Administration Economic Development Committee meeting on September 15th passed 6-0. I'd like a motion to approve this ordinance as read.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Second, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Oh, Mr. Cunningham, thank you. Ms. Harriet, it's all you.
Yes, so this was the item I alluded to earlier. This is your ordinance to amend your fiscal year 2026 budget, where we had previously in the budget ordinance allocated the 0.1 mils to TCL and 0.2 mils to BMH. Passing this ordinance would repeal that, and we would amend the ordinance to reflect, as highlighted on the second page, reverted to your debt service fund, since we will be assuming the debt. Any questions?
Any questions, council?
She covered it earlier in the
Yeah, okay,
discussion,
thank you.
the previous item.
Any discussion, council members? All right, all in favor of the ordinance, please raise your hand. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Harriet. Okay, now to the item everyone's waiting for. 2025/44, an ordinance to approve a development agreement between Pine Island Property Holdings, LLC, a South Carolina limited liability company authorized to conduct business in South Carolina and the County of Beaufort, South Carolina, pursuant to Section 6-31-30 of the Code of Laws of South Carolina, 1976, as amended. This is a public hearing.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, okay.
I move that we approve the first reading of the ordinance to authorize a developmental agreement between Pine Island Personal Holdings, LLC, and Beaufort County pursuant to South Carolina Code of Laws, Section 6-31-30, with the understanding that negotiations continue between the county and the applicant to attempt to reach terms which are acceptable to both parties and which provide clear and adequate and enforceable measures while remaining consistent with the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan, the Community Development Code, and all other Beaufort County ordinances. For reasons is consistent with the goals and policies of the Comprehensive Code and the purpose of Developmental Code, does address a demonstrated community need, would not adversely affect nearby land, would not result in adverse impact on the natural environment, water, air, noise, stormwater management, wildlife, vegetation, wetlands, and the natural functioning of the environment, and would result in a development that is adequate served by public facilities, streets, portable water, sewers, stormwater management, and solid waste collection and disposal, schools, park, police, fire, emergency, and medical facilities.
I'll second that.
Who seconded, Mr. Lawson? All right. That is not a public hearing, so is there any discussion? Oh, Mr. Merchant, okay, come on up. He's talking. Yeah. Come on down. And for those that don't know, Mr. Merchant's in our planning department. He's a director. Planning director.
Sorry,
yes.
I didn't introduce myself last time.
Well, you keep popping up. I just want them to know who you are.
Okay. Well, I wanted to speak briefly because I know we have a lot of people who want to speak. And this really has to do with the two items. And the question that we have to consider at the planning level, and I will say that this has gotten a lot of consideration by council. You've got a lot of advice, especially legal advice. So I want to stay in my lane and just speak to the comprehensive plan, because that is really the fundamental function of what we do in our department. It's also one of the most important things in the planning profession. And so when we evaluate both the development agreement and the zoning map amendment, both of them have criteria. Zoning map amendment, the very first item is this consistent with the comprehensive plan? It's considered the primary thing that we look at. With the development agreement and looking at state enabling legislation, that item is also listed. It requires the applicant, when they're submitting an application, to provide, a finding that they are consistent with a comprehensive plan. So, my summary, just to make a long story short, and I just want to go into some of the background, is that we at the staff level, just from evaluating the comprehensive plan, believe that this is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. And so I would just want to go into a little bit of a background. As I think many of you are aware, this policy, the Cultural Protection Overlay District, has been in place in Beaufort County since the adoption of our Zoning and Development Standards Ordinance in 1999. And that came out of a considerable local community-based process on St. Helena Island. This was about the time that I started here, so I wasn't involved in that, but I certainly have talked to people who have been. So it's something that started with the community. It was debated by council back in '99 and adopted into policy. Since that time, we have had the 5-year review of the comprehensive plan in 2002. We rewrote the comprehensive plan, adopted in 2011, 2016 5-year review, and then 2021. One of the advantages we have in South Carolina is the state puts a lot of value on comprehensive planning. They require local communities who have zoning to have a plan in place but also it requires a 5-year review and then 10-year revisit. So we've been through that cycle several times, just like a lot of other jurisdictions in South Carolina. So each time this has been upheld. The current comprehensive plan, which was adopted in November 2021, specifically calls for to reevaluate the CPO district to determine if additional restrictions were needed, consider standards for historic Gullah Geechee development patterns, and then ensure broad community representation and input into the review process. So shortly after the adoption of the comprehensive plan, Council appointed a Cultural Protection Overlay District Committee and then gave them the direction in January of 2023 to look at the Cultural Protection Overlay District with the, requesting that they look at it, look at the purpose statement and strengthen it, where needed. And so that committee did that work, brought amendments back to County Council in April of 2023. It went through the committee in 3 readings and was adopted. In addition, later that spring, a map amendment, which had been initiated back in November, was brought forward that requested, very, very similar to this one, to remove the property out of the Cultural Protection Overlay District in order to develop a golf course, just similar to this one. And at that time, Planning Commission, they recommended unanimously to deny the zoning map amendment, and then Council defeated it at first reading. So that, that's where that stood. This application is very similar to that one. There's one real difference in that there's a property that was on the request in 2023 that is not in this property. That's currently being, that's going through a development permit process with the planning department for, I believe, a 20-lot subdivision. So that's not part of the Pine Island, but it's happening at the same time. So if this were to develop, those 20 lots would be also adjacent to this development. So, from our standpoint, and then I guess the other thing that we looked at, and this was in the zoning map amendment 2 years ago, is the very question of the boundaries of the Cultural Protection Overlay District. Because the question is, were they drawn correctly? What was the intention of how they were drawn? And one of the things that we found is that the purpose statement way back in the 1999 ordinance spoke specifically about this applying to, they deliberately excluded Dataw, Harbor, Fripp, and Hunting because those had already been approved for development. They were in the process of developing, and there was no interest in rendering all of those non-conforming, those golf course communities. And so, it deliberately said that the boundaries were drawn to exclude those, but they were meant to apply to future development, especially on large undeveloped tracts, which is one of the primary functions of this district. We learned through working with the CPO committee, one of the most important things to the community, especially families who've been on St. Helena for generations, is the land and land ownership. And there is very much a concern, this is what some of the findings we had, of encroachment of development that is incompatible or inconsistent with the historic communities on St. Helena. And that as these large tracts develop in ways that are not compatible with St. Helena Island, that there's a concern that the culture, the history of that island will erode over time. And so the very purpose of the CPO district was to prevent that from happening. And so I am not taking a position, but I'm merely, in my role as administering the comprehensive plan, the zoning ordinance, and assisting with community planning, we just have determined this is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. And for that reason, both the staff report for this, the rezoning and for the development agreement recommend denial. We do make some other comments. If council does move forward, we did have additional concerns about some of the details of the development agreements, but, that's certainly something I could go into detail. You have the staff report. Trying to think of I think that's pretty much, I did also want to mention that this went to the Planning Commission back in May of 2025, and they unanimously recommended denial of the map amendment. They did not look at the development agreement. However, they did have a draft in their packet. So with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you. It is a public hearing, so I'm going to go to the applicant first, Mr. Dukes, Mr. Tropiano, whoever you want to speak. And then after the applicant speaks, I'll start calling names of the 70 people that would like to speak on the development agreement. Mr. Dukes, it's all yours.
We'll take just a second to make sure this is working.
I'm going to ask the audience to please be attentive and not speak when he's speaking. Remember, we talked about respect, civility, and let's keep this moving. So Mr. Dukes is on.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and good evening. My name is Kevin Dukes, and I'm an attorney with the law firm of Harvey & Batty in Beaufort, South Carolina. On behalf of my client, Mr. Tropiano, I would like to thank you and the public for being engaged in this process. In the recent past, the development agreement process in Beaufort County has been used sparingly, and many believe it often to the detriment of the community or the environment. The Pine Island project is different, and this process has been different so far. What is before you tonight is truly unprecedented. Beaufort County has never seen a proposal that delivers so much to the community while placing such high protections on the environment. This application began as a simple choice between underlying zoning of more density or less density, less impacts with a golf course. But working through this process with council, it has evolved into something far greater, an opportunity that stands alone for all of Beaufort County. The original proposal focused on significant environmental protections on the property and direct investments into the St. Helena community. Through council's engagement and in responses to public input, that foundation has grown into a plan that provides public benefits not only for the area that directly surrounds Pine Island, but for all of Beaufort County, benefits that all of Beaufort County residents can share. This agreement is the product of collaboration, consideration, and the commitment to responsible growth. The Pine Island Plan maintains the rural character on St. Helena and ensures that the public benefits are invested to preserve the culture of the area and our county. Nevertheless, the positive impacts of this plan extend far beyond the boundaries of St. Helena to every corner of Beaufort County. So before I jump into the slides, I would like to say that where we see ourselves tonight is an opportunity to educate. Council has seen various versions of this plan, been engaged in what's been happening, and seen the final product. You've had it for about a week. Most of the folks behind me have only seen it for about 3 days, maybe less. They probably haven't seen the whole thing. So I understand it's late and it's long, but I'm going to try to do my best as quickly as possible, but as thoroughly as possible to explain the details and what's actually included. Because up to this point, we haven't seen that, and I think that's the job this evening. So Pine Island, where is it? A lot of folks don't know. It's in the northeast corner of Beaufort County, the northern portion of St. Helena. You can see it on the map here. The actual island is there on the Morgan River. It's connected by a causeway to a 360-acre spit of land coming off of the north part of St. Helena. It's about 10 miles and 15-minute drive from the city of Beaufort. It is a beautiful piece of property. It is high, dry, isolated, and unique. And this is what makes it so incredible and why we are here. We are here because, though some may not want it or some may not think it's going to happen, it will be developed. And so we're here to talk about the options and the possibilities.
No, I ask for no comments. He has the floor. If you are unable to do that, then you can, exit the auditorium. Let's all be respectful. We'll be respectful when you speak. Thank you.
Pine Island will be developed. A lot of folks have been told it won't, but it will. So we're here to talk about some options of the ways we can move forward. We have proposed a plan that retains the rural character of the area, delivers certainty and closure to areas that are to issues that are existing, and controls and manages growth, protects the environment, and creates no precedent for the future. As I have gone around and spoke to people and people have learned the facts, I have heard over and over and over again that this is a no-brainer. And so again, that's what our goal is tonight, is just to provide information. This is the first reading of this ordinance, and hopefully there'll be more time to learn about what is actually in the plan. So here is the choice which we have presented. So under the CPO and the current zoning, there's allowed 149 homes on the property, 70 to 80 docks of some kind. What we have stated is that we will voluntarily reduce that density by 66%. That in turn reduces traffic impacts by 60%. Preserve in perpetuity 82% open space, that 360-acre portion of property. Remove roughly 1 million square feet of impervious surface. So think roofs, pools, driveways, parking areas, anything that water runs off of that's located where the house is, right next to the waterways. We've also stated that we would remove 90% of the docks on the property and protect 7.5 miles of shoreline. What a lot of folks don't realize is that there are currently 173 septic tank permits already issued for the property. Those would be removed through some requests from council that have been agreed to in the plan, and we will speak about more. On the left side of this, you'll see what you hear all the time and what you heard a few days ago in the survey, which is there's too much growth, too many people coming, causing too much traffic and too many impacts. So the sign up there, it's changing, it's happening. This is how we control that. This is the opportunity. The left side is what's allowed, and the right side is what we would like to develop, how we would like to develop the property. So we've heard it. Mr. Merchant referred to removal from the CPO, and so that's why there's this partner application of the zoning map amendment. So he referred to the comprehensive plan. Let's look at what the comprehensive plan says and what the CPO says. The comprehensive plan identifies land development as the primary threat to the island's rural qualities and its existing culture. It is important to note that the comprehensive plan supports steady, incremental growth that enhances the island's existing character and provides services and economic opportunities to the rural community. That is one word that Mr. Merchant did not say: rural. And the number one responsibility of the Comprehensive Code and the CPO on St. Helena is to preserve St. Helena as rural. And through that preservation of that rural designation, it also preserves the culture of its citizens. What he did refer to was that prior to the CPO, there was a lot of community discussions about what sort of protections would go on to St. Helena. Interestingly enough, that was conducted by the Penn Center and the Coastal Conservation League. And they came up with some ideas of what was rural and what should stay on St. Helena and how it should be developed. So you'll see, there are two portions. It says protecting the island's agricultural lands and open spaces, reducing housing densities on the rural residential lands. New residential development on St. Helena will be the factor that most significantly influences the island's landscape in the future. In that report, it says nothing about any sports. It doesn't say anything about golf. It talks about density, and it talks about development, and it talks about keeping St. Helena rural. Here's a definition of rural. It said generally you want to have communities of less than 100 houses. That's not what the CPO does. It puts 149 houses on here. But that's what we have presented, something less, a reduction in density. It also says that you should group houses to provide open space, to provide contiguous open space. It said you should not clutter the waterfronts. You should remove docks. You should limit the size of docks. This is exactly what we are presenting, and that is what the Coastal Conservation League and the Penn Center said at the very beginning was what was needed to keep the rural character on St. Helena. They go on and say that the developments should be located around where developments currently were. And it gives us examples of Fripp Point and Coffin Point. This peninsula and this island is located directly in between those two developments. It also says, this was interesting because this was 30 years ago, it says innovative on-site wastewater disposal systems are strongly preferred. You shouldn't extend sewer from the Corners community because they were concerned about secondary development in between. But that's what we've done. That's what council asked, and that's what's in this agreement. And so it's maintaining the rural character of the area of Pine Island of St. Helena. Gradual and paced change. It's less. It's 66% less. So this is where we are. This is the actual island. On the left is the current condition. On the right is the fully developed condition with 49 homes. So, T2R and golf courses. Golf courses are allowed by right in T2R. They're permitted. You don't need special use. It wouldn't be any different than if anybody here went and wanted to, put a shed in their backyard. They'd go to Beaufort County, they'd submit an application, it's allowed, and they get to put their shed on their property. That's what happens in T2R in every other place in the county. Golf courses are allowed. So, if this golf course was to be developed or built in Sheldon, we wouldn't be here. None of this would have ever happened. There'd be no development agreement, there'd be no discussion, there'd be no public benefits. Would have been built. And someday somebody would have looked out and said, where did that golf course come from? So what that tells us is also that golf courses, by included as permitted uses, actually preserve the rural character of the area. It's recognized in the comp plan, it's recognized in the code, and so it is a specific use which is allowed and preserves the rural character. It says it in all those documents, but the Coastal Conservation League also says it. Here's a letter fighting against an upzoning for residential from T2R to C3, and this is right next to a golf course at Cheshire Creek Club. And they say, you can't put more houses in there because this is a rural area. You need rural uses. And they designate existing land uses in the area, rural residential, golf courses, and forestry. This has been done outside of Beaufort County. Up in Berkeley County, the residents and the county went and gave tax breaks to encourage the location of a golf course in lieu of housing development. And they state down there at the bottom, it checks all the boxes. It doesn't impact infrastructure, doesn't impact schools, doesn't impact sewer, doesn't impact traffic. All the things that every one of you hear every time somebody gets up to this podium and talks about development. So this is what we're proposing. This is T2R. And I would want to also remind everybody that the property is actually currently zoned T2R. There's an overlay that provides some additional restrictions. We're seeking to remove that overlay. We're not changing the underlying zoning. And actually, the underlying zoning is what controls density. The overlay restricts several uses, primarily golf, gated communities, and franchise architecture. That's all the CPO does. It doesn't restrict density. That's the underlying zoning, or in this case, if there's a development agreement. So if golf is allowed everywhere else in T2R, why is it not allowed in CPO? Well, those that have opposed this project have stated that golf courses are an amenity particular to dense residential development and are inextricably connected. Inextricably meaning impossible to separate or disentangle. So this suggests that as soon as we start building that golf course, get ready, here come the homes, here comes the traffic, here comes all those impacts. This is what people see, and I understand there's a lot of folks here tonight that think what we have presented is this. And I'd be willing to bet there's some people from Dalton that even think what we've presented is this. This is that dense residential development that's impossible to separate. So why is that? It's an amenity. Well, all those homes around that outside of that development sell themselves. They got all the amenity they need. From hardly a thing anymore, people aren't really playing golf, it's going to fail. Any of these people that don't want this development should be praying for that to happen. Because if it does, the golf course is gone and it's permanently protected open space without taxpayer money. So get pathetic, and part of the goal tonight is to educate, because there are a lot of folks have been given a lot of incorrect information, incomplete information. And so I think that's, again, the goal tonight is to maybe get past some of that stuff and educate as we move forward. And see this, some of the ads that have been sent out saying we don't want to be Hilton Head and people locked out of their property. And that causes hurt. And I would probably be against that as well. But this is not true. So look at no more crabs, no more shrimp, no more fish. Then you have no economic empowerment. And the golf resort that only offers low-wage service industry jobs. We've got a lot of service industry jobs in Beaufort County. Everybody's seen this. It's been in the paper. It's been all over social media. So this is one more step to show, or attempt to show, that golf courses are actually the problem. That's what caused Hilton Head to become Hilton Head. And I don't think anybody's saying that because Hilton Head's bad in any kind of way. I think it's just they're referencing the fact that they want St. Helena to remain rural. And that's it. That's the key, is that it needs to stay rural. What we've presented does that. But with associated density or homes over 50. So when we look at this and see, again, what some of the expectation is, that PUD, that high density, you see what that is on the top. But when you take the density away and you only have a golf course, you see what we're proposing. And so you have to kind of ask your question. Ask the question of, is this about golf or is it about density? What it's about is maintaining the rural character, and less density maintains the rural character, as does golf. When we remove those, this is what you're left with. Well, but they still put in 2 in Jasper and Colleton County, so we'll take those out. This is what you're left with in Beaufort County. It looks pretty rural. So those are the 2 golf courses that don't have density associated with them over 50 units in Beaufort County. By the way, Chichessie right there is the one that the Coastal Conservation League acknowledged was rural use through a golf course. So I just wanted to make sure y'all were aware of where that one was. The other one, Secession, for some of y'all from south of the Broad may not know where that is, but that's just off of Ladies Island, on Gibbs Island, and it can be seen from Ladies Island Drive. This is what it, because if it's done through by right zoning, it happens, and you don't have a say. And so that's why we're here, is to provide that alternative, to provide the option to take the opportunity to direct the change, to manage the growth by reducing density, reducing traffic, permanently setting aside open space. I've said it, probably say it a few more times, just so that everybody's aware that this is not just a golf course or not. So traffic, y'all were talking about it this evening about having a penny sales tax to address the traffic needs. We all understand that is desperately needed. I drive 170 all the time, and it is busy. But it also, yes, there needs to be money invested, but it should also take advantage of opportunities when there is an opportunity to do less with less impacts on the roads. So this is offering 60% less traffic without any expense or cost, 60% less impacts. I know all the folks on Ladies Island don't want any more traffic going into those areas that haven't been solved since the 2018 referendum. Another big thing that it's the removal of that impervious surface. It's taking those homes off of those bluffs. I don't like the homes there because of visual blight. I don't want to see them when I'm on the water because I'm not going to live here, but I don't want to see them. But you can see between those two pictures on the bottom right with those docks and the houses right up on the bluffs, what that looks like and what kind of impervious surface is there opposed to the golf course. And then the 90% reduction of docks and the protection of the shoreline. The thing about the docks is there's the impervious surface, there's docks sticking out, there's the visual blight, but there's also the issue that it shades out the marsh, anything else, and they'll never be able to build it. Well, it's already eligible to have 149 homes. There are 173 septic tank permits in hand. This is, I guess, a self-explanatory picture, but internal drainage. So the key here is that both the Stormwater Design Manual in Beaufort County and the Audubon standards are going to require internal drainage into the site to collect that runoff so there isn't runoff into the surrounding waterways. And so that will be done. And the key here is that it will be monitoring which will take place. And that monitoring is Beaufort's shrimping industry. And this is critically important to their culture and their way of life. In that box up there are the docks at Village Creek. And down there at the bottom is Captain Craig Reeves' boat headed out towards the Morgan River, and Pine Island is there on the left on your way out the creek. And so Captain Reeves has supported this project and knows and has looked at this, and he does it because he knows that the elimination of the docks, the protection of the waterways, the internal drainage is far, far superior to any residential neighborhood that could be built there and all the impervious surface and runoff that's there. And this is critically important to his livelihood. And sometimes I feel like Craig is actually holding the shrimping industry together with his own two hands in Beaufort County. 50% of the shrimp boats in Beaufort County are located on those docks on Village Creek. 50% to preserve rural character, and that works within that plan that was established by the Penn Center and the Coastal Conservation League, is that they go to this domino effect. If you carve out a piece of the CPO, any piece, then it will allow developers to come in and they can develop the whole island and it'll turn into Hilton Head. That's the fear. But I know from a legal standpoint that is not possible. This is a legislative act. You have the ability to make this decision. Future councils can make different decisions. The law is clear. Beaufort County Legal Department said it. Your independent counsel said it. South Carolina Association of Counties has said it. There is no legal precedent created by this plan. Full stop. But what I hear, so under the restrictions, so if you look at that and say, okay, we're going to hold you to the same standards as those Pine Island guys, you could build 207 homes on those parcels. And you'd have to contribute to Beaufort County $47 million based on what we've put forward. That's $230,000 per unit for the privilege to develop on St. Helena. I just don't think anybody's going to do it with the cost and everything else going up. So the whole point of that, common sense just leads you to know that with what we... But first, before we get there, it's interesting that we had a lot of discussions about taxes. So all new development is going to increase tax revenue. I think that that's just a fact. But what usually comes along with new development is impacts. And so there are no impacts here that aren't addressed in the plan. But I want you to look at the total tax revenue from this property in a year. $1,185,000. Over the this property has contributed to Beaufort County revenue $160,000 over 10 years. And in 1 year, it's going to be $1.185 million. And that is an increase of more than $500,000 over the more impactful, more homes, more docks plan of the neighborhood, which is under the CPO. So over a 10-year period, by reducing density and reducing impacts and moving a small piece of property out of the CPO to allow that, $6 million additional dollars in revenue over that 10-year period. 7,200% increase over the current use or historic practices. 180% over the higher impact residential development. So, we see another thing you might have seen in the letter earlier is property taxes are going to skyrocket. Secondary homes pay the operating cost of schools. They also don't have children in the schools. A child costs $13,000 every year to educate. So when we take that into consideration, plus the additional revenue, it's a net benefit to your schools of $1.2 million every year. Maintaining rural character and downzoning the property. So we put in there jobs, and I mentioned earlier, and I wanted to point out the statement about the jobs. The golf course, which is outlined, and the business that will be there will employ 35 to 70 individuals permanently full-time. There'll be more jobs created during construction, but those permanent full-time jobs that are the ones that I want to talk about, because while those jobs are service jobs, some of them are service jobs, others are not, but even the service jobs, that makes a real difference to people and is acknowledged in the comprehensive plan to locate jobs close to where people live. And so, when you have that, those service jobs may not mean much to the folks that put out that ad, but they mean a heck of a lot. So, another large part of the development agreement statute and the benefits that are allowed under that statute and under the county code are specific infrastructure improvements. So one of the things is $600,000 for the acquisition of land for the cultural center and entrepreneurial market that's currently with the Community Development Corporation. That $600,000 represents the difference in the amount needed to acquire that land, which would be held by the Community Development Corporation. Also, access to water is a very important thing, both on St. Helena in the comprehensive plan and also, quite frankly, all across Beaufort County. And so the request was made, and it makes sense that there's $500,000 for boat ramp repair, specifically Station Creek Landing, which I've been using that landing for 30 years, but I didn't realize that it was actually the most used boat ramp in all of Beaufort County. It's a little surprising, but it is. And also, $500,000 for a turn lane at Delamo Road. And also a request came in, I think in response to what was talked to earlier tonight, to match the cemetery survey on St. Helena, $75,000 for that cemetery survey on Defusky Island. So the St. Helena Gullah Geechee Cultural Center and Village Entrepreneurial Market at the Corners community is proceeding, and there have been several meetings about it, and the request that came from council, which we ultimately agreed with, was why are you doing your own community center? There's something in process, take part in that, and that's where these funds went, and so that allows for that property to be purchased. Here's the access to the water showing Station Creek Landing and those funds. There's currently a proposal to make some corrections, and those funds were tied to that proposal. So importantly in this is a large component that has come at the very end. I think this is important for some of the folks because this has just developed with some requests from council and what's transpired in negotiations, is that there's a large affordable workforce housing and home repair component to this proposal. These are the sections of the comprehensive plan that make it abundantly clear that the county is to pursue workforce and affordable housing, and in rural areas in particular, home repair, and to help assist families with clearing titles to heirs property. So responsive to that, we put forward a group of funds, $3,474,963 to the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust and their housing fund to do the good work that they're doing across the county. This is not just in St. Helena, this is across all of Beaufort County. $2,500 will be committed to a public benefit fund for grants for nonprofits who support natural, cultural, and historic resources, which could include home repair. And critical, I think, to our area, to Beaufort County, is $150,000 to start a local heirs property program. And these amounts are not static, they continue. 1% of the gross sales price of every lot sale will be put into those funds in perpetuity, so there's continual funding mechanisms going forward. So why the number $3,474,963? That actually is a match of what Beaufort County has committed to put in that same housing fund. And so dollar for dollar, this is a public-private partnership in response to the needs in Beaufort County. We've been working with the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust, and they have acknowledged the needs in the county. Sorry, let me look at the... And I've included that as a separate letter as well, but it talks about affordable housing has never been greater than it is, the demand has never been greater than it is today, and that this would work within the 3 platforms that they have, and that this would be a transformational change in the ability of Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust to do their job. Again, I want to be clear, this is not solely for the local area, but this is for all of Beaufort County. So this could be used for home repair in Big Estate, or this could be used for rental assistance on Hilton Head. It's across the county. So what could this do? Using the numbers from what the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust had in 2024, if we take $500,000 and put that in the heirs property program, it leaves $3 million. Based on the numbers that happened in 2024, that's 536 rental units, 476 homes repaired through these funds, 345 homeowners helped with homeowner assistance. This is that transformational effect that was discussed. And so this would be allocated through the streams that are already existing with the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust. You'll see the partners, Habitat for Humanity, Deep Well, the town of Bluffton. They all have programs and they could all use these funds. There's also a home repair program on St. Helena that could also put these funds to good work. Again, home repair in rural areas is what the comprehensive plan states. So on that home repair front, we've done a couple of things. So one is the home repair itself and the funds for it. But the greatest stumbling block to that home repair for those...
Excuse me, Mr. Dukes. Again, I mean, I hate to be a principal voice again, but it is extremely rude to talk when he's talking. You will have a chance to talk. Mr. Dukes, please speak closely into the mic so they can hear you in the back. All right, go.
All right, so one of the big problems with home repair is that if the house is older than 1978, or if it's a mobile home of greater than 20 years old, or if there are title issues, the state and federal grants that normally fund these programs cannot be used to fund that home repair. So what we've done is we've inserted these other private dollars to be held by a nonprofit corporation, which could be used in those circumstances to help those individuals which are ineligible. And the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust says that 25% of their applications have heirs property issues and are ineligible. There's 70 homes that have applications on St. Helena right now that are ineligible based on these issues. And so these funds are critical in filling the gap while individuals then come into the heirs property program, get the help they need to clear title to their property so that they can realize the benefits, the full benefits of property ownership. And so this heirs property program is a critical component to this. And this was a direct request by a council member who had the foresight to look at this and understands that this is an issue in our county. It's an issue across South Carolina, across the Southeast, but it's specifically an issue in Beaufort County, has been, and quite honestly, nothing's been done to fix it. Nothing's been done. And so we're putting forward a program and the funds to back it up, ongoing funds to make real differences in people's lives. So what you can't do with your property if you have heirs property or you don't have clear title, it makes it more difficult to pass it down to who you want to pass it down to. It makes it more difficult to stay there because you can't get the home repair or the help that you need. What if you want to send your kid to college and you want to take out a small mortgage to be able to afford that? You can't do that. You can't build a house, you can't get a mortgage, you can't do the stuff that most of the rest of the folks that own property can do with their property. And I thought it was interesting when I looked at the Center for Heirs Property up in Charleston, it mentioned that the legal support and financial education they provide helps the people. So all of these great things are provided, this sustainable program that creates real solutions for people. Density. Where do y'all always see affordable housing come in? Workforce housing. It comes in the package that it came in 2 weeks ago. It comes in the upzonings. It comes in more units, and they say, well, we'll give a part of this new development as workforce housing. We're doing more than twice what was offered 2 weeks ago. We proposed what's on the left, and the negative is that there's a golf course. It is, and I'm sorry that I've taken a little while and I've tried to provide all the information, but this is a substantive development and a stark choice. So what are the next steps? So moving forward, again, the public has had this for 3 days. They've not had the opportunity to see the full agreement. They've had the highlights, and they've had this. They've not heard this. They've not heard the ability. Those that have only process, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer any that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Dukes. No clapping. I think you forgot the no clapping rule. You're kind of wasting our time. Anyone on council have a question before I go to public hearing from residents?
Now it's public comment for public hearing.
Public comment, that's what I meant. All right, thank you, Mr. Dukes.
Thank you.
All right, public comment from residents. Again, refrain from clapping, hooting, hollering. I want to keep moving. I'd like the first 4 people to step forward. Robert New, Princess Smith, Stephen Murray, Paula Gillane. I'll step forward, and Mr. New, you're first, and your time will run up there. So let's try. I have, let me see, 65 people to speak on this item. So let's try to keep it moving. Go ahead.
Good evening. Mr. Dukes just spoke for almost an hour, but he failed to mention.
Wait, excuse me a minute. I'll start your time again. If everyone's going to be restless, I'll just call a recess, and then you're going to have to wait longer. So just take a chill, and let's let Mr. New speak. Go ahead.
Mr. Dukes just spoke for almost an hour, but he managed not to mention the Gullah Geechee Nation. Hired a multitude of attorneys, PR firms, consultants, lawyer legislators, and locals who needed a buck. They had a plan. Eric Greenway. Lo and behold, a term amendment appears exempting any property of more than 50 acres from the CPO. Quite a coincidence. On January 5th, 2023, hundreds of angry residents appear before the Planning Commission and sink that sleazy backroom deal. And then Greenway is gone.
Excuse me, Mr. New, please don't mention names. I asked you not to do that. Thank you.
What now?
Thank
On lesser of two evils threat. Give me my golf course or I will build more houses and docks. This effort was soundly rejected over and over again by unanimous Planning Commission decisions, staff, an overwhelming majority of the residents, and by this county council in 2023. The incentives now offered are real injustice. Anybody who can read English knows full well that this application directly contradicts our comprehensive plan. And yes, the dominoes will fall quickly, as it has 100% of the time over the last 50 years. Rumors are already swirling about other parcels on the island. The template will have been established. Undoubtedly, the same attorney will likely be hired, the same lawyer legislators put under contract, and a group of locals will be bought off. And of course, there will be shiny new incentives. The CPO has protected the Gullah Geechee community for more than a quarter of a century. Generations of landholders plowing the fields and harvesting the waterways. It is about preserving the legacy of Dr. York Bailey, who faithfully came back to his beloved island in 1916 to practice medicine as the only doctor on the island for a half century. And down a quiet back road where there's a Gullah sentry lays the remains of Leroy Brown Sr., who sewed faithfully on this county council for 20 years. Several roads away is the resting place ready to buy and conserve this land. Then no houses, no docks, and the culture and the CPO will prevail. And yes, you can't force a developer to sell, but you can force a developer to follow the existing zoning laws. It is time to start to heal our community. This application was an injustice 2 years ago and was soundly recognized as such. For those who share the belief that this application remains an injustice and should be resoundingly rejected, I ask you to please stand in support.
Thank you, Mr. New. No, don't stand. No. Okay. I'm sorry. I asked for none of that. You address council, not the people, and I asked no whistling, no clapping. Happens again, we'll go to recess. I'm sorry. You've been very patient while Mr. Duke spoke. I do appreciate it, but we're not going to have a rip-roaring time. That is not appropriate, and I ask everyone, we have 64 more people.
One of the council members mentioned earlier something about change. Evolution happens by choice, and change happens by force. So we already know change is going to happen. But with members of the Pine Island group, we have Mr. Elvio, we have Ms. Marilyn Hemingway, and we have Mr. Brown. All of these people have shown to me personally that they care about the development, they care about preserving, they care about making sure that they make the most responsible decision. My concern is mostly our youth. My concern is always going to be our youth because that's our future. I have a daughter, a young daughter. She came to the last county meeting. She's very excited about wildlife. She's very excited about her bright future. And she wanted to come to learn a little bit about the civics just process. But she was met with nasty negativity. She was attacked verbally because she was wearing a green shirt. That's not what we want for our future. We don't want our children, that's being said about this group, to the character defamation and all of the things that's happening in this group. It wouldn't be right for me to stand and to say nothing. So today I stand up and I speak. I speak for the Pine Island Group. I am in support and I speak for our future. So hopefully today the right decision is made. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Stephen Murray. Stephen Murray. And after Stephen is Paula Gillane.
All right, good evening.
Ms. Brock, please reset the clock to 0 after each person. Go ahead, Mr. Murray.
Good evening, members of County Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard tonight on this important matter, and most importantly, thank you for your public.
Number those pages, Steve.
He's finding his notes, folks.
All right.
Okay.
As you know, St. Helena Island and Beaufort County has been clear for almost 30 years that additional gated resorts and golf courses are not wanted and not allowed. I think it's important to recognize the hundred, if not thousands of hours of citizen participation, county staff and council expertise, and expensive consultants that have worked tirelessly since the 1990s to gather, refine, and most importantly, codify Beaufort County comprehensive plans, the Northern Regional Plan, and St. Helena's very special cultural preservation overlay. Beaufort County, including St. Helena, is a better place today because we have these and other guiding and regulatory documents in place. The proposed development agreement and companion rezoning is a slap in the face to all those who have participated over the decades in our democratic and inclusive planning processes. Let's be clear. Multiple comprehensive plans and the CPO have long stated no more gated resorts and no additional golf on St. Helena Island. Period. End. Stop. A gated golf resort for the ultra-wealthy would create an enclave of exclusivity, physically and socially separating its members from the broader community. This kind of development must build that many houses and docks. But they've consistently said they will build the absolute maximum densities if they don't get their way. At the same time, these guys are trying to tell us they care about our community and they're here to help. We all have choices. They can choose to be responsible or not. Call me a skeptic, but I question a person's motives when they say, I want to help and I want to invest in you, but that assistance is under the condition that you must give me what I want first. The developer and his legal counsel have convinced a bunch of people that they can actually build 148 houses and 70-ish docks on the property. But has anyone actually run the numbers? Has anyone compared the zoning to the county's development code, which typically and sometimes dramatically reduces the densities by right on properties? A prominent South Carolina land use attorney, Andrew Gowder, has pointed out at least 5 variances would be needed to achieve the by right densities being promoted. This public variance process would surely be a long and legal public fight, given how controversial this project has become and the number of people that have showed up tonight. My guess is it will take them a couple of years to run this legal gauntlet at a great expense. Additionally, has anyone completed a buildability analysis and added up the cost to prepare 500 acres of heavily treed and river-adjacent raw land for 149 homes? Better on their roulette table than their blackjack table. I think the by right numbers being promoted are a worst-case scenario that aren't realistic and are meant to scare the public and each of you into giving in to their demands. Please do not be fooled or intimidated by their legal challenges. Decide how you will vote tonight. Decide how you will vote tonight. I also believe this project has broader implications. For St. Helena Island. Development pressures will continue for years. Please hold the line tonight. In closing, it is my sincere hope that each of you will vote to deny the Pine Island Development Agreement and rezoning. I also hope that the conversation of Pine Island Development Agreement and rezoning. I also hope that the conversation about the needs of St. Helena Island will not be forgotten. This project has highlighted a need to continue Helena Island will not be forgotten. This project has highlighted a need to continue refining development densities to ensure appropriate uses across St. Helena. Bought. Please vote no. Bought. Please vote no. Thank you for your time and attention.
Paula Gillane. Paula Gillane, please.
Golf course community. It threatens the destruction of habitat for shorebirds, such as my favorite, the roseate spoonbill, pelicans, egrets, herons, and others. Crabs, oysters, turtle, deer, Any other?
2. Tom, you're up. Tom Donahue, you signed up for 2.
How y'all doing?
Mhm.
I'll try to keep this short.
Okay.
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, just get real close
Okay.
to the mic.
Y'all now for almost 3 years covering all the negative impacts of the development in Pine Island. Today I'm going to focus on one thing: respect. That's why I'm not going anywhere until this is settled. I want to also go back to the shooting in Charleston in 2015. That was a classic example of the Gullah community, where I remember those folks wrapped their arms around each other and prayed for the lost souls, and then they openly forgave the shooter. And to me, that spoke amazingly. There wasn't any protests of any kind. There wasn't any hatred spewed everywhere. You know, that incident blew my mind. The foresight of the CPO 25 years ago was passed out of respect for the Gullah legacy. I pray that this developer has the courage to open his mind to the havoc he's created, I have come to love dearly, and their history and on, and this is all they got. Please do the right thing. If I could, real quick, I know you all read Governor McMaster's letter 3 years ago, but...
We have that, thank you.
What?
We have that.
Did you read it recently?
It's in the packet, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because I think it's important that
Okay.
you all take that into account as well.
Yes. Phil McDomick, it's probably McDominic, but I don't know, it says McDomick. And then Queen Quet, and then Anthony Jones are next. So come on up, Phil. It's all yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Council. My name is Phil McDomick, and I'm a born-bred, cornbread-fed Gullah Geechee native here. Born and raised. I'm a retired educator. I'm a retired law enforcement, 36 years in the military and counting. I'm a minister at the historic Brick Baptist Church, and I'm the vice chair of the CPO. I want to just say a couple of things because it's ironic. The reason why this property is so valuable to the very thing that attracted them will be taken away. It will all be eroded. And I want you to just keep that in mind. Our state senator here said the CPO has lost its focus. Well, I respectfully say that she's very wrong. My dad, in the late 1970s, I remember him on an interview on Good Morning America. It was a national news station, and he was talking about the preservation of St. Helena Island. This is not something new that we just started doing. He worked for Penn Center to support the CPO. See, it hasn't changed at all. All the CPO has done is reinforced its own language from its original intent, and that's to preserve and protect the people and the culture of St. Helena Island, Gullah people and its supporters. So I want to say this in leaving. I can't sing a song, but there was a great poet, a musical poet, and his name was James Cleveland. And I'm just going to say it on behalf of the people to the council, Madam Chair. And he said, but I'm going to say, we don't feel no ways tired. We've come too far from where we started from.
Our new neighbor here, because he the come here in the vineyard, say respect as he started to speak. And of course I naturally thought of Aretha Franklin, but more than that, I'm now reminded of the night that we spent in the same place that he referenced, where one of my close friends and many of our Gullah Geechee family died in Emmanuel AME. And in that facility is where as an inaugural expert commissioner on the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor Commission. Before that commission was established, I was part of what is called the Low Country Study of Gullah Culture. I was one of the leaders to get that study done via the Gullah Geechee Sea Island Coalition's advocacy. We sat in that church and had the same thing happen to us that night that showed us that there was an ultimate disrespect for now when I heard don't sing.
Don't what?
Because everything in my soul says that God told me and gave me a voice to sing. And to sing the spirituals that my ancestors created on not only St. Helena Island, but all the Sea Islands. The spirituals are the official music of the Gullah Geechee Nation and this great state of South Carolina. And they say they were codified on St. Helena Island. You just heard about, and you've heard it for more than 3 years, what else was codified on St. Helena Island? The Cultural Protection Overlay District. That district was not done, as we would say, dry lawn sewing, thing like that. We ain't been cracking, we ain't been fooling when we were doing, okay? God gave us unction to do it. And I'm one of stories about wealthy people, and trust me and believe me, I love wealth. I love wealth of spirit. I have no problem with other people's money. I just want to get where they are at some point. Okay? So that's not an issue for me. This is just to point out the fact that even in scriptures, we talked about this before any of us were born. Here it is, it was written, it was codified, and they showed that the issue was that Jesus wanted the wealthy person not to be attached to this thing, because whatever you're attached to shows your true heart and your true soul. And it was just pointed out by several people that the true heart and soul was so much altruistic toward native Gullah Geechees, you would do that without threatening us. You would do that and donate to the existing nonprofits that greatly need support. Jacksonville, North Carolina to Jacksonville, Florida. They took all they had to make sure we had a place in this generation right now today. So when I stand here today, I feel my ancestors standing with me. I'm standing here today on behalf of my mother, who would have stood in here tonight. But she's over 90 years old, and she's told me a lot about Pine Island, St. Helenaville. She was at the first meeting about this, and she sat in the back and she applauded the work you all did to uphold the CPO. She came to another meeting. She applauded your work, and she didn't come again because they started removing chairs from the county council. She wasn't going to stand up for hours. But she's standing up in her spirit, and I'm standing up in her stead, in her proxy tonight, for all she's done, all she fought for, all the land she farmed and worked on over the years on St. Helena, and in conflict with the provisions of Beaufort County Development Code or the code ordinances as it relates to the St. Helena Island Cultural Protection Overlay District. Number 3, a golf course, a resort, a gated area, and more homes on Pine Island or St. Helenaville are not demonstrated community needs. We're the St. Helena community, not everybody else who in here who's not. Number 4, the Pine Island LLC proposal is not required by change conditions, but it will negatively change the conditions of the ecosystem of St. Helena Island, Beaufort County, the Sentinel landscape, and the Port Royal region forever. Number 5, the Pine Island LLC proposal is not compatible with existing and proposed uses surrounding the St. Helena Island, Pine Island, or St. Helenaville, and the Cultural Protection Overlay District is not the appropriate zone for the requested uses for the land. The CPO does not allow zones, and zoning laws as well as growth boundaries are in place to encourage logical and orderly development patterns, and upholding the CPO and proceeding with the spotlight on St. Helena work is what is logical and orderly. Number 8, I answered with number 1, and orderly. Number 8, I answered with number 1, okay, that there will result in adverse impacts on the natural environment, including and not limited to water, air, noise, stormwater management, wildlife, vegetation, wetlands, and natural functioning of the environment. And that includes the bulkhead request that's being made already to try to get one. Holding the CPO for all this time. And we know that your jobs can be thankless, and you spend hours beyond what jobs can be thankless, And you spent hours beyond what you've done tonight, to read these things, to research these things. And I must tell you, to read these things, to research these things. And I must tell you, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I do appreciate your work, but I appreciate you giving us, I do appreciate your work, but I appreciate you giving us some time and respect, because we've done that tonight. And so, respect, because we've done that tonight. And so, on behalf of the 14,000 plus other supporters of the Gullah Geechee Sea Island Coalition and the Gullah Geechee Nation who also agree that you should continue to uphold the CPO, I will turn this.
Good evening, County Council. Good evening, County Council. My name is Anthony M. Jones. I'm a 23-year resident of St. Helena, yet I'm a lifetime resident of Beaufort County. I'm here to urge you to uphold the cultural protection overlay as it stands, deny the developer's request to remove Pine Island from the CPO, and stand firmly with the recommendations of the Planning Commission and county staff. Please stop wasting time with a developer whose goal is not preserving but profit. Profit at the expense of what makes these islands unique. I want to speak to you about value. Value is not just measured in money or numbers. Value is heritage. Value is culture. Value is land passed down through generations. Once these things are lost, they cannot be replaced. Why people move here? Many of you came to Beaufort because it offers something rare. The beaches, the beauty of the marsh, the weather, the history, the Gullah Geechee culture that sets this place apart from any other place in the world. If those things were the qualities that drew you here, why would you allow someone with no respect for our ordinances or culture to destroy them for personal gain? This developer knew the property was in a protected area when he bought it. He chose to gamble on our laws, and now he's asking you to change them for his benefit. Let me tell you about my roots. I was born in Beaufort Memorial Hospital. I went through our public schools. I graduated as public schools, went to college, was commissioned in the service, spent 20 years, and came back home to raise my family. My parents, teachers, and ministers taught me the real value must rise above financial worth. My late mother, whom we buried just last week, often told me, son, get an education, because once you get it, nobody can take it away from you. She also said, and once you have land, keep it, because God isn't making any more. That lesson is what keeps me standing here today. Our history. This is not just about me. It's about all of us. At Fort Saxon, now the Naval Hospital, newly freed people, according to the diary of Colonel Thomas Wentworth Higginson, mentioned that when the colors were presented at the second reading of the Emancipation Proclamation, someone broke out in a hymn, in a song. They sang, "My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing, land where my fathers died, land of pilgrims' pride, from every mountainside, let freedom ring." Colonel Hickerson said at that point, that put a punctuation in the ceremony. Why? Because this was the first time that these folks could say that this was their country. My relative, Pompey Coxum, fought in the United States Colored Infantry, and in 1868, he purchased the property that now me and some of my relatives still own. today. And this is not just a story for my family, but many folks in here can say that that's the story for them also. I along a few of other descendants are still living on a portion of that land, and families across St. Helena have similar stories of sacrifice, perseverance, and survival. So what's at stake? These are the people, the families, the CPO was designed to protect. If you remove this property, you set a dangerous precedent. You will open the door to more developers. You will drive up taxes, force families from land they have held for generations, and you will dismantle the Gullah Geechee culture that is the heart and soul of this county. The choice before you, County Council. So I ask you plainly, what do you value more? Short-term profit for outsiders or lasting cultural, historical, spiritual worth of St. Helena Island? And I close. Council members, the decision is yours. You have the authority and the responsibility to do what is right. Stand firm.
Our building.
Uphold the CPO. Protect St. Helena Island. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Now I have Belinda Jones, then Pat Harvey Palmer, then Craig Reeves. We have heard from 8 people out of 65, so I'm going to keep going. Go ahead, Belinda.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you this evening. I'm here to speak to you as a resident of St. Helena Island and as a business owner and co-owner of Morning Glory Homestead Farm along with my husband, a regenerative small family farm that is preserving the Gullah Geechee culture. I'm reminded by Zeta Cobb of Fogo Island in Newfoundland that we should not allow anybody to put something in our community that has nothing to do with the community itself. We're not opposed to the sport of golf. We're opposed to one more golf course in Beaufort County on St. Helena Island. Pine Island is sandwiched between, as we saw earlier, Daughtah's 2 golf courses and Strip Island's 2 golf courses. But we're not looking for a golf course to provide leadership or opportunities for our youth. I have 5 children, 5 children who learned about farming, homesteading, leadership, and business skills on our 12.4 acres of land that has, as my husband just mentioned, has been in our family since 1868. Thanks to the leadership of Councilman York Glover, who was, when we came back here after Tony retired from the military, was an extension agent at Clemson, the Beaufort County extension agent here in Beaufort County, and he served as a farm agent and a 4-H agent. Under his leadership, my children learned great skills and an extension of the skills that we were teaching them, but he gave them even greater opportunities to learn about gardening and raising animals, animal husbandry. We didn't have to wait for someone to come to our community to teach our children about financial responsibility through projects that they were raising animals and selling eggs. They were taking their animals to the state and county fairs and earning ribbons and earning paychecks. They learned them from people right here in our community. They learned them from a man who was looking out for the well-being of the young people in our community and continues to do so as we are striving for more opportunities. We can look at the people Royal members of the local 4-H club. They were able to sell their produce. They were able to fill out their progress reports and show the financial gains that they made as a result of following the instructions from their project books. We have people in our community. We don't have to rely on outsiders to come in and offer us quid pro quos who will offer us things. The more that we push against them and what they are trying to offer us, the more things they offer, the more money they want to put on the table. We don't need those things for our children to be successful. All of my children have finished school. They have gained secondary and greater education. They have successful jobs, and it all began from home training and assistance from our local community. Thank you, Councilman Glover, for showing my children how to build birdhouses and respect wildlife. Thank you for showing them how they can respect being a farm or working on a farm and using homesteading skills. We want our farms to remain. We want them to continue to be profitable. We want our climate smart programs that are coming through Clemson and South Carolina State University's extension services to continue to support our farms and to show us how we can continue to enrich ourselves and our soils and provide healthy produce and animal meats to our community. We are working hard to continue to do that. And we ask that you uphold the CPO that protects our community and protects our way of life. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Pat Harvey Palmer. And then it will be Craig Reeves. Hello, Pat.
Hello. I'm sorry, I'm not used to sitting that long.
That's okay. Neither are we. We're good.
Hang on.
Go ahead.
I know everyone here is exhausted with this issue, but Pine Island will be developed one way or another. I hope we can put emotions aside and make a common sense decision for the future of Pine Island and do what's best for St. Helena and Beaufort County. Do the residents want more or less homes? Does the fishing industry we have here want more or less docks? Will a golf course really hurt the island? I have here 39 signatures on petitions that I've emailed to all of you earlier, or Sarah has emailed them to all of you. I'll be happy to turn these over to you. The important part about these petitions is that 28 of them come from Delamo subdivision. 28. And there are more people in Delamo subdivision. They just don't want to get involved, or they say we don't understand what's really going on here, so they just don't want to get involved. So there are quite a number of residents of Delamo that feel that downsizing is the best way to go. And of course, I'm one of them. I've lived there 37 years. And so I've been in Delamo a long, long time. These actually represent almost 3 times the number of private homes that have signs in their front yard. So there are only 10 of those. But others, I'm sure, don't want to put signs up for the same reason that other people don't want to respond. So please don't make a decision that we'll all ultimately regret. St. Helena and Beaufort County would be losing an unbelievable offer. I had one developer who has been doing this for 25 years say to me he has never seen an offer of this magnitude. I feel sure this will not happen. If another developer ever comes into play, Pine Island will be developed one way or another, and that decision is in your hands.
Thank you. Craig Reeves.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for having me. First, I want to commend you on this consent agenda item D. When I saw that, how you guys are working to preserve the headwaters of all that land up there. Obviously, our watersheds are critical to all the ecosystems, and I commend you, first of all, for that. Second of all, I think that it is, and I want to mention, I believe, actually, it was disrespectful to move this meeting. It assumes that the folks on St. Helena couldn't get to Bluffton, and I think that is disgraceful. I believe that they're more than capable to go to wherever they need to go to make their voices heard, and to think that you have to move it, it's just disrespectful. All right, well, I have paid attention very closely over the last couple years. Obviously, our coastal sea islands matter greatly to me, especially as my family and I not only make a living off of Village Creek and St. Helena Sound, but we also feed our community, and we have for generations. I've also shared with you from the Village Creek fishing community the petitions on the 8th, so I won't go into that. Really what I wanted to kind of talk about over what I've seen over the last few years of going back and forth is folks will say, well, golf is dead. Why are we building a golf course? And then the next person would come up here and say, if you allow a golf course, then there's going to be golf courses everywhere. That's never made sense to me. Or we've had people to present treaties from 1708 that says their treaty outdates Beaufort County from 1711, so maybe we should all surrender our land to the Yamasees. Or we will have been here's don't want to come here's, and I can't believe we would form our policies in such a way. Or a quote from the CCL that I screenshotted this week, that St. Helena is ours and the land belongs to the people and it's not for profit. Don't let the developer erase our legacy. And so with that statement, it kind of drove me to do a little research, and I would encourage you as council to do your research if you haven't already about St. Helenaville, and it dates back to 1740. At least that's as far as I did my research, and it's on the National Registry of Historic Places, not because of Gullah heritage, but rather as a summer retreat for wealthy plantation owners. So that is available for you to research, and it has been privately owned for over 150 years. And through that time, it's had a gate, and it's been used as a resort. So I called Mr. Glover today and had a conversation with him, and I congratulated him on what I thought was an incredible negotiation that's been done, and how I believe that the community investment and the incentives should actually be celebrated, and understanding that there is extreme poverty on St. Helena, and these are opportunities, and I think they've been overlooked for years. And here's a chance to truly make a positive change for good on St. Helena. And he said it didn't move the needle. And again, I thought to myself, well, what in the world would it take to move the needle if this opportunity isn't what would move the needle? So I just personally believe that this is setting the bar so high that you guys take this opportunity. In the future, any developer who would come in and want to develop something, you would have this example to go by. It far exceeds anything that I could have ever imagined would have been offered for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Arnold Brown. And then it'll be Pastor Jack Godson, I guess, and Carrie Major. Arnold, you're first.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you don't have your usual sign.
Always.
Okay, go.
I have a lot of teachers in my family, and that's why.
That's okay.
Okay. Thank you for your service. I know your job is difficult, stressful, and time-consuming. On the evening of September 8th of 2005, Pulte Homes, a $27 billion corporation, number 3 builder in the United States, they were in a meeting like this, and they had their 2 applications in, and they were turned down. So we're asking you for consistency. If Pulte Homes was turned down, number 3 builder in the United States, then the Pine Island application should be turned down for some of the same reasons. Therefore, the consistency to be followed sets a precedent just from September 8th. And so we're asking you to be consistent. You should also deny Pine Island. And here are some of the reasons why it should be denied. I heard tonight that the council wants to build trust. One of the best ways to build trust is to be consistent. I've been in management for the majority of my life, or supervisor, or different management departments, and people look at me and judge me for being consistent. So when you make a decision for one, you have to make the same decisions for the next person, and the next person. I heard a statement about restricted area. There are restricted areas all over Beaufort County. Therefore, St. Helena Island can have restricted area, no Gulf, no gate. Sea Pines are restricted, Wexford, Sun City, Fripp Island, Dartor, Beaufort County, in certain areas. The city of Beaufort, they have restricted area also. Here are the reasons why, according to section 7.3.40, they haven't met the criteria. I think the other corporation, Pulte Homes, met more of the criteria, a few more of the criteria than Pine Island did. And Queen Cret has gone through the list of number of the 9 items that listed in the criteria. They don't meet the criteria. Email says, the communications I've got is to make the decisions based on the merit. So it should be, the decision should be based on the merit. If you want to make a political decision, then look around the room and look at the tags that are being worn by the people that are here tonight. The overwhelming majority are wearing tags in support of maintaining the CPO. So there are 2 ways to make a decision, and either way, it should be denied. I'm baffled by how a person can come in, and if we're not in Mayberry and we're not in Hooterville, but some person can come in and make a suggestion to build a Gulf and a gated community, and then we get excited because of a few dollars. A few dollars, that is not a lot of money in America. What I am concerned about is the amount of money that's on the table. I'll be honest with you, I am concerned about that because that's impressive, and people want to make a decision just based on that alone. So I'm asking you to ignore that and make a decision on the merits, make a decision on the criteria that they have not met. So thank you very much for your time and for listening, and please make the right decision.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Pastor Jack, I think it's Godson, I can't read the last name. Ladson, L-A-D-S-O-N. Come on down. Hello, Pastor. Is it Ladson, L-A-D-S-O-N?
A-D-S-O-N, yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm a bad writer. I sat out the night. I should have been in the bed a long time.
Yeah, you got to speak right by the mic so they can
and
hear
I
you.
sat and listened. I'm a native of South Carolina, St. Helena Island, born and raised here. Been here 91 years. I have to be up 5 o'clock in the morning. Be on a prayer line. I hear everybody tonight that speak. Nobody talk about Jesus. Everybody seems to think that this earth is our home. This is our last place. And everybody I've seen seems to be is after another dollar. People are being bought from Queen Crest couldn't sing a song, but let me say this, and I'll be on my way home. Pine Island, last meeting I've been in, guy that purchased Pine Island, he made a statement that the black folks on St. Helena didn't even know Pine Island was there until he bought it, which was a lie. I graduated in '53 at Penn School. Our teacher used to take us over there on field trip. So I've been knowing about Pine Island from a little boy. We don't need that. Everybody, all the people, the millionaires and billionaires, they come, excuse me, and they look for a place to develop things that are going to take our culture from us. We're not used to all that. I remember Hilton Head. I remember you could drive over there safe and careful. It's run over with people. The space are gone, and they're working on Bluffton. We don't need it on St. Helena Island. We're not going to have it. It's going to be developed. But you better stop and think. They taught me in school 2 and 2 is 4. So you better sit down again and think. Your money ain't going to get you on Pine Island. Now, I'm going to make mine short because I'm ready to go home. The gentleman that bought Pine Island, I don't think he's too smart. Let me finish what I'm saying. When you go to the car dealer and buy a car, if it's brand new, they let you test drive it. You go and purchase a piece of land, 400 and some acres. You ain't test nothing out. You ain't try to find out, can you build on it? You just think because you got a certain amount of money, you can just move in and do what you want to do. That ain't gonna happen. Them days are gone. We was born and raised on St. Helena. They still think. I told somebody by the day, I remember when it was only 10 white families on St. Helena Island. 10. Guess what happened? The blacks on St. Helena, they start coming in, and weak-minded folk offer them $50 or $100, and back then, I guess, the black folks thought that was plenty of money. So they start selling the land. And that's how St. Helena got like it is now, crowded with rich folks that they'll come and sweet talk you. I had a guy call me the other day on the phone. He said, your name Latson? I said, yes. He said, I see you own some property on Latson Road. I said, I do. So you want to sell your house? I said, I'm going to sleep if I sell my house, I must be going to sleep with you tonight. where I'm going if I sell you my house. And you got people that so eager to sell. I'm saying that all y'all on St. Helena Island, to been here and to come here, keep your land. We survived, and I'm speaking for black folks. Us black folks survived on St. Helena Island because of the culture. We could kill rabbits, coon, squirrel, get a cast net and a battle and go in the river and catch all the fish you want, which the state done put a limit on it now. You can't catch but so much, and the fish got to be a certain size. I told him, my dad, I don't like to say it, but I'm happy to say it. I raised up on a man that couldn't read and he couldn't write his name. But he raised 7 of us. And he ain't never worked for nobody. He worked his kids. He was a farmer, a hunter. He hunt mink, otter, and coon and skin them and sell the hide. And that's how he raised 7 of us. He raised his own pig. I never see a hungry day in my life till I turned 18 years old and leave home and went to South Florida and couldn't find no work, and I got hungry. As long as I was in my daddy's house, I ain't never got hungry. He fed us, and he raised us. I want to say, I'm standing 100% with CPO. Cancel that, but building a golf course. They got a golf course down Louisiana, closed down. People ain't want no golf course. They got more than they got golf players right on St. Helena. Go to Fripp. Go to Dartmouth. You want to hit a ball? If you build this place on Pine Island, give them a one way to get there, and that's down the Lonimo Road. What you gonna do? How the traffic gonna be? What need to be done in Beaufort County? They need to seek a highway to get you from here to 95 or get you off of this island to Beaufort, because every storm and every tornado and every hurricane come, y'all got to leave Beaufort. I ain't never left. I moved back here 44 years ago. I ain't never left for a hurricane. Now you want to know why? Where I live, I was 6 years old in 1940 storm when it hit Beaufort County. And my dad put me and my sister in a barrel because the tide was coming up, and said if the tide had came up, we would have floated like Moses did, like they did Moses. They put him in a little barrel, and Pharaoh them caught him and raised him. So what I'm saying, St. Helena Island don't need development over there on Pine Island. My deacon, he's been dead and gone now about 25 years, Deacon Watson, Dan Watson, worked on that island and took care of those people over there, those Yankees. And the people sold the property. It was a place that you could go. I heard somebody mention tonight, people come from all upstate, and during the summertime and go over there with picnics and stuff, and the folks go, my dad, them used to go over there and cook for them and carry the moonshine. So they like liquor and cow, and they kill the cow and cook them and fed them the moonshine. Y'all too young, maybe to know about it, but that's how they got along good. They lived there. I told a guy yesterday in church, I said, I grew up on this island. The white boys, the family there, we eat. He come to my house and eat. I go to their house and eat. That's how we were raised on St. Helena Island. It wasn't no such thing as no black and white. I didn't experience that till I got to Florida in 1956. On St. Helena Island, people had respect for one another. And we need to gain that respect back. Everybody jump up with pound money. Let me sit down on this. There's a rich man, and he had plenty of money, and he could dress better than me, but he didn't have Jesus, and he died. You know where he went? He went to hell. And he sent a message back to his brothers.
We speak about Pine Island. Each of you took an oath of office, and you indicated that you were concerned about the welfare of the people. And we, the people, the Gullah people of St. Helena Island, they have spoken. We ask you to uphold the law, uphold the CPO, no gates, no golf courses, and I saw a lot of carrots being dangled before us, that they're going to give money for heirs property, home repairs, affordable housing, and before I saw a recreational center and all of that. Please hold firm, do not be bought. It's the law, and we hope that you all stand by it and know. And I heard a prayer that talked about wisdom. Let the wisdom of God lead you to do the right thing by the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Major. Let's see, I have Kenneth Doe. It says Kenneth Doe. Hello. Bishop, I'm told.
Yes.
Okay, I'll put that down. You're on, Bishop.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and the board, thank you for this opportunity. This is a miracle tonight. I'm going to be brief. The CPO is the law because this area is a jewel as it is. It doesn't need to be made a jewel. It is a jewel. And it can only be adversely affected by accommodating exclusions. We look to you to use your power to uphold the morality and plain and simple. I didn't mind your 50-something minutes, so you're going to put up with my few. Still, the majority remains unbought and unbossed. Unbought and unbossed. The CPO, as you have, this is our home and our haven, and we pray that you will protect it as your own. It is the only morally and legally correct path to take. Micah 6:8 reads, He hath showed thee, O man, what is good. And what doth the Lord require of thee? But to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God. Just know, no bowl of soup is worth our birthright. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop. Keith Ellis. Keith Ellis, please. And after Keith will be Marquet Firewall. Hello, Mr. Ellis.
Good evening, boards, chairwoman, everybody. Here we go again. Hopefully it's the last time I come up here and address the same thing, but I pledge allegiance to the Alliance of St. Helena Island. That's my home. It's a lot of negotiating. It's like the developers getting the benefit of the doubt over the locals. We have something that they need. So it's not like they should be moving the lines for them. Every week we come back, they're offering something else. Why is that? The developer, he made a bad purchase. He knew the CPO was in place. But the arrogance and I think the biggest mistake he made when he bought the property, knowing the CPO was in place, was he's coming to little old St. Helena Island, bunch of uneducated Gullah-Geechees. Ain't gonna be no pushback. Wrong. Newsflash. I'm born raised. They all know we all outdoorsmen, river people, all this stuff about the contamination of the Gulf coasts, and then it's every week. They got different offers coming up, and it's like we doing our best to accommodate them, and not take the effect of all the locals. That's our home. Where else we gonna go? I've lived in a lot of different countries, travel the world. I take 2 international trips each year. When I was in the military, everybody said, "Man, you talk with an accent. Where you from? Jamaica, Bahamas?" I said, "Nah, I'm from a little old town called St. Helena." They said, "Man, you sound like you from a Caribbean island." That's my dialect. That's our language. So when you start to take our language and our home, where we gonna go at? Like they said a little while ago, they ain't making no properties. Then next thing you know, we off St. Helena Island. Where we gonna go? Hilton Head, Bluffton? Pay somebody some rent? Rent an apartment complex? No, this is our land. I farm. We all farmers. We all outdoorsmen. Like I said, we rivermen. But it's like every time you come before the board, and I appreciate what's been done so far in upholding the CPO, but it's like we keep moving the goal line. We keep moving the goalpost to accommodate the ones that came here. Everybody that's pushing for this CPO to be changed, they ain't from here. So they're not invested in St. Helena Island. And I guarantee you, this is not the first place they've done this at. This be just the next stop on their tour. Then from here, they go to the next. But I'm here, I'm going to be a problem. As long as they come in, I'll be here. It's not, I guarantee you, they are going up and down the coast, and this probably been the longest stop they had so far on their tour. Because they didn't expect this. Look around the room. And this is not a race thing. It's not a black thing, a white thing. Look around the room. It's not about race. It's about common. I went to the University of Common Sense. And you look around the room, everybody's here is for the same thing. It doesn't matter what color your skin are. You from St. Helena, oh, that's your home. I've been there all my life. A lot of people come here. They've been here a year or two. They come here, they go to the public library, they read a book about St. Helena Island, then they want to give me a tour. How does that work? You can't talk them. You stay at these public libraries thinking that you know St. Helena Island better than I do, because you don't. And it's getting to a point, I'm getting a little emotional. Like I'm tired of 10 times here, waiting for a yes. And it's starting to get like a lot of backdoor deals being made. I know that. I know how the system goes. I'm not in politics, but I know what happened in these back rooms, what happened at the lunch tables. I know how this thing goes. That's why it's been so long. We still here. Somebody's sliding a couple dollars here. I can't be bought. I've never been a millionaire, but I'm content. I ain't never missed a meal in my life. My family, we always ate. We find a meal, but there's a lot of underhanded deals being made. We all know that, and that's why we still at the same point every 2 weeks. We've been there 2 weeks ago. I told y'all then I will be back. This developer knew what he was getting into, but his thing is the arrogance, the cockiness. I'm gonna force it down their throat. They forced it. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, when is enough is enough? It's the night I heard all kinds of, the night supposed to be the last night. Is it? Can anybody answer that? Is the night the last night? So I can know how to schedule my work schedule? Because I'll be back. But it's a lot of backdoor deals being made, people being bought, and he's going to try the next time you see that print up on the bulletin board, it'll be, oh, we do this time, because that didn't work this time. Why is you always offering something? I got something you need, but I don't need nothing from him. And that's all. I just want the council to be just in making this decision, and people stop taking their emotion out of it, and be intelligent about what's in Helena Island need, what we always had. That's our way of life. That's our home. Like I say, just make an intelligent decision, and that's all I'm asking the board to do. Just be considerate. I know we have members that can probably vote either way, but it's the common sense thing to do, to think about the folks that live over there and got kids and grandkids, and all this thing about, oh, we'll do this for you, we'll do the, we don't need that. We didn't ask for that. That's negotiating. Why? Why are we negotiating? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. 6:14. I have Marquette Fireall, then Dia James Smalls, and Teresa White. So Marquette Fireall's first. Here he comes. Self-determined. Okay.
Good evening. Hi. First, I want to thank Chairwoman, and I want to thank York Glover, because they realized that this was an important conversation that needed to be had among neighbors. Y'all need to hear how we felt, and you need to visualize who was speaking to you. That's why it was important that this meeting be held in the only place in Beaufort County that could hold 600 people. South of the Broad, I understand, and I truly respect your concern about the last minute change. However, this was a necessary change. We've been constantly asking for respect. Every time we've come before you, it has always been, we want you to respect our opinion. We want you to hear what we have to say. We have done everything that we were supposed to do as constituents and as law-abiding citizens of Beaufort County. We didn't ask for shortcuts. We didn't ask for any handouts. We wanted to determine for ourselves how to protect our community. That's it. There is nothing wrong with that. If someone moves into our community and wants to help us, then they will help us without strings. That's what neighbors do. Neighbors share what they have. Neighbors look out for one another. Neighbors listen to each other. We have constantly said that we don't need another golf course. We're not saying that there's anything evil about golf courses, but we don't want it. And that should be enough. We have shown that the CPO has, in fact, kept us safe, because no matter how you look at it, the matter of fact, they used one of our graphics to show how the rest of Beaufort County has been flooded by golf courses. All we're saying is we don't want it. We don't need it. We don't want your money just because you want a golf course. If you want to help us, if you want to be a good neighbor, then be a good neighbor. Excuse me, I apologize, Madam Chair. I take a deep breath, and I remember the things that I was taught. Gloria Potts, Lula Holmes, York Glover, Walter Mack. Those are all people who got me involved in my community. They told me I had a responsibility to speak truth to power and to educate myself and push forward about what is right. When the CPO first became a thing, it was because 5 lanes were about to come across St. Helena, and we did not want it. And we said no. So we came up with a avenue that worked for both the county and for the people so that we could say no. That's all we're asking for, respect, the ability to say no. You are my neighbor, asking you to respect me, just like I respect each and every one of you. If you've ever come to me and said you didn't like something I did, I listened to you. We had a conversation, and by the time you walked away from there, we both had an understanding. I'm asking you to do the same thing right now. We're saying no. Understand where we're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Hakeem. I have Dia James Smalls, then Teresa White. Dia James Smalls. Take her. And then Teresa White, and then Elaine Scott. Hello.
Hello. First, giving thanks to the council. Thank you for having me. I heard everything else in here today, but one of the most important things that gets to my heart, I was raised up on St. Helena Island, and you're not talking about 2 days or 3 days or a couple years. I'm talking about 78 years of my life within Beaufort County. I want to say to you, and you, love is the most important thing that a man can have for his family and for himself. One of the things that I want to say to you is that when it comes to St. Helena Island, I support it. Why? Because I was raised up in a place called Eddings Point. Eddings Point is next to the Morgan Creek yard. Right now, when I go over to where my son lives on the property there, that my great-granddaddy left for us, I didn't say bought for, left for us. He lives there, and I go over there, and I go in the backyard and stand up and look at Pine Island and all the places that we used to go fishing, the places that we used to go and pick oysters. And I can look at, from that area, I can look at Coffin Pine, Cedar Grove, and my kids are where I got some boys, not living here, and I got some living here. Now, when they decide that they're gonna come home, what I'm gonna tell them? Or we give it up because tax went too high, it just ain't there no more. You better find someplace else to go. Now, everybody in this building tonight, when you leave here, you're going to a place that you call home. And you there because that's where you love to live. And when you go home, you expect to find what you love there. But if you go home and things change, then you're going to be pretty well upset. We know that there are a lot of things that's being said, but if you want respect, give respect. Respect our homes. Respect our areas where we live. You know, we have a lot of problems. I'm one recipient. We were promised that we're going to get a sidewalk on 31 MLK Drive. We ain't seen no sidewalk yet. We were promised that we're going to have good water pressure coming down. I lost my house. Burned down because I didn't have no water. Now, if all these things can get in the back and a golf course can come first, something wrong with that picture. Yeah, I had to get another house. to check the water, but that's okay. But I thank God I could get another house. But what about the people that just got enough to live on? After they get in the house, somebody will say, oh, we gonna open up the road now. But when I get off at 2 or 3 o'clock today and it was trying to come over here, guess what? Traffic was lined up from Beaufort Bridge all the way past Walmart on St. Helena Island and going on down. Why? Because the school bus was coming and there ain't been but 2 ways to get on. It sounds ridiculous to some people if you don't live over there and you can't feel it. Just block the road when you get ready to go back to Hilton Head or wherever you come from and see how it feels. Say to the board, please, listen to us. We beg you. Help support and hold on. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa White. And then it'll be Elaine Scott. Teresa. Hello, Teresa.
Hello, my name is Teresa White. I am the founder and chief executive officer of the Pan-African Family Empowerment and Land Preservation Network, a nonprofit organization that's celebrating 10 years of existence this year and saving over $20 million worth of Gullah Geechee owned property in Georgia and South Carolina. I can safely say that I am the only person in this room involved in the Pine Island development conversation who has actually lived in, worked for, and been drawn out of congressional district that was declared unconstitutional by the U.S. Supreme Court in the 1990s. As a result of that, I bring a perspective to this conversation that a lot of people have overlooked. Because I know that none of our laws are written in stone. They can all be changed. Just like that congressional district was declared unconstitutional, the lawsuit that Mr. Trapiano has filed in state court and the federal court can result in the CPO being found unconstitutional and completely dismantled if county council does not act to prevent that from happening. You can do that by reaching a compromise, but a lot of people don't want to compromise, and that is to allow the CPO to stay in existence and just take Pine Island and St. Helenaville out of it. I know people don't want to do that, but that might be the best way to resolve this whole issue without causing people to lose all the protections of the CPO that currently exist. I know that the CPO has functioned as a double-edged sword for the Gullah Geechee community and resulted in land loss, especially waterfront property that is now owned by people who are not Gullah Geechee, which is a major source of animosity because people don't have the same access to water that they had when it was owned by Gullah people. And I think that the development agreement is a good one, probably the most generous one ever submitted for any property development proposal in Beaufort County. In addition to that, this is an opportunity for county council to correct a mistake that was made back in 1999 when the CPO was being formulated. The county attorney at that time told you, not just council, but told county council that the CPO, as it was being configured and still exists today, overreached in including thousands of acres of land in it on the island and on the nearby islands that had nothing to do with the daily culture of Gullah people. Pine Island and St. Helenaville are among those properties. Even though there was for a brief time a Gullah community there that moved on because they found that the soil was so sandy that they could not grow food there. But for more than 150 consecutive years, it has been used as a recreational facility that provided for fishing, hunting, and lodging, and that historic use is incompatible with what we are calling calling Gullah daily land use. So to ensure that concern people have about this opening the door for a lot of other development to fall behind this, if Mr. Trapiano is exempted from the CPO, it's within your power to institute a 5-year moratorium on new construction for subdivisions on St. Helena Island to make sure that it happens. And during that process, I think that the county should review fair land use plans for St. Helena Island that don't punish people who lived outside of Gullah family compounds. 3 acres per house is too much and unfair to people who have smaller plots of land, who want to be able to subdivide it for their relatives. And there needs to be a consistent use of a consistent rural land development plan for the county, because it makes no sense to be able to build a house on a quarter-acre land up in big estates area, but you gotta have 3 acres on St. Helena to do the same thing. So that's all I have to say on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine Scott. And after Elaine will be Felice Lamarca. Elaine, go ahead.
I'd like to greet you all warmly. We've been through a lot these last couple of years. I feel a lot of closeness to you. I feel like we're friends. I just want to thank you for all you give to us citizens of the county. Some 30 years ago, when South Carolina passed a law requiring county comprehensive planning, St. Helena Island stepped up because we knew without our input, our future could not be determined. Beaufort County began by inviting consultants from all over America to help us in our self-determination for growth and development patterns. I represented St. Helena Island as a member of the Quality Growth Committee. Our motto was, get a grip on the future. We attended every meeting and met many times in brainstorming charrettes where maps were laid out on tables and we drew out the course of our future. Through an intense process, citizens wrote the first and then the second Beaufort County Comprehensive Plan. St. Helena Islanders worked with the consultants. We drove them all over the island so that they could see and understand our sense of place, our commitment to open space, agriculture, fishing, and traditional living patterns. That's how the family compound came about, as a matter of fact. For those of you who were not here 30 years ago, I want you to understand that our plans did not just appear. They were developed by us, for us, and self-determination was our guiding light. Today, we face an important decision. We ask our county government to follow the law. There are no provisions for zoning map changes, either downzoning, rezoning, or development agreements in the goals or policies of the comprehensive plan. We are your allies in preserving the law. There is no provision anywhere or whatsoever for the alteration of our existing zoning. Furthermore, just because interlopers change their lawyers or their list of offerings does not mean that we have to change or will change the CPO and our zoning. The citizens of St. Helena absolutely deny any development that includes gates, golf courses, and franchises. We thank council for consistently voting to uphold these determinations, both in the comprehensive plan and in the cultural protection overlay. No conditions have changed. Therefore, the only threat we now face is Pine Island. We do not need anything. We do not want for anything that is being offered by anyone, especially in a trade-off for abandoning the destiny we determined for St. Helena Island. Those of you who do not live on St. Helena, or those of you who were too young to vote or pay taxes and are listening, those of you who do live on St. Helena, I want you to understand the planning process was open to everyone. It's the extraordinary citizens of St. Helena who attended every meeting, every charrette, and who determined our protections. And those of you who didn't show up for input, either you didn't care or you didn't take the time to consider the future of growth in our county and in our community. Were I sitting in your seat, I would applaud the incredible vision, the leadership, the intelligence, and the caliber of citizens on St. Helena Island. I would be grateful for the work of the people. I would show respect. I would thank them for their participation in our American democracy and governmental processes. I would admire their self-determination and respect them for participating in local government. I would be grateful they follow the law. Self-determination. We are St. Helena Island.
Thank you. Felice Lamarca. And then Margie Bright Matthews and Larry Machuda. There we go, the next three.
Thank you. I know it's a long night. A lot of people have come up here and talked about respect. What about Mr. Tropiano's respecting him? And a lot of people have said some pretty ugly things about you guys. I truly believe in this situation there have not been any backroom deals. Everything has been transparent and out in the open. And it was Mr. Tropiano that's made sure everybody had all of the information and not misinformation, which is running rampant. This plan, this development agreement, council members and Mr. Tropiano redefined what development in Beaufort County can look like. This is really significant. It isn't about disrespecting the Gullah Geechee people. It's about community and opportunity. And I hope you remember that, because it's easy to be emotional and cast votes emotionally. But what's best for Beaufort County, and more specifically, what is best for the Gullah Geechee people? I remember being in that 5-hour meeting on Hilton Head 2 weeks ago, and a young Gullah Geechee woman stood up. She's a business owner on Hilton Head, and she implored the town council to not do something because she owned land in Ward 1, and she wanted to be able to develop it. Now, you talk about Hilton Head like it's a dirty word, and Hilton Head supports this county with their taxes, and we get to do a lot of things because of that.
Yeah, staff found the override.
So I want you to think about what Hilton Head has done for the Gullah Geechee people who you think we've destroyed on the island. It was the youth that wanted to sell their land. It wasn't the developers that always went in and snatched it up. Now, there's always problems with heirs' property, but it's not 100% slam dunk. The CPO will one day fail, and I hope not. I don't ever want to see that either. But the youth are going to come after we're dead, and they're going to want something different. So you guys can help direct that change and support one of the best things that's been in front of you in years. Yeah, that was respect. Thank you. Protect St. Helena. This plan will be a model for the entire state. It will protect the land, the environment, the waterways. And if you protect the land, you protect the people. That's what this will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Margie Bright Matthews, please. Good evening, Representative. How are you?
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm going to make this real quick because I know y'all have been at it for a long time. I thought we usually have long hearings in Columbia. This really beats it. When I was first elected to the Senate in 2015, I had very big shoes to fill. The election in 2015 was a special election. The reason for the special election was that this district was represented by Senator Clemente Pinckney, whose life was taken in the tragedy at Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston. Senator Pinckney considered himself a native of Beaufort and Jasper. They were dear to him. A man of God and a public servant, he was preaching in his church from the early age of 13 and was a pastor by age 18. He was elected to the General Assembly when he was just 23 years old in the House first, the youngest African American man to be elected in our state. In the years that I've been in the Senate, I cannot tell you how many times I have thought about him. I often think about what he would do in certain situations, because he always walked humbly and treated people with kindness and respect. Which direction is God trying to get me to go on this issue or that issue? What is the best decision for the community and for our children, even though it might not make everybody happy all of the time? When I was elected to replace Senator Pinckney, little did I know I would be endowed with a little bit of courage. Oftentimes I think he's given it to me, to face conflicts such as we have here tonight. You see, as a 6-year-old child in Mashawville in Walterboro, I worked alongside my grandmother picking cotton and clearly remember my fingers being pricked removing the cotton from the hull. Then when I reached the age of 10, we caught the farm bus at 4 o'clock at the Neal's Crossroads during the summer to travel to Edisto Island, Johns Island, and other areas to pick cucumbers, tomatoes, and eggplants, just so me and my siblings could earn enough money to buy our school clothes. As a teen, I distinctly remember getting stuck in the sand on the side of the road with my sister as we traveled to Fripp Island to deliver my father's payroll check for his workers. He built houses on Fripp. He taught us to love the island. He was one of the first minority builders on Fripp Island. I remember spending many a days because I was too young to be at the construction site on Hunting Island. You see, I'm not a come here, I've been here. Now I live in Beaufort County. That heritage is in me that I got way back when. It's not just dry long so, it's in me, and it will never leave me. Land does not create heritage, experiences do. It's what's in you. The ability to keep your heritage through land ownership requires resources and a vision for the future. In October of 2023, I was blessed, and I think this also came from the courage I received from Senator Pinckney. I was blessed as being the second South Carolinian to win the Profiles in Courage Award, the John F. Kennedy Profiles in Courage. The last one was Governor David Beasley. Courage requires doing the right thing regardless of pressure from outside foes. All elected officials are asked to make difficult choices. When those times come, I try to block out the noise and focus on what I was elected to do. What did I hold my hand up for, and what did I place my other hand on the Bible to do? The right thing. I ask myself many times, I'm making progress on the issues and problems that I said that I would commit to tackling. In other words, as we sit here in this late night, should our actions be true to our words of our oath? When we tell voters we support sustainable growth, did we support it when it came in front of us for a vote, as we'll have tonight? The county has stated that it will aggressively pursue affordable housing. When an opportunity arises that will invest millions of private dollars and support to address that issue, did you vote on it? Did you vote for it? The issue of heirs property was something that was particularly important to Senator Pinckney. We want to provide assistance to families who are at risk of losing their valuable family property. And we recognize that this is an issue in every district in Beaufort, not only on St. Helena. When a development agreement is proposed that will provide guaranteed private funding and support to help local families with their heirs property, will we support it? We need to support it. And when a development agreement offers millions in home repair funds for low-income families at no cost to the taxpayer, isn't that something we need to support? We want to create jobs, promote community investment, protect our shrimpers, reduce runoff and impacts, and minimize septic tanks. So when you have a chance to cast your one vote, that you placed your hand on the Bible and agreed, and you made an oath to protect the community, would that help achieve all of these things I just listed? Are you going to say no? Saying no does not benefit anyone. All that saying no will do is glorify a set of zoning restrictions that are not solving any of our issues or problems that we face as a community. In fact, the CPO actually makes the problems worse. In my first year in the Senate, we passed the Clementi-Pinckney Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act in honor of Senator Pinckney, which protects the families that own heirs property, and I know that the issue of affordable housing was important to him, just as it is to each of you. We have a chance to make progress on both of these issues. Each of us knows that being an effective elected official calls on us to be practical. We have to use common sense and not get distracted by the noise. Above all else, we're asked to protect our constituents and give them opportunities for prosperity. If we keep that duty at the forefront of our mind, I'm going to ask you some questions. How do you turn down responsible, sustainable growth? How do you turn down $10 million in community benefits? How do you turn down tens of millions of dollars in local investments, new jobs, and support for local businesses that really need it? And how do you say no to new programs for affordable housing and heirs property assistance? How do you turn down jobs when you see the Palmetto Breeze bus taking your residents to work on Hilton Head, leaving children in the house that we later term as latchkey kids without supervision? How do you do that? How do you ask for money for a community center and cultural arts center when you refuse to talk to a private partner? How do you do that and leave it on the backs of the other rest of Beaufort County? That's not right. It's almost political malpractice. How do you ask the county to not forget about Northern Beaufort when you're passing up an opportunity to advocate for private and public benefits for St. Helena, Dale, Labico, Burton, Shelton, Big Estates? All of these areas need help now. Or would you yield to the threats and the loudest voices in the room? The choice is yours. St. Helena is a beautiful asset of Beaufort County. It is a resort community, whether you want to label it as such or not. It's beautiful. Its beauty makes it an asset. It takes resources to preserve this access. Let me say that again. It takes resources to preserve this asset we call St. Helena. Shouldn't we treat it as such, use its resources so our young people will want to return to the island one day? In response to something, since someone said my name, regarding the CPO, Black land ownership in St. Helena has gone down by 50% since 1999. Black land ownership. This plan would help that land ownership. This land would help the heirs property problem. This development agreement would help. Just to say no, 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 that's not enough. That's being irresponsible to the people of St. Helena Island. And I'm gonna tell you something, a lot of people that really support the development plan, they've been harassed, they've been threatened, they've been bullied, and they're not here, but you know that that has been going on. We as legislators are asked to protect the vulnerable and provide opportunities for working families and our children. I know each of us want to be able to say yes when the opportunity arises. I did what was right, even though folks tried to pressure me to say no. St. Helena needs you. The true history of a live, thriving St. Helena needs you to do the right thing. Thank you.
And I just want to apologize. I called you representative. You are a senator, so I'm going to recognize you're a senator. That just went out of my head. Larry, okay, Larry's up.
All right, and I'll only take less than 3 minutes. Okay, first of all, I just
Talk
want
really close to the mic so they can hear you.
Okay, I'll take less than 3 minutes. But first of all, I want to say that I thought it was very inappropriate for our planning commission to come up here and start out with a negative aspect of this development totally, saying it didn't meet the comprehensive plan. He had no business saying any of that. That was definitely, even though he said it, he didn't say it. He said he didn't want to lean one way. He actually did when he said that. That was very inappropriate. Secondly, I think the CPO is a good thing for the Gullah Geechee heritage. They don't own all the land, just as the lady just said just before me. They didn't own the land. They're owning less land. What they need to do is try to help their people not have to give up land for development or whatever they want, or they can do what they want with the land instead of trying to dictate everything. So anyway, that's all I have to say, but I did want to make sure at least you heard that one point.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to you. Sorry.
Right, where you at? Which?
You're right there at the top.
Okay.
Right down there.
Natalie Merrick, and then next after that is Jared Madison.
Hello. My name is Natalie Merrick, and I've been here for 48 years, give or take. And I didn't know what I was going to say when I came here, and this is the first time I've been at any meeting like this, so I'm feeling awfully lot like I'm in the middle of a bullseye. But it's okay, because that's what we're here for. Every one of us has got our own bullseye, right? Every one of us is standing up for something. We all got a target. Such is life. So I train dogs. I grew up here between Hilton Head, Bluffton, Beaufort, surrounding areas. I've seen a lot of things go a lot of different ways. And one of the things that I've noticed, I'm into ecosystems, and there's like a sequence of predation. You see it, you stalk it, you close the gap, you get a hold, kill, you maim, you eat. And anything that's a predator runs along the same sides. But that works on all different kinds of aspects. I want to talk about the ecosystem dealing with the golf course, in addition to what's going on with the people, but really focusing on the golf course. It's supposed to be internally holding its own water, like in the retention ponds and recycling, so it's not, I'm guessing, pulling from other water sources. But my question is with growth regulators and growth inhibitors and things that are meant to hydrate, or weed killers and things to get rid of everything else in between, if that's all going into a central concentration pond, how do you scrub the water so you don't poison your water when you reuse it, when you get rid of the grass? Looking at just ecosystems here, what happens to the ecosystem of the people? What happens to the ecosystem of the economy? There's all kinds of ecosystems, and one eats another all the time, and that's the way that the world works. I don't know what my puny little fist standing up here is going to say. Please be cautious and careful. I believe that this is going to happen. I believe y'all when you say it. I think it's inevitable eventually, and I think it's waiting on a couple of generations to go away and a few younger generations to not be invested or care, and it may take that long. It'll eventually happen. I just want to advocate for the animals and the ecosystems and the culture. Yeah, it's almost gone. Everything that we have in a museum is something we're missing, that we eradicated, we colonized, we destroyed, we consumed. We went for it all through history, and this is one more. This country's based off of us versus them. This economy is based off of us versus them. This meeting is based off of us versus them. So my question is about the whole picture, not just the us and the them. What's left after the dust settles? That's what I want to know about. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Next is Jared Madison, and after that is Cindy Gay Carr.
Thank you, Council and members of the community. So today I wanted to talk about viruses, and viruses always have been intriguing and frustrating for me. Now, see, I could never understand why a loving God would create this seeming organism whose goal was to just destroy, right? It's like a virus is sitting somewhere on the door handle just waiting for someone to come along like, I can't wait to get into their body and then start destroying. It wakes up and it chooses violence. What's even more interesting is, when I think about things, how much humans correlate to viruses by their behavior. Now, the thing that's frustrating and both intriguing is that if the virus were to reach an equilibrium point in the body, then the body could stay alive, you wouldn't be sick, and then the virus could also stay alive. it would almost reach a homeostasis point to where the body would incorporate the virus and it would live a different life. Now, the cool thing about this and the genius of God is that guess who's made of viruses? Our DNA structure is mainly made of primordial viruses, so ancient viruses. Now, viruses are super cool because they have high levels of plasticity. Now, that means that when something like COVID was on the horizon, the virus would just mutate. That plasticity means that if there's an external stimulus on the horizon that seeks to destroy that virus, it'll just adapt and change super fast. That's why you have all these strands. Now, again, the genius of God is He put that in us on purpose. So in our lives, spiritually, mentally, and emotionally, we may have things that look to seemingly destroy us. And they're not meant to destroy us. And this brings up one of my favorite quotes is, even the devil knows not for who he works. Because what happens is, we're supposed to use those same levels of plasticity and adaptability to mutate and get better. And we see this throughout history all the time. You have somebody maybe perhaps like Hitler or Germany or in the civil rights movement, or maybe someone is really, really sick, and then they start taking really, really good care of their health. So, unbeknownst to the investors and developers, what they represent is a virus. Now, this community is a body. Now, this community's goal now is to see that external stimuli on the horizon and adapt, come together, mutate, and get better to the point where we reach such a high state of enlightenment where things like this don't ever happen. Now, the thing about your life, and even no matter what side you are on when it comes to this, is that the challenges in your life are never meant to overcome you. You're meant to overcome your challenges. The darkness was never created to make you feel ostracized or cast out. It was made for you to understand and see that you are the light. So this experience, and like every other experience that seemingly is an attack on innocence, is meant to make you and this community show us strength by standing together and reinventing ourselves like one of those viruses do. So the next time something comes like this on the surface, we'll be too strong for it to even affect us. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Gay Carr, Lily Harris. If Lily Harris could go ahead and line up. Cindy Gay Carr.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Chairwoman, council members, it is my honor to be here tonight. I will tell you what I am not. I'm not an attorney. I'm not an elected official. I'm not a senator. But I'll tell you what I am. I am third generation St. Helena Island shrimper. I am appalled that this presentation tonight used a broad stroke to say that shrimpers are approving of this plan. That is simply not the case. My family has been in business for 76 years, not since 1990 something, 76 years. Again, I'm third generation. We have 7 independent families that work out of our dock. Not a single one of those shrimpers signed an affidavit, I promise you. I've been in private meetings with them. I've been in private meetings with the other side. And I'm just shocked that those words would be put on that. One shrimper does not represent an entire culture of St. Helena. I am St. Helena. We are St. Helena. You know, I had a letter to read, and then I really got kind of sidetracked when I saw that and I got blown out. Also want to say that I live in Del Amo. So Pat Harvey Palmer's comment, I've lived there for 30 years as well. My zip code has never been anything except 29920. Pat says that Del Amo is in support of it. That is not the case. I have remained quiet on this matter for all of the years that it has been presented. I've listened to everyone. I didn't want to get involved. I had a phone call with a friend yesterday, and he said, you really need to come and speak. And boy, am I glad that I did, because I am not a sellout. I promise you that. All those things mentioned in that presentation, golf courses, I do believe that if you carve out that out of the CPO for that to be allowed, that will forever change the face of St. Helena Island. I think you just can't ignore that fact. Let's let Charleston be our example. Let's let Hilton Head be our example? How many people are moving from those areas to St. Helena because of all of the traffic? You want a private golf course with a high membership? We have one. It's called Secession. I'm sure you can Google it. You want other golf courses? There are plenty on Hilton Head. You want to build a house on the waterfront property? Go build one at Fripp Island. We have all of that. What there is not anywhere else is St. Helena Island. And if you let it be changed, it will not ever be the same. My dad tells me stories of living on St. Helena when Highway 21 was a dirt road. And yes, and I'm getting emotional and I apologize. That road is no longer a dirt road. Some change has to happen. Infrastructure is necessary. We have that change. He tells me stories of when he was a child and he would release all of the cattle and all of the horses. They would go to school. At the end of the day, they would get the cart and the oxen and they would go gather the horses and cows and they would bring them home. Those dirt roads are disappearing. They're no longer existing. Don't make me be the one to tell my grandchild that there was a point in time when Sanders had thousands of acres with tomatoes on it. Dempsey Farm supplied our community with food. Don't make us say that to our grandchildren. You let one golf course in, I promise you, you will either be tied up in litigation with other developers that will be coming. We will lose it. It might not happen immediately. And let me remind you that not everything that sparkles is gold. So let's not be skewed by that. I probably have gotten off course a little, so I just want to say that St. Helena is more valuable as it is now than it would be if you were to approve this. There's nothing like it. You can't put it back. You can't erase it. You can't take it away. It will be there forever for future generations. And, you know, when he said, I'm going back to the shrimpers for a second, I'm sure there are many of us in this room that still shrimp and crab and oyster to this day that do not support this plan. And I'm not going to look behind me, but I certainly hope there's some other hands in the air. So, I will go to my original task, which is to read a letter. And I also want to charge you with the responsibility to do what your constituents are asking you to do over and over and over. So I'll leave you with the final words of my brother. Tim Gay is his name. Again, we are Gay Fish Company on St. Helena Island. We've been there for 76 years. This is a letter from my brother. He could not be here tonight. My name is Tim Gay, and I'm the majority owner of Gay Fish Company, located at 1948 Sea Island Parkway on St. Helena Island. My family has lived here for almost 76 years. I am writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed zoning carve-out and development agreement for Pine Island. This island is not just where we live. It's where generations of families have made a living through shrimping, fishing, and farming. Local families have worked with us. We have worked beside. Color doesn't matter to us. We all work together in this industry. Families have worked with us, alongside of us for decades. We personally, this year alone, have invested almost $1.5 million, in part with help from a grant from the Department of Agriculture and a grant from Beaufort County, to preserve and modernize our business. Why did we do this? We could sell it and put condos on it and we'd be rich. Heck, I could buy a membership to that golf course probably. We did this because we live in the future of St. Helena, one that protects its culture, economy, and identity. As the CEO of a major defense contracting company recently acquired by a private equity firm, I've reviewed plenty of complex agreements. Let me be blunt. I have no confidence in the numbers presented in the development agreement. If you put enough attorneys and accountants in a room, they can make numbers support whatever argument they are trying to make. That's not the truth, that's the spin. And I know because I've lived in that world for nearly 30 years before moving back here to my home. The cultural protection overlay was created in 1999. I'll skip that part, we've heard that 1,000 times. If we break the CPO now, it will set a legal precedent, one that opens the floodgates for future carve-outs. Once that door is open, St. Helena will be consumed by developers and outside investors in perpetuity. So I ask you, has anything really changed? Are we letting false promises blur our judgment? I urge you to reject the proposal, stand by the CPO, and keep St. Helena's future in the hands of its people, not the outsiders.
Thank you. So I'd like to say we have 39 more to speak on this. If everyone goes on the way we have, we're not going to be able to do this because we're not going to spend the night. So I'm going to say, when I read your name, if you could come up and say something succinctly in a minute, minute and a half, or if you agree with, like, for example, Senator Matthews was very specific. You could say, I agree, or yes on Pine Island, no on Pine Island. Then we can make it through this and get to a vote. Otherwise, we'll hit a certain time and a council member can make a motion to end it, and we'll have to come back and do it again. So when I call your name, if you're for the Pine Island proposal, you could say, hey, I'm for. If you're against, you could say against. If you want to speak for a minute or so, you go for it. All right, Lily Harris. And this doesn't even count the other ordinance. We didn't even get to that one. Lily? She's gone. Okay, Karen Anderson. All right, gone. Miller, Inez Miller. Yeah, right here. Hello, Inez.
Good evening, Council. Why is it that every place in Beaufort County can be preserved except for St. Helena? I've been before you a number of times. Imagine St. Helena. Think about it. The fish, the crab that you come to eat, the oysters. Please uphold this CPO. The people of St. Helena Island, landowners and residents, have a right to know who is behind this development. Why is that such a big secret? Why can't we know that? You threaten it, and no one has been threatened here. I just want to make that clear. There's remarks being said about people threatening people. We above that. We have been threatened. Signs have been put on some of the people's cars, bumper stickers. I think that's ludicrous. They tried to involve Orange Grove with the Trask family, using our signs to do that. We're above that. Please don't do things like that. Gloria Potts, I don't know if you remember her. That's my mentor. She started the CPO along with a group of people. You trusted her enough to name one of the buildings on St. Helena Island after her. Please respect what she has done. And we have one of our shrimper, Mr. Lee Mann's Journey, who wrote a book. Make sure you get a copy of this. This is a shrimper and boater for many years on St. Helena Island. I think that some of the people that spoke tonight should stay in their district where they represent their area. They don't represent St. Helena. I also have a letter here from Emery Campbell. I'll be very quick on reading it. He's been following with deep interest the County Council's discussion on St. Helena's protection overlay in relation to Pine Island proposed resort and golf development. He wants us to know that he continues to wholeheartedly support the CPO and hereby solicit your unyielding decision to maintain the CPO. St. Helena Island is without a doubt a special place in our county. The unique jewel has attracted many interests in this county. It has been a home to a group of Gullah families since they gained their freedom from slavery in 1862, 1 year before the reading of the Emancipation Proclamation that took place every year. That took place 1 year before the reading, and every year to January 1st, 1863. In that connection, the island community has served the entire nation and support parts of the world in learning about our nation's past, particularly the past of formerly enslaved people. Please uphold the CPO, and if they're looking for a golf course,
Thank you, Ms. Miller. I need to move on. Thank you. Trichelle Harris. You can, Trichelle Harris. please, again, let's stay to a minute, minute and a half. Or you could say I'm for or against. Go.
Vice Chair, thank you, Council. I'm going to take my 3 minutes because I was 5th on the list to sign up.
You're on 36 on the list.
I was on the first page. Somehow the pages apparently got mixed up. That wasn't my point. My point was I don't want to simply agree. In the interest of time, I have combined and reduced my comments to cover both the Pine Island Development Agreement and the CPO exception. My husband and I are 6-year residents of St. Helena Island. We live on a marsh and enjoy the serenity the island affords us. We crab and fish from our dock and our small boat. Living off the land has been a wonderful adventure that we never thought possible until we found St. Helena. We also get to experience all the wonderful nature and culture of our island. We support the existing CPO and keeping this law upheld. If you vote to carve out Pine Island from the CPO, you are breaking the law that you put into place. We support, admire, and respect the Gullah Geechee people and culture. If you've been to the National Historic Landmark District, the Penn Center, then there is no way you would consider an exception to the CPO. Whether you want to admit it or not, an exception will destroy St. Helena Island. At the countless meetings we've attended, we kept hearing responsible growth. Each of you council members should concentrate on your district and listen to your constituents, not noise, Senator. Educate yourself on what we on St. Helena Island and what our district wants. We want the island, its unique culture, heritage, and nature protected from greedy, overzealous, irresponsible people. Please do not make an agreement with a developer that does not have our best interest in mind. The CPO was created for just this, also strengthened for just this. Vote no to CPO exceptions each and every time, and no to any Pine Island development agreement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Donna Cole. Donna Cole. James Charpy. I'm going to scratch Donna off. James Charpy. No? All right. Robert Adams.
Good evening, Council. I'm Robert Adams, Executive Director of the Penn Center, and I've heard some disturbing things here tonight about how, if you disagree with the development agreement plan or you disagree with the idea of the exception, that somehow you're misinformed or you've been threatened or, there's a silent majority out there. But in reality, there's been a vocal majority that has shown up for the past 3 years and has expressed their desires. They've expressed the need that they don't want another golf course, they don't want another gated community on St. Helena. What they've shown is that they want to stand by and support the CPO. For the last 25 years, St. Helena Island community has expressed its vision through the CPO, the need to protect Gullah Geechee culture, the need to protect the rural character of the island for Gullah and non-Gullah alike, and the need to let residents of St. Helena determine the future through their active engagement in the democratic process. The Pine Island Project is the opposite of all these things. It threatens to dislocate the residents through development patterns that have a proven track record of residential displacement in other parts of the county. The project threatens to unleash growth on the island, further harming the environment and natural resources that anchor Gullah Geechee life and culture. Worst of all, this project, working through repeated applications and lawsuits, threatens to work around the residents, offering up incentives in exchange for an exemption from responding to popular will. The CPO is a vision and promise of equity in a county already suffering from national wealth pressures on our local practices and policies. And I'll finish up with a quote from a son of the South, William Faulkner. Some things you must always be unable to bear. Some things you must never stop refusing to bear. Injustice and outrage and dishonor and shame. No matter how young you are or how old you have got. Not for kudos and not for cash. Your picture in the paper nor money in the bank either. Just refuse to bear them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. All right, I have Bonnie Kristalik. Bonnie Kristalik. All right. How about Ed Atkins Jr.?
Try to get it done.
Oh, Bonnie's coming. Sorry. Ed Atkins Jr. will be next, then Marie Gibbs. And you could always say I'm for or against and call it a day.
I will.
All right,
Thank
go.
you. I'm for upholding the CPO. I don't live on St. Helena, I live on Ladies Island, but I have followed this since 2022. I have been at most of your meetings, at the environmental meeting that we had early September. And I just want to say, if this man wants to build some really nice houses on property he purchased, I think maybe he should be able to do that within reason, but no golf course and no gated community. There are several developments that are flourishing and have multi-million-dollar homes, as well as more middle priced homes, like Habersham and like Cussaw Point. So I don't believe in a golf course. I don't believe in a gated community. And I would like to uphold the CPO. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ed Atkins, please. Hello, Mr. Atkins.
How you doing? Good afternoon. Thank you, Councilman.
Oh, we're past the afternoon. We're in evening.
Right. Night.
We'll be saying good morning to each
Yeah,
other
come in the
soon.
morning. Go ahead.
My name is Ed Atkins Jr. I own a business on Highway 21 called Atkins Live Beat and Local Oysters. Now, I know a lot of you don't know about this place, but I know about Pine Island. Pine Island is not the place to be developed, really. Now, I fish this place day and night. Now, if you develop Pine Island as it is in this year or next near future, it's going to be a disaster. There's shellfish there, it's dying. No way you can get the marsh to grow because it's sand on one side and mud on the other. So all that stuff wash about, making this barrier, making that barrier for washout, it ain't really possible. Not really. No. I have been out there at night, and I've seen many a washout on that place. And it just ain't feasible for golf course. It ain't feasible for no housing. Because the bluffs and stuff are so high, if it washed out, it's going to wash the docks away. CPO had generated this Gullah Geechee plan for us years ago. I advised CPO to stick to the guns. Don't fool up because somebody pass you a buck. I'm against the Pine Island development. Thank you, bye.
All right, thank you. And then Shelley Uhas, then, I can't even read the next name. Okay, let's do Marie. What's this one say?
Board Chair Howard and the rest of the board members, my name is Dr. Marie Gibbs. I'm a long-term resident of this island, a retired educator who have taught for over 34 years, retired now, and you saw many of my students come up and present to the board. My grandfather, Benjamin Mack, was given the key to the city of Beaufort at the tender age of 101 for the service to community.
Wow.
In an early age, the need to be educated, the love of community, land ownership was instilled on us. And that's why today, St. Helena's Island community is the most educated in the county. I stand before you not just as a voice, like many others from every walk of life, as a vessel of memory, resilient, and hope. We are descendant of people who turned survival into culture, who transformed pain into praise, and who made the land not just a place to live, but a place to belong. For the Gullah Geechee people, land is more than the soil and property. It is the heartbeat of our culture. It is where our ancestors toiled, sang, prayed, and built community that still echo the strength today. Let us remember our culture is not a relic. It is a living, breathing force. Our praise houses, our song, our food, our language, all rise from the land. Without it, we risk becoming disconnected from the very essence of who we are. Do you know if the CPO was dismantled and approved for one developer for a golf course, our lives as we know it would be lost? The question will be, do you remember the people who used to live on St. Helena's Island, the Gullah Geechee people? There's a saying, give them an inch, they take a mile. Once a Pandora's box is opened, we know how the story ends. Gullah Geechee people, our culture will be erased. So today, stand with us and vote in helping us save our lives, our land, and preserving our legacy. To protect not just property, but pride. To ensure that future generation of Gullah Geechee people, children, can walk the same path our ancestors walked and know they are home. We have a comprehensive plan, a gift, and a blueprint left by our ancestors to save future generations, and I'm one of them. This is our red light. Obey what is outlined in the comprehensive plan. Say no to downsizing or carving out for an 18-hole golf course or gated resort. As our developers controlling the county, presenting gifts, infrastructure paid for plans, and other promises to the people. Why do we pay taxes and vote for one referendum for the essential needs of the county? We're in deep trouble if we allow this trend to law to exist. The rule of law matters. All of you sitting on the county council have a responsibility and really need to think about what the vote will mean, what your vote will mean. Your vote will either save us or erase us. And this is real. No promises of gifts, financial gains can bring back culture. You're being controlled and electing your fiduciary responsibility. Someone probably offered Indians the same gift and plans. Is this the hidden agenda? We will not be the victim of history. We are the steward of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelley Uhas, again, I ask that people keep it succinct. If you have something new to add, that's fine. Shelley, you're up.
Greetings, Madam Chair. My name is Shelley Gay Uhas. I was born and raised in Beaufort and now live in Mr. Glover's district. I want to say thank you to all the council members. I know that we're all getting weary. Recently, I reread the 2040 Comprehensive Plan, almost 200 pages of a guiding document created in 2021 with acknowledgments that include County Council, our Planning Commission, the county staff, and a team of planning consultants. Certainly, the people of St. Helena and its neighbors have fought hard to defend the CPO. Even Senator Campson recently came down from Charleston to pledge his support. I was once told that Senator Campson shared with another member of our legislative council, "Don't let what's happening in Charleston happen to you in Beaufort." As I thought about the entirety of the plan, I began to consider the importance of keeping our word. We are not protesting in support of a radical idea. We are simply asking you to keep your word. After living in Charleston for 31 years, I have stories of escalating property values and taxes driving out generations of families. I could tell you about the African American community down Highway 41 in North Mount Pleasant, where they're struggling to widen the 2-lane road through the St. Philip's community to accommodate Dunes West, Rivertown, Brickyard, and the thousands of cars that push through those 2 lanes every day. Again, we are not asking you to support a radical idea, but asking you to keep your word found in the guiding document that you created, recognizing the importance of our beautiful, historic St. Helena Island. Please, I respectfully ask you, hold the line on the CPO. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Sal, let's see, I can't really read the name. It looks like Nathan Mays, maybe? No, Sally is number 3. It's Nathan Mays, maybe? If you signed up for 3, I'm going over you, because we're not on 3, we're on 2. All right, this is, I guess, Deborah Martin. He's gone? Thank you, ma'am.
Are you Nathan?
Are you Nathan? Yeah, you write like a doctor.
I thought you said Thornton, but I'm here now.
I can't read it. What's your last name, please?
My name's Thornton Lacey, and I'm with Coastal Expeditions. Yeah, we operate in St. Helena and Beaufort, South Carolina.
I'm looking for Nathan Mays.
I thought you called Thornton.
No, Nathan Mays.
Should I take off since I'm here?
Nope.
All right.
Deborah Martin's gone. Trey Nelson, I got to go in the list.
Was a good
Trey
try.
Nelson. Again, I ask you to please be brief. Come on. So Deborah left. Okay. All right, Trey, you're up.
My name is Trey Joseph Nelson. I am the great-grandson of Agnes Collie Sherman and the grandson of Joseph Benjamin Sherman, who was the chairman of the Planning Advisory Committee in the 1990s. So what I did was I went back to Ancestry.com and I went back to 1992, 4 years before I was born. And it's a very similar predicament that we are in today. And I take it to basically mean we haven't learned from it. We voted, and yet we're here again. And I'll keep it short. To paraphrase what my grandfather said was, we're very anxious, and this is an exact quote from the Beaufort Gazette in 1992, August 14th to be exact. We're very anxious for you to consider that we want to keep our island and character the way it is. We're for less development rather than more. I yield my time.
Thank you, appreciate that. Ivan Glover. He's gone? Thank you for telling me. Okay, just so you know, I'm on number 41 of 65. That would be Ann Culp, C-U-L-P. No? Okay. I have Arthur Williams. Oh, there's Arthur, okay. Hello.
Good evening, Madam Chair, our board members, many of my friends that sit out in the audience earlier tonight, people that I saw. And I want to be frank, I am for supporting the development. And I'm in support of the development because as a young man, I saw some of the same things that are taking place tonight where people are being lynched because of them trying to develop a community and people don't fully understand the benefits. I have been on both sides. I've been on the side of seeing that take place with family property that was heirs' property, and somehow when those heirs' property was up where we had an opportunity on a secluded island to actually use that property to have development, and many of my ancestors or relatives or cousins fought the developers that came over there. To this day, those properties are still undeveloped because we don't have, our family do not have the resources to develop the property. So all we have is just property. Whereas if we had not fought so hard to be against it, then the developers that came in, we could have possibly pooled with them, still maintain a portion of our property, and still have an opportunity for growth. From the other side of it, I've sat on the side that you all are sitting on now as a council member, as a school board member, and also as a county administrator in different counties. And I've seen the same thing take place. There are individuals that complain when it's time for developers to come in and make the community better. And then there are times when they complain when taxes have to be raised or the administrator have to sit and try to figure out ways to make a dollar stretch. Or when it's time for the county council members or the school board members telling their executive that they have to balance the budget, and who get often hurt in the process. When you're talking about schools, then the children get hurt. Only one person tonight that I've seen come up here or talk about the youth. And you forbid us from calling names, so I'm not going to call the senator's name. But
okay.
but we should be thinking of ways how we can make it better for our young people that are out in the community. Young men and women are out there committing crime. They're killing one another. And then yet we don't figure out ways then when somebody have the resources to assist us with building recreation facilities, we don't appreciate it. When we think about also about someone that have the resources, that when those potholes and you're driving through it, everybody complain, oh, the county's not doing this, the county's not doing that. But then when there's an opportunity for development to come and provide extra resources, we want to prevent it. People complain about it. And I can almost assure you, the people that needs it the most are the ones that are not here tonight because they don't have the resources or to actually get here. They're home with their children to try to make a better life for them. But then we're here tonight in large numbers. The place was filled up and everybody was talking, even when the council started talking about trying to have a sales tax increase. No, I can assure you, all those folks that were hanging up signs or holding up signs tonight would be the same one that want to vote the issues down when it comes to development and when it comes to making a difference in the community. So I am saying to you in short form that the people that have resources, yes, they're going to fight and say they don't need development. When there are so many underserved youth in the community that could benefit from recreation. There are so many people that could benefit from having a developer that has already agreed to help repair houses that is in the wrong year of plan. So tonight, as we come here, let us think logical. Let us think about those that don't have the resources to actually be able to repair their home. Let us think about the ones that don't have the resources to hire an attorney to get their land straightened out from heirs property.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members have agreed we're going to continue, but again, please make your speech short, and if it's for or against, you could say that. Otherwise, somebody's cooking everybody breakfast. I don't know who that will be.
Or we're all going to Waffle House.
John Kamara, next. Okay. How about Kate Schaefer? I know who she is. There we go.
Hi, I'm Kate Schaefer with the Open Land Trust. We ask you to support the CPO, but I also am going to be untraditionally brief when it comes to talking about land conservation and good zoning practices, and just highlight an email that some conservation colleagues sent in regarding the National Audubon Society, of which South Carolina Audubon is a chapter, and just restate for the record that that has no relationship with Audubon International, which is a golf course certification. So let us not be confused about the conservation organizations at play here, and disconnect National Audubon Society from Audubon International. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Appreciate it. Marilyn Hemingway. And then the next one will be Thornton Lay. Oh, okay, well, you're coming up next. Then Joshua Jenkins. All right, go ahead.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
2.5 weeks ago, I had the pleasure of speaking at the Land Trust 2025 rally, which is the National Conference of Land Trusts and Conservancies. Our topic, in partnership with the Kiowa Land Conservancy and some culture keepers, sweetgrass culture keepers, was culture, conservation, and commerce. Believe it or not, those three topics can work together. So on behalf of the Gullah Geechee Chamber of Commerce, we're here to support the private partnership agreement for the development of Pine Island. This is a tremendous opportunity for Beaufort County to be a leader in conservation, commerce, and culture, and change the paradigm, but to the benefit of the residents, the Gullah Geechee of St. Helena Island, that needs true investment. This is true investment in the people of St. Helena Island, the programs, entrepreneurship, and those that would generate generational wealth and economic welfare. Those of you who may remember, I got this journey in the last 3 years that ended up in Cleveland, Ohio, where the Land Trust 2025 rally was held, because I was first approached to be against the development. And I did come out to County Council and speak out against the development. And before I could even leave the building, and still in Beaufort, I got phone calls from residents of St. Helena Island who said, "Marilyn, you don't know everything that's going on." So I took it upon myself to do the research and understand what was going on. I met with residents of St. Helena Island. I met with those who live in Beaufort County. I met with the developer, and I went out to Pine Island because I freely admit I should not have taken the word of the Coastal Conservation League. I should have done my own research. And when I did, I changed my mind, and I came back and I announced to County Council that I had changed my mind, and it may be the option is to negotiate with the developer, and it may include a golf course to the benefit of the community. The developer took his time and worked within the community and held charrettes and focus groups and met with folks one-on-one, and I did so myself when people called and said Maryland has sold out and other things. So I've heard tonight that those things didn't necessarily happen, but yes, they did, because I actually lived it. But I took the time to do my own research, and I questioned, and I come back to you today not only with that information, not only going to the Land Trust rally in 2025, because there could be multiple types of conservation organizations and groups that have differing opinions and different expert areas of expertise. But I came back on behalf of the Gullah Geechee Chamber after 3 years of working this and listening to folks and reading the CPO and understanding the CPO and the zoning and ordinances that would allow more than 150 houses, 100 docks, and 173 septic tanks that have already been permitted. So you have a choice here. Is it an easy choice? It is not. But there is one choice that could be real investment in this community that is much needed. So I'm here tonight to reiterate our support for this development, for the downzoning plan that comes from listening to people, from studying and putting something together that not only would provide benefit to the developer, because we have to be honest about that, but it will provide clear benefit to this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Thorne, you're up.
Last time I was up, I could say good evening, but I'll wish you good morning now.
Well, it's just after midnight. We're okay. Go ahead.
Again, my name's Thornton Lacey, and I'm here on behalf of Coastal Expeditions. We operate out of St. Helena. We're an ecotourism company, and what I'd like to share tonight is that we seeked out St. Helena as a business for what it is now. And we've invested a lot into the community. And I've heard the comment that, sometimes children are looked over and we're not providing opportunities. And we do a lot for education through our company. It's been a primary focus for us, and we've certainly invested in the community in that regard, providing summer camps and opportunities to get children out on the water through our foundation. Much of that's at no cost. And giving them experiences, children that have grown up here that have never even been on the water. So what I'd like to mention tonight, keep at the forefront, is there is growth. There is growth outside of this type of community, and I'm certainly in opposition of it. I don't think the game of golf is a bad thing, but I certainly think there's a place for golf courses, and I don't think it's here. The lasting impact that the runoff has on our ecosystem, which you may or may not realize that we're in one of the second most productive ecosystem in the world right here, second to the rainforest. So my whole life I've grown up here and save the rainforest, don't cut the trees, give us money for the rainforest. And here we are in our backyard with the second most productive ecosystem, and it's our chance to save it. And I'll tell a quick little story, and I've found that the term short is very relative. I've heard this is going to be short all night. I promise you, this one's going to be short. But one of my favorite birds out there, the pelican. Everybody like the eastern brown pelican, cool bird, right? We see a lot of them around. And they are prehistoric. They've been around over 30 million years. Lots of cool adaptations. I love watching them out there. But believe it or not, as many as we see today, just a short time ago, these birds were endangered and on the verge of extinction. And in this case, it was a chemical. It was DDT. The DDT thinned the shell of the eggs. Birds set on their eggs, they incubate them, they crush their eggs, they can't reproduce. And so these birds were falling off the earth. And when extinction happens, there's nothing you can do to reverse that, right? It's gone forever, for an eternity. You can't go backwards. And there was an awesome lady by the name of Rachel Carson, who in that case realized the problem, stood up for these birds. A lot of people got behind her. And through those efforts, the government officials saw the issue, and they were able to make a decision that basically formed the EPA. The EPA banned DDT, right? And these birds had a chance to come back. And so you may think I'm crazy telling this story, but where I'm going with that is what I see today is not an animal that's endangered. It's an entire culture. It's a heritage. It's St. Helena as we know it is in your hands tonight, and it is endangered of extinction. And going away as we know it as St. Helena. So I would encourage you to pour in to the people that came here for what it is, that are invested here because we know how special it is, and know that there is growth moving forward in that direction, and that what we don't need is a gated golf course that creates more divide in the community than good. So thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Joshua Jenkins. And then Stephen Van Valkenburg. Ooh, that's a nice one. All right, Joshua.
Good morning. I'll be brief. Yeah, truly. My name is Joshua Jenkins, and I'm here this evening on behalf of the National Parks Conservation Association, or NPCA. NPCA is an independent, nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that, together with more than 21,000 members and supporters in South Carolina, and 1.9 million nationally, works to protect and preserve our nation's national parks and National Park Service supported sites. Earlier this year, I submitted a written comment to the council in which I wrote about the significance of St. Helena and Beaufort County to Reconstruction-era history, and of the central role that Gullah Geechee people played in the radical political and social experiments of that era. And in that comment, I went on to quote the 2005 National Park Service Low Country Gullah Culture Special Resource Study and final environmental impact statement. I'll read a brief quote from that again this morning. It says that coastal development, changing job markets, and population shifts have forced many Gullah Geechee people to leave their ancestral family lands. The traditional economy of farming, fishing, hunting, and small-scale marketing of subsistence products has been replaced by a suburban and resort service economy. These changes threaten Gullah Geechee cultural survival and their distinct identity as people who have survived since colonial times.
It won't be.
Many traditional Gullah Geechee communities have been lost to real estate development, encroachment by outsiders, and the resulting economic hardship. I want to reaffirm those comments this morning and to urge you to uphold the spirit of the CPO as well.
Thank you. Stephen Van Valkenburg. That one rolls off my tongue. Stephen? No. All right. Lester, and I can't see you scribble the last name, so Lester Brown maybe? Lester somebody? Who's a Lester? All right. Gone. Paula Smith.
Huh?
Paula Smith. Gone. Jindia Blunt. Logan, or you need...
You'll still have
You'll have to do your motion again. Oh, don't read the reasons. Okay, Ms. Blount? Okay, she's not here, right? Oh, there she comes. Okay, sorry. You're up.
Good morning. Thank you guys so much for allowing us to come before you and speak tonight. This morning. My name is Jindia Blunt, and I wanted to first start off with something that I wrote that was my earnest and honest prayer for the outcome for this thing tonight. And what I wrote was, Heavenly Father, holy and gracious God, and most high over all creation, author of wisdom and prince of peace, we pause before you. We confess that our emotions can run hot, our egos can get loud, and our fears can crowd our faith. Quiet us now, give us minds that are calm and clear, hearts that are humble and brave, and tongues that are truthful and kind. We pray for the children and young adults of this county, the student who stepped away for a season to decide which way of life is best for her when hope felt thin. The teen who needs a coach, a teacher, a neighbor to say, you belong here. Plant them by living water, surround them with safe spaces, mentoring, training, and meaningful work. Let them see a future on this island that honors their past and invests in their promise. We pray for every parent who hears the news and clutches their chest, wondering if their child will be the next name we mourn. Lord, we have mercy. Heal our neighborhood. Make us peacemakers who build bridges, not walls, who choose compassion over contempt. Where groupthink has replaced honest discernment, break that spell. Where peer pressure and fear of backlash would steer us, make us steady. Give us the courage to examine facts carefully, to disagree without demeaning, and to honor the image of God in those across the aisle from us. We bless those who have worked long and hard for the solution, like our county council members. For our leaders, grant a spirit of service, justice with mercy, conviction with humility. For our community, grant unity without uniformity, and love without condition. As council prepares for executive sessions, grant clarity, patience, and unity of purpose. Let questions be sharp but fair. Let decisions reflect stewardship with vision. And now, Lord, we ask your special blessing over those who have labored in good faith, like Mr. Elvio Tropiano, Mr. Kevin Dukes of Harvey and Batty. Again, our county council members, their teams and family members, the staff and the legal counsel. Guide our thoughts, steady our steps, crown our efforts with what is true, just, and life-giving for every neighbor, whether long-rooted or newly planted. Do more than we ask or imagine. Make this a day remembered. Now, I was asked, what are the biggest community benefits? I was asked, what are the biggest community benefits of the Pine Island Agreement? And I believe Mr. Dukes did a great job of explaining that. And for me, as a nonprofit mentor and as a community nonprofit organizer whose ministry is the youth, I want to say that the children in my program, when we were active in season, had something constructive to do. And since we've been out of season and there has been nothing for them to do, of the 33 children in my enrollment, 7 of those children have been arrested since then.
Okay,
So
I'm going to ask
I
you
think
to
that
wrap
that
up.
has, I
That's
think
not
that
Pine
that is
Island.
yes, ma'am. But I think that that is a reflection of what happens when the kids are when they have that idle time and there's nothing for them to do. So I do believe that, you know, in closing, this development, if nothing else, offers hope for the next generation. And I ask that you keep those kids in mind when you go in the executive session and when you consider this program. And I thank you guys so much again. So, blessings.
Thank you. Trey Graves, still here, hanging in with
No,
us?
he's not here.
He's gone? All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
Thank you. How about Roy Brown? I know he's here. Come on down. And then Leroy Gillard would be next. All right, Mr. Brown, you're up.
Good afternoon. My name's Roy Brown. I came to this project with the idea of there was an old white man that came to St. Helena and bought up all the black folks' property, took it away from them, and I had to do my own investigation. And that was not a true story. There was a gentleman came to St. Helena that wanted to do good, and we rejected him. Some people were here spoke earlier today were some of the first persons, I think, that went down to the property and put hands on the young man and prayed for the young man and told the young man that this was a good project, and then come back and flip. That's the way life is.
We can do it.
CCL
Yeah.
is carrying the African American community to H all over the country. Just like the young lady said earlier in Charleston, they told me in Charleston to watch CCL in the African American community. They have a record of taking away properties, coming along with black folks and loving them up and giving them pizza, and then taking their property. My son spoke a couple of weeks ago, and he talked about the property I gave him on St. Helena. He moved back to Beaufort because he couldn't put a gun range on the property that he wanted to use for him and his and my grandson. The CPO is, I look at the CPO and I see reverse discrimination. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart, because I see how we treat different people in Beaufort County. I was postmaster here for almost 20-some years. Been around the country doing the same thing, looking at different properties and trying to do good in the community that they asked me to come and look at. And I see CCL doing the same thing all over the country. Let's go to Utah. Let's go to Utah where CCL has this big acres and acres and acres and acres of property that they preserve. Who are we preserving the properties for? On St. Helena, who are we? It's not generational wealth that can help our folks. I know some folks has sold out to CCL, and they sold out to CCL, and what they did, they cut themselves short of gaining generational wealth. I worked in Hampton County for 20 years, and I see how people grow trees in Hampton County, and each year they cut a 10-year generational wealth, and it goes back. Some of us are not privy to have been born with a silver spoon in our mouth. These people on St. Helena need help. I go to fires on St. Helena. No insurance, no health insurance, no hospitalization. I was in the hospital. I talking to the nurse. She said, "Oh, there were some people that a guy from here from Hilton had named Brown. Are you related?" But he didn't have no insurance. Do what's right for our young children. Our children need help. My daughter went to Ivy League school, and I'm grateful for that because I put myself in a position to do that. These people don't have that opportunity. If you don't help them, who's going to help them? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Leroy Gilliard, still here?
Yes, I am.
Oh, come on down.
My legs are bad, but I'm here.
Well, you're number 66.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I am happy to be here because I have a story to tell. I was a part of the initial, when they first made the whatever we're talking about right now. And I disagree with a lot of it then. And Roy said it best, that that plan was not made for us. It was made to control us. One of the issues on that plan was that they give the large farmers a way out to annex into the city of Beaufort or to Port Royal. I disagreed with that, but I lost that. The reason I disagreed with that is because the same argument that you are faced with right now is coming back because they're asking for you to approve their plan. And so if we're going to do something right, I got up here to support the plan because I was elected as the chairman of Beaufort Jasper EOC in 1978. I retired from the Navy in 1975. I was selected to run EOC in 80, and I stayed there till 2018. One of my jobs was responsible for providing the necessary, with the county's help, of what was needed to provide for the poor people in this community and Jasper. I'll go back to my thing. I repaired more than 375 houses for Beaufort and Jasper. Anything that they can get. Now, I got a comment about the county. You provided services the other day for the developers. You give $300,000+ to developers to do affordable housing. It didn't work. Our jobs don't allow us to get into the houses. So I'm sure some people are using it, but not the people from over here. They're vanishing from over here. And to tell you the truth, there's not a problem in this community that I haven't tried to deal with or tried to solve. Some of it was with the county help, because we worked together. But I'm going to go back to what I originally wrote. I'm happy to share my thoughts on the subject before you today. Approval of the Pine Island Golf Course. I am somewhat mystified by how the approval of a non-approval of golf courses would affect the protection of Gullah Geechee culture, people, and land on St. Helena Island for overdeveloping. Now, when you give the largest landowners, which is a part of the development plan, when you give them the right to annex into the city of Beaufort or Port Royal by anybody on the right side of 21 that could maintain the land from there by water to Port Royal or Beaufort, they can annex. So you don't have a protection for the Gullah Geechee. And I made that argument then. Because if you accept that premises that they can annex, then you don't have a land use plan. that protected Gullah Geechee. As a participant in the initiative, I said that. I served on the board of Beaufort Jasper EOC from 78 to 1980 and was elected as the executive director and served till 2018. During that time, I repaired about 375 homes in Beaufort and Jasper counties. Both counties participated by providing free inspection and did not change the property taxes because of the repairs. Recently, Beaufort County provided funding to contractors to build affordable house found most of our working population could not afford them. There was a recent event here, just happened not too long ago. Penn Center had Heritage Day. If we're not changing, and everything is changing, how come they changed the route there's not another parade route? I've been here since 72. There's not another parade route has been changed since I've been here. But they changed the Heritage Day parade route, and it's right now. That was a big argument with the folks here. But
At Pine Island, please, because we're trying to move it along.
I will, but I'm trying to show the disparity.
Okay.
That happened
I
to the
understand,
people.
but you're at 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay.
We still have 12 people to go.
All right. Then I'll say, I was elated to learn that the Pine Island developer was willing to invest millions of dollars in our community to improve the lives of homeowners and provide meaningful employment opportunities to our workforce. Therefore, I urge the council to approve the request by the Pine Island developer. Thank you.
I thank you. 57. Gibbs McDowell. All right, on. Hey, guess what? We're down to the last 10. Elizabeth Santigati. I don't even know if I can't read what it says. Is she here? Okay. Come on over, wherever you are. Come on over. After her is Donna Felker, and then Willie Terrell. If you could wander on up, that'd be great. We're on Elizabeth first. Hello. Do me a favor, say your last name for me.
My name is Liz Aiken Sanagati.
Okay.
I'm a lifelong resident of Beaufort County, born, bred, went to school on St. Helena, property owner on St. Helena, property owner on Ladies Island, property owner in Burton, property owner in Port Royal. Mrs. Chairman, members of council, and public, I have a lot of reflection when I look back at Beaufort County and what used to be beautiful Beaufort, quiet, serene, great scenery, and safe. And on Saturday, I took the time to drive around to see the landscape because I wanted to see why I was having water settled in my yard when I lived on one of the highest places in Beaufort County. And then I saw all the development that have taken place in just the last couple of years. There appears to be a lack of respect and appreciation for the land, the ocean, and the people. And many of you did not live through any major storms here. The last one being a big storm in 1959, which was Gracie, when the island was devastated, and prior to that, it was in 1940, and before that, 1893. So at that time, there was not all the concrete and lack of trees, and for the most part, the water flowed back into the ocean. Low country means low land, not suitable for a lot of building. Now, most of it is also not suitable for farming anymore because as Beaufort County dig up and one place to remove dirt, it affects everything. One grain of sand affects everything around it. That's the way nature works. Okay? I've seen salt water seep in from the creeks when Beaufort County dig ditches that are so deep that it brings the salt water in, so it ruins the land that most people use for planting. That's no longer possible around here. And I see it on my property, where building across the creek from me, building on Cat Island, has forced the water on my property, the salt water, so I can't use it for planting. Both Florida and Texas now have cracks under the ocean. Other states are also in danger, not South Carolina yet, but definitely North Carolina. Is that what we're building towards? For a few millions, we will destroy not only our home, but our surrounding areas. The animals have no place to go. The dares are eating people's plants in their yards because there's no place for them to run free. We are not just destroying the people, we're destroying the land, we're destroying the animals, we're destroying everything we touch for development. We're going to develop ourselves right out of Beaufort County. And a lot of people who've moved to Beaufort County moved here because it was beautiful. Well, everybody can't live in Beaufort County, I'm sorry. And the more people that come, the worse it's going to get. So we need to create an environment here that we have something to leave for our children. We, the natives who are trying to maintain our culture in our home, is thrown aside to welcome the rich and powerful. The property was in a protected zone when it was purchased, and there was no golf courses allowed in the preservation area. So to purchase the land and insist on the zoning being changed is a slap in the face and a sign of disrespect for the community. You're assuming that we don't know what's good for us. I would encourage the council to vote no to the zoning change. And if the developer is interested in helping the community, that vote should not change any goodwill he has for the Gullah people, if he's sincere. So please keep that in mind. The people asked for no golf course, and there should be no golf course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Donna Felker. Donna Felker. All right. Willie Terrell. Is Willie? Okay. Next would be A.G. Solomons.
Good evening. We make this quick. I know everybody's tired. Councilman and councilwoman, members of this body. My name is Willie Terrell. I'm a father, homeowner, former educator, 24 graduate of law school, CEO of Willie's, located in the heart of the newly recognized Corners community. Thank you, Councilman Glover. Before I begin, I got just one major question, and this is important. I just want to lay it out before I get into it. Why couldn't anyone? Why didn't anyone from St. Helena have the resources or the opportunity to buy Pine Island? Because it was for sale for a long time. I know we talked a lot about keeping it poor so the poor people could keeping it down so it doesn't get too expensive for us, but I want to know if we're talking about advancement. How come Willie Terrell couldn't buy Pine Island? So I'm going to get into it. Let's get real. And I think all the signs for the CPO and all the folks out here representing the CPO, I think that's awesome. And I see it, and I want to know how many of y'all, now this is rhetorical, but I want to know how many of these folks who's upholding the CPO is going to be at Heritage this year. Because I'll be at the corner. And I didn't see a lot of faces that I saw upholding that CPO sign, but I'm sure this year you'll make it to the most important festival on the island in the middle of the Gullah Geechee corridor.
If we could stick to Pine Island,
let's get to Pine Island.
Yeah,
okay,
right.
So, how many of you have read the headlines of our kids being slaughtered? And this is important because Pine Island has a lot to do with the resources. In South Carolina, we're number 6 in the nation for gun violence, but we're 40th in education. So when people say we don't need anything, I find that distasteful, especially as a former educator. Now, to make matters worse, just last year, 56 more kids lost their lives to gun violence. A lot of those kids, some of those kids, came off of St. Helena Island, whether you was getting shot or you was the shooter. Now let's talk Pine Island. Well, before I get that, I just want you to know that while this council kind of plays this tug of war while you posture, kids are dying. And when you deny investment, you also deny hope. Now let's talk about Pine Island. Pine Island existed long before Dawes Hall Fripp was playgrounds for retirees. It has documented structures dating back to 1904. This land has always been privately held. And if the CPL lines was drawn with fidelity or accuracy, Pine Island really would have never been drawn in. Now, on the table tonight, you have the largest contracted benefit in the history of St. Helena. The largest contracted benefit in the history of St. Helena. The alternative, a long, ugly court battle that risks killing the CPO altogether and leaving us with nothing but dust. Let's stop pretending no doesn't end this here. It means lawsuits, appeals, years of fighting, while the lawyers line their pockets and our people get nothing. But a yes secures money. A yes secures jobs. A yes secures protection. A yes protects the CPO. It's ironclad benefits for our community. Now, I won't get into what I want to say because I'm out of time, but I kind of want to apologize to Elvia. The way you've been treated does not represent everybody in this community. It's disgusting when I ride by my St. Helena, my community, with these raggedy signs that say no gates, no golf. Now, I would be hurt if I rode by and it said no mobile homes, no basketball courts. I don't think any of us would be sitting here supporting that racist rhetoric, but we root for it, and it's nasty. Now, while we're speaking on division, let me address another matter directly. I despise the fact that our residents from gated communities, many whom I personally call friend, are forced to ride past these signs. And these residents, many of them carry the lion's share of philanthropy, of donations, of charitable work. You know what's disgusting? The biggest recipients of those funds aren't the loudest critics. No, the loudest critics are the same ones who drive through the gates, put out their hands, and then turn around and spit on the very people who've given the most. That's hypocrisy. That's cowardice. It's ugly, and it needs to stop right here. Now, let me take it one step further. We are villainizing people who simply found a home for sale and bought it legally and made St. Helena their home. Men and women, many of them white, who worked their butts off. They earned their way. They chose to invest their hard-earned money right here. They didn't steal land. They didn't cheat anyone. They paid for it lawfully and justly. Instead of welcoming them as neighbors, too many voices in this debate have painted them as enemies simply because of their skin color or the neighborhood they chose. This isn't heritage protection. That's hatred. That's ugly, and it cuts both ways. The truth is these residents are often some of the strongest stewards of this island. They maintain their homes, they support charities, they employ people, they donate, and yet we spit in their faces for the crime of wanting to live in this paradise.
Terrell, you're coming up to 5 minutes. Could you wrap it up?
I'll speed it up. I'm sorry, I go a little fast talking fast. All right, now let's talk Hilton Head. Opponents cry out that this project will turn us into Hilton Head, but Hilton Head wasn't lost because of contracts or agreement. Hilton Head was lost because the people who carried the culture no longer could afford to live there. They were priced out, pushed out, and many times left with nothing. This agreement is an antidote to Hilton Head. It locks in protection. It secures funding. It guarantees accountability. And makes sure our cultural bearers don't get priced out. They get bought in. Now, let's talk about the CPO. The CPO has failed flat out. It's been a tool of manipulation, preying on vulnerable residents and selling them the lie that no preserves the culture when in reality it just preserves poverty. When enacted, St. Helena was 75% black. Today, it's barely 38%. And that's padded because folks here aren't necessarily gullah. So to put it in plain terms, I see these signs, a lot of people cheering for the CPO. It's like cheering for a team that loses year after year, and somehow we think we're about to go to the championship. It would almost be funny.
You're coming up to 6 minutes. I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it. We have other people.
I'm going to wrap it up.
You said that last time.
Let me go to the end, so we'll wrap this up. All right, so the common sense, if there's any left in this room, leaves one conclusion. If we keep following this broken formula, there'll be no culture left to protect. Now, you want to wrap it up, but I've been waiting here 8, I don't know how long I've been here, but all my kids have left St. Helena. My kids are gone. You keep saying we don't need anything, but we don't have anything. So where's a grocery store? Where's a corner market? Where's the gas stations? Where's the movie theaters? Where's the rec? We don't have anything. How so many people come up here and say we're good? I'm not good. As a matter of fact, I just applied for the bar in New York, so I might join that percentage of people who have to leave St. Helena because I can't make a way here.
Thank you, Mr. Terrell. I need to move on.
No, thank y'all. But y'all do have a decision to make, and I hope y'all make the right one that benefits all of St. Helena.
Thank you. A.G. Solomons still here? A.G. Solomons? No? How about Tim Joy? Tim Joy? Okay. How about Danny Covington? Oh, you don't have to run, it's okay. Because if you fall, we have to call
I'm in
them.
a hurry.
All right, go ahead.
I got a couple points I want to get to you in just a few seconds. Listen, there's three things I want to say tonight. Hadn't been touched on, I don't think. I happen to see on your agenda we got $7 million in land here. Did you know that this cultural protection practically gives you as much as the Ace Basin, and you hadn't got to shell out any money for it? All you got to do is stay with your CPO. Did you think about that? Okay. Might not be quite as good as the land trust, but it does protect a lot of property. Now, y'all may not think I know anything, but I will tell you, I did 5 terms on Orangeburg County Council, 27 years on Lower Savannah Council of Governments, 7 years on hospital trustee, and about 8 years on law commission. Mr. Glover, I served on the SCART board with Mr. Bill McBride when he was there. That's the seat that you had before there. On that point of the things I've done, I know like y'all, you served on many different boards and commissions and things. Chairman of this, chairman of that, vice chair of this. One of the things I did back in the 80s was served on the Ace Basin Task Force. Y'all are hitting hard at my heart. I'm emotional about this. When we started that, nobody ever heard tell of such a thing. Now, I was up there in Orangeburg County, but guess what? The Edisto River runs up there. We are in the Ace Basin up there in Orangeburg County. Now, I bought down here my 3 acres in '05. So I've been here 21 years. Now, I swore when I came down here, I'm done with politics, not getting interfering in it anymore. But here I am tonight. This has brought me out of retirement, so to speak. Now, I heard a couple things stated here tonight. I don't want to say that they're not correct, but it may be misleading to some people. One of the things I heard was this development's going to provide a lot of this and that and the other, and tax money and all this kind of stuff. That's not incorrect. However, about 50 years ago, the state of South Carolina gave me a license to highway paving, grading, water and sewer lines, water and sewer treatment plants, residential construction. And presently I own about 2,000 acres of unimproved land in 5 counties. And I've done subdivisions and golf courses. And here I stand telling you that I know a little bit about what we're talking about after 50 years of doing it myself. Why did I go to St. Helena Island to build my retirement home? At age 75, I'm here. I still got 5 pieces of heavy equipment running. Now, I had about 47 people, 50 people working for me 25, 30 years ago. I'm down to 2, 5 pieces of equipment, but I still like to fiddle around a little bit. Does this crowd that came out here tonight, is this a little unusual for y'all? Is this normal? Guess what? I have never participated in this type of situation. In all my years, I've never had a situation like this. And I would say to you that you've done a lot of great things. You're in an envious position, millage-wise. Beaufort County, I picked it for my home because I like it. And I like St. Helena in particular. It reminds me of home.
Up to 5 minutes, sir.
Folks, housing, I built a lot of houses. I hadn't built a house in 2 years. Guess what? Nobody knows I hadn't built a house.
So you're coming up to 5 minutes. If you could wrap up, please. We have more to go.
I am for preserving CPO.
Got it. All right, I'd like Benjamin Glover. Mr. Glover, come on down.
My name is Benjamin Glover, and hopefully at this late hour, my words this evening will grab your attention and have weight to it. I am one of a few remaining CPO original draftees. I served from 1997 to 2000. And what I want to talk to you about tonight, my few words, and hopefully they'll have weight. The big idea tonight is cultural integrity. The spirit of the law, its original intent. The Supreme Court uses it all the time. You can't count for every little nuance. So you look at the interpretation, the spirit of the law. I don't have the time. Many of you weren't there. Queen Quet was the chair. We talked about, considered the present and the future. And we also listened to the community as we drafted. Cultural integrity. The spirit of law, it extended to the barrier islands also. Don't look for loopholes. It's the spirit of the law, the intent of what we drafted. And hopefully I grab your attention tonight. I know it's long. Intent to protect the cultural spirit of St. Helena was the original intent. History has proven it. And don't let history repeat itself. James Island, Johns Island, Hilton Head, golf courses, gated communities, higher taxes. We discuss growth. Regardless of what people may think, we were not for no growth, but particular growth. That's why we stated through discussion, prohibiting gated communities, golf courses, resort development. Natural Beaufort City extended across the Beaufort River. For the development, Ladies Island, the spirit of intent of their ordinance. They couldn't foresee the growth in the past, but later on, i.e., they extended and they moved, incorporating the spirit of their original intent, and they moved across the river. Well, St. Helena is the same here. Acknowledge the original intent of what we drafted. I was there, 97 to 2000. Uphold and enforce the spirit of the original intent of the CPO as drafted and I signed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that for 3:45? Ellis Lesseman. The next will be Ebony Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been involved with this situation since 2023, so I've seen a lot that's happened in that time. And I've heard a lot of the same arguments tonight, and I've also watched them evolve. One of the arguments that's been made is that they don't want for you to destroy a way of life. They don't want you to destroy a culture, extinction, virus, and some of the different terms that get used. But it was Councilmember Glover that said, this is not about the sport of golf. This is about the next guy. I think all of you, with the common sense that God gave you and the recognition, the experience that you've earned and collected over your time on this council, you know that a golf course is not going to destroy a culture. You know that a low-density development is not going to eliminate a way of life. And as Mr. Glover said, it was about the next guy that was the concern, which is the next argument that you've heard so much about, whether it's called precedent or whether it's called domino effect or whether it's called Pandora's box. Y'all been patient if you've heard that, but you've heard it probably 40 times. First of all, under South Carolina law, legislative decisions like you would make about a development agreement or about a zoning map amendment, those are legislative decisions. I know that your legal counsel has told you that those do not set precedent. Those are unique. Those are things that you're empowered and allowed to do. When you apply those criteria, the 9 criteria for a zoning map amendment, no 2 properties fit those 9 criteria the same way. Each one of those analyses is absolutely unique. No other property can come forward and meet those 9 criteria the same way. They're always going to be unique. So not only does state law say that those are legislative decisions, but also the criteria make them unique. They're never going to be the same. That's a power that you have. No one situation sets a precedent for another. You've been told, well, you know, maybe that there's a third option. The property's not for sale. There are the 2 options. One is to do something that makes sense, that provides these benefits, and does all these things for the community while fewer houses, all the things that Mr. Dukes said. The other option is a residential subdivision, essentially. Because of the restrictions, because St. Helena is what it is, those are really the only 2 things that you can do. You can't build a shopping mall. You can't build a sports stadium, right? You can't build a hospital there. It wouldn't make sense. You can build the houses, or you can do a plan that has less in it. Some people talked about math. They think the math doesn't math. Let's just say that you have 150 homes instead of 149, and you sell them for $2 million a piece on 3 acres. $300 million. The landowner paid $18 million for the property. That leaves $282 million left. If this were about profit, if this were about greed, if this were about being a virus, all the things that you've heard, if that's what this was really about, wouldn't somebody be chasing the $282 million? And I think there'll be some margin left after you get done. If that person were so greedy and so selfish, would they be offering $11 million to do all these things for the community? Or would they just be going and building and selling 150 houses? You've heard the people have spoken. Well, they have. And they've spoken from both sides. But what happened in 1999 is in a different situation. Now St. Helena has 20,000 people. Your county has 200,000 people. Have you heard from all of them? You heard people say, well, we don't want that. I know that one lady that said we didn't want anything, well, her roof is probably fine. Her porch is probably not about to fall in. But what about the other 200,000 people in your community? Do some of them need affordable housing? Do some of them need assistance? Do some of them have an issue with an heirs property situation? Then they need help. Are all 200,000 of those people saying, we don't want this help? We don't want this sort of solution? They hadn't. So then, when you voted to negotiate, what happened then? Yeah, there were threats. There was intimidation. You all know it. You all know it. You've all seen it happen. Because they don't want you to do what you were elected to do. Some people. So when you think about it, and I won't go over my time, Madam Chair, look at who's talking about the merits. Because when you were asked, well, don't let them ruin the environment, and then you're going to take all those septic tanks off. You're going to have an Audubon certified golf course. You're going to have less docks, less houses. Well, we can't talk about the environmental merits anymore. Then we just got to talk about that you're not allowed to make decisions, that you're not allowed to do rezonings, that you're not allowed to enter into development agreements, that those are illegal or those are ultra-virus. That's all untrue. So I know y'all have been super patient with this process, but this is a new proposal. Mr. Cunningham made a motion to say, let's continue this forward because these negotiations, these discussions are not done. This process should be allowed to continue because you have citizens that support this, you have citizens that need these benefits, and you need to do things that are innovative rather than sticking with emotion, rather than sticking with buzzwords or themes. When you think about respect, that involves all of us. And are we going to respect everybody enough to look at these opportunities, set aside that emotion, to set aside those noise, and to do what y'all have been empowered and elected to do? And when you do that, I think the decision will come clear for you. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Ebony Holmes, coming down to the home stretch here. Ebony Holmes? Okay, the last person, the winner is Kitty Green. Is Kitty still here, or is she? I'm sorry, is Kitty Green here? Oh, okay. All right, we'll wait for you to come. She's my last speaker. And then I will revert to Mr. Dukes for any comments you'd like to make.
Madam Vice Chair, I'd ask for clarification if Mr. Lessman spoke on behalf of the applicant because he is one of his attorneys.
I understand that. Yeah, you spoke on behalf of the developer. You didn't identify yourself as an attorney. We figured it out. But I still have to give Mr. Dukes.
That should count as his counter, his response.
That what?
That you could determine that counted as his response to the public comments.
Okay, I'm sorry. You go ahead, hon. Let's let Ms. Green
Madam
speak.
Speaker and to County Council, I want to first commend you that you've been voting, I think, the way the people want you to vote. I am concerned mainly because if Pine Island is allowed to not obey the CPO and other groups of developers come in, they can do the same thing. And I think that's a danger that you would set precedents that they could not obey the law that has been put in place. That's one of my concerns. St. Helena, and I own the oldest gullah tour in the state of South Carolina. It's an educational tour. We've been operating for 35 years. But St. Helena is one of the islands that stayed isolated and independent from the Civil War until 1927. So when you look at this project that's trying to be done, and it's said that we should depend upon a golf course, it's insulting. And the vision of the people and the plan that took place, the preservation school through Penn School or Penn Center, allowed people like me to study development. We were able to look at sea islands, the larger islands, and compare it to St. Helena. And we saw how the Africans were able to survive from 1865 until 1927, independent. And the school evolved, and many of the locals, even today, were skilled employees, learning carpentry, builders. It's kind of insulting to assume that all we need to depend upon is a golf course. The people's voices are being heard. I looked around the room earlier and I saw diverse groups of people. And it appeared to me, just from the vision, that the majority of the people agree, whether they lived on Fripp Island and Harbor Island and wherever, that they were in consensus, because when we started the preservation school, one of the things that came out was, even though Hilton Head was developed like it was, it lost its sense of community. And that's the blessing of this area, is that we still function in a community atmosphere. People care about one another. You can still walk down to parts of the island and go to the beach and sit out there and as the sun goes down. These closed gated community limits the areas on those islands and these private gates, and you don't commune with one another as well as you do here on St. Helena. People know one another. The other thing on Hilton Head and Fripp Island, most of the people rent out their property. And so there's no sense of community. You don't know who your neighbor is going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, right.
That's not the case here. So I commend York Glover for his vote, because he represents me. You all represent somebody in the community, and so that's very important that we don't lose that power to decide how we want to live. And so I think it's extremely important how this vote goes down, because if Pine Island is allowed to escape and do what they want to do in development, and there's no safeguards for the people, then we're in trouble, because you are our voices. And so far, we've been excited because we've been winning. The other thing is the fact that we've had to go through 3 or 4 votes, and this thing keeps going on, and every time you turn around, there's a new way for this company to exclude the law.
You're at 5 minutes. If you could sum it up, that would be great. What do you think?
Finished. I can talk.
All right, thank you.
But I'm through.
Okay, we do have one person, I couldn't read his writing, Walter Mack. Maybe next time if you print it, I could read it. But come on up if you'd like to speak. I'll add you back in. Walter Mack.
Hello, everybody.
Okay, you're up.
I'm on. First of all, I want to commend this board, this county council, to work with other conservation agencies and the citizens for putting this CPO together. We really appreciate you working with us to put this CPO together. Not only to develop the CPO, but make it a law. And a law is a law. So now, what's it up to you? You have to stick to your guns. You have to more or less do what a law is supposed to do and not permit this development to happen. Because I'm telling you, everybody is watching you. Locally, statewide, federal, national, and maybe even globally. They are watching to see what you would do. Because you got time now to really do something that's important in history. You have a time to show developers that you can save culture of indigenous people and yet provide a place where people can maintain their culture and history. Now, you did a good job in putting this together. It's saying that, you want to preserve the culture, and this is our home. I've been taught that when you have a home, you don't let other people come in there and mess it up. So we got to make sure we do that. I heard some additives that the developers want to give, and usually when people want to help a community, they come into the community and say, what's your needs or wants? I see a lot of stuff listed already. Nobody asked me anything. So I don't know how they got those ideas. And how would a turn lane on Delamo Road help me save my culture? And one of the strangest thing and troubling thing that I've heard is the idea of placing a sewage system on a barrier island. We do live in a hurricane path. I guess everybody know that. A Cat 3 or Cat 4 would damage or destroy this sewage system, sewage plant. And just imagine the environmental disaster along Morgan Creek, the St. Helena Sound, and up and down the East Basin. So I don't know how that's going to work. Secondly, we have to always talk about adding golf courses. Now, according to Google and Golf News, there are 468,000 acres of land in Beaufort County. 60% of that is marsh, waters, or estuaries. And right now, currently, there are 60 to 70 golf courses in Beaufort County. And that's about 10,500 acres of golf course. Do we need more than that? That's more golf course than the land we have for farming, or land we have for forest production. So when is enough enough? Finally, I'm just confused and perplexed about the support of this project by people who look like me. I'll put it simple as that. And I don't understand it, but all I can say is they need to look in the mirror, and I'm talking indirectly, they need to look in the mirror, and if they've been taught about preserving their culture and their history, what would your ancestors say to you when you tried to support a project like this? And that's for the older person, and there's the old saying, you better remember where you came from. And secondly, for the younger people, you need to look in the mirror also, because one of the things, history will be written about your part you played in either trying to preserve this culture or trying to damage this culture. What will your children and grandchildren say about the part you played? And I always heard of generational wealth. I heard that a couple of times. People, we have generational wealth. We have our land, and we have our culture. If that's marketed the right way, we can always have generational wealth. Developers are not here to give you generational wealth. They had to take it away from you, the bottom line. So I just want to end this by saying that, you know, I just want people to be passionate about this development, and I just need for this council to make a historic effort and support and enforce your CPO law that you created. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Halbert, could you speak into the mic and repeat what you said before when Mr. Lessman spoke?
Yeah, Mr. Lessman is one of the attorneys representing the applicant. His comments should count as a rebuttal to the public comment because he is on the team representing them. He led the application 2 years ago, and he's leading the litigation in federal court and the appeal here, and his response was directly contrary to the public comment that was here before us. So,
we will not have further rebuttal.
If council wanted any further rebuttal, they should limit it to like no more than 2 minutes because Mr. Lessman took 9 minutes on that. And
yes,
Mr.
he
Dukes
did.
took an hour when he started, and he should have taken 20 minutes.
I'll do you one better. I'll do it in 30 seconds.
Madam Chair, may I? Madam Chair, may I?
No. I would like to remind the audience, no more clapping. The hour is very late.
All right, you got 1 minute.
Chair, please, let me have 10 seconds. That was not stated before he spoke. If you knew that, Brian, we should have stopped him from speaking and made it clear ahead of time. That's on us. We should have ended that before he started speaking to make that clear. A name was on a list. We should have made that clear. If we knew that when he came up to speak and when his name was on that list, you should have told us ahead of time so that they could know.
I don't think Mr. Herbert knew his name was on the list.
Okay, Mr.
But
Dukes,
we'll
wrap up, please.
I think we need to let Mr. Dukes speak
let's
for
go.
2 minutes.
Thank you. So I appreciate it. I just wanted to wrap this by going through and looking at what has come to the fore in this, and it's a lot of what has come throughout this process. There are a lot of generalized grievances which were stated, and I understand that, and there's concerns. But what continued to be said by both sides is that both sides want less on St. Helena. We have heard that, we have listened to counsel, and we have provided a plan with less. But at the same time, it also provides transformational help to everyone in Beaufort County. So there's localized restrictions and reductions, while at the same time, tremendous opportunity moving forward for the entirety of the county. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to have Mr. Cunningham restate the motion so everyone knows. Is there any question from council or discussion from council?
Yes.
Pardon me? We would like to restate the motion.
First, can we close the public hearing?
Pardon me?
Can you announce that you've closed the public hearing?
Oh, sorry. I am officially closing the public hearing at whatever time it is, 1:18 a.m. Public hearing is closed. Mr. Cunningham.
Just to restate what we did 6.5 hours ago, I move that we approve the first reading of the ordinance to authorize a developmental agreement between Pine Island Property Holdings, LLC, and Beaufort County pursuant to South Carolina Code of Laws, Section 6-31-30, with the understanding that negotiations continue between the county and the applicant to attempt to reach terms which are acceptable to both parties and which provide clear, adequate, and enforceable measures, while remaining consistent with the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan, the Community Development Code, and all other Beaufort County ordinances.
All right, everyone clearly understand the motion? All right, any discussion from council? Or are you all sleeping?
You seconded.
I seconded it, yeah.
Chair? Yes, go ahead. Mr. Cunningham.
Go ahead, Mr. Eads.
Thank you. Just very briefly, the last 2.5 years, we heard from many of you how much you've put into this. Last 2.5 years, I've met just about every one of you here, and some of you multiple times. And I want to personally thank you for the education and the history and all, and I got to tell you, this is one of the toughest votes I'm ever going to probably have on this council. And again, I want to thank you for getting to know each other and what we did for the last 2.5 years. So thank you for that. Thank
Anyone
you.
have a comment or question on the motion on the floor? Mr. Glover.
I just want to make a comment, Madam Chairman.
Yes.
I am going to vote against this motion simply because is not consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive code and the purposes of the development code.
Anyone, Mr. Lawson, anything?
No, I am probably going to vote yes, just so we can continue negotiations, which is part of land and having the right for land. But again, that doesn't mean that we're going to end up. But again, I'm a land rights person, so at this time, this is our first reading, so I am probably going to vote yes, just to keep negotiating, to see how far we get, and to see how close, if there's any time closer we can get to that.
Mr. Passman, do you want to comment or question? No? Ms. Brown? Ms. Brown, comment or question? Okay, Mr. Bartholomew?
No, this time.
Ms. Howard?
No.
Mr. Cunningham?
Come on, you knew that answer.
No, I don't.
Right, 6.5 later, and we're still here. Yeah, I do have a couple comments. After 5 hours of listening, respectfully, all of us up here, I want to address some of the things that were said. Mr. Brown's sign, consistency. I think it's perfect. I really do. Some of the things that were said. What do you value more? We don't want to be saved. Yet time and time again, we have people continue to come to county council and ask for things for St. Helena Island or needs that aren't being met. That's not consistency. Jesse White's letter done in 2021 for Chichesi clearly does state that an island or a golf course is for a royal community and maintains keeping it royal. That's not consistency. We don't want to be like Bluffton and we don't want to be like Hilton Head. But we want the amenities of Bluffton and we want the amenities of Hilton Head. That's not consistency. Ms. Major, I love every single time you come up here. I really do. Your goals and objectives are the exact same as mine across this county wide. And that really is our youth. And the lack of support in our youth time and time again. Not just in St. Helena, but across the county. It's part of the reason I quit teaching and ran for county council was to make sure that our teachers were taken care of, to support our youth. Many of us have been accused up here of being paid or taking backdoor deals. I'd love to see a fact where that is proven, because I can promise you I haven't taken a damn dime from anybody, nor will I ever. So making that accusation on somebody, that doesn't go freely. You're putting slander on someone's name. We were told to stay in our districts that we represent. So my question is, does that mean the funds that are raised by our district should stay there too? I think not. I think we're a whole community and we represent everybody. The town of Bluffton in the last 10 years, from 2013 to 2023, has raised $37 million in road and transportation impact fees. I'd love to see where we spent $37 million in the town of Bluffton on roads. I can tell you that's not the case. So where did that money go? Across the county. We didn't just keep it in my district. Is the CPO really helping the community, is my question. A lot of people will say yes, a lot of people will say no, and they'll go back and forth, but statistics don't lie. The CPO is currently, the way it is written, you can't argue the facts, it is currently hurting St. Helena Island. We had multiple people state facts that I already had written down ahead of time, and I've talked about with these council members, whether it is the percentage of property owned, or the percentage of property sold, or the crime rate in St. Helena, or anything along those lines. I want those things to change. I want those things to be fixed. We have people up here all the time. Mr. Will Smith is always up here begging for us to do something for the community, passionately, as he should be. So let's just say we do nothing. Let's just say we vote no. Then what in the world are we going to do to help St. Helena and to fix the issues that are there? Because time and time again, people come to us and say they want something done, we want something done, we want something done. We have an opportunity where maybe this is step one in doing something. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I'm not saying this is the right answer, but I'm just saying we have an opportunity here to be able to provide some of the things that we're saying that people wanted provided. I put my money where my mouth was when I said I supported workforce housing, and I said no matter where it happens, I don't care. And I made sure it happened right in my district. And I had people push back on it, but I said I ran on a platform that would push workforce housing, and I put it right there on Buckwalter. The town of Bluffton just approved it. I'll back up the things that I say. So the reason I point these out is because I do believe in consistency. I do believe we need to figure out a solution. I do believe we need to figure out some type of change for the youth, not only in St. Helena, but across Beaufort County, because right now we're failing them, and we're failing them bad. We're failing them in our education, we're failing them with their opportunities. They are leaving left and right. They were leaving left and right when I graduated. I grew up here too. I went to school here, I went to college here, and most of the people that I went to school with and college with, they all left. My biggest fear, and I hope it doesn't happen, I really don't, is the CPO was designed to make sure that it stayed in the family. They can continue to pass it down, which I love, and that is the goal. But what happens when the next generation has no job and no opportunity, and they don't want to stay here? They do end up selling it. There has to be some type of balance of economic growth for people to want to stay. Jobs will change. Jobs that exist today did not exist 20 years ago. They didn't. Nobody ever would have thought they were the type of jobs that we have now would exist. So I would ask our council members that this isn't a yes vote today to ban the CPO or anything like that. It's to continue negotiations to see what can we do with this property. We're shortchanging ourselves if we end it today and not continue to figure out, is there an opportunity that best suits St. Helena and all of Beaufort County? We put this tool in place.
Nope, it's Mr. Dawson's turn.
We put this tool in place to use to do development agreements. We cannot change the PUDs that already exist across this county. Trust me, Bluffton tried. They can't. They got 7,000 more homes coming. There's not a dang thing they can do because the mistake's done 20 years ago. Let's not make that same mistake.
All right, Mr. Dawson, anything?
I've been on council long enough to see properties zone, up zone. I've seen down zone. I've seen it approved as submitted, but never in my 20 years on council have I seen a development where the attempt is made to pull the zoning designation off the property. This is unprecedented. I've never seen such, and so the CPO is the zoning classification on this property. It's zone T2 rule with the CPO added to it, and I'm going to support the property as zone, so I'm going to vote against it. I'm going to vote against it.
McEllen?
You're going to vote yes?
I thought you said Mr. McEllen.
Yeah, thank you. Larry McEllen, District 10, from that faraway land in Hilton Head. Since the CPO ordinance was enacted 25 years ago, no court of competent jurisdiction has issued a decision indicating that that ordinance is either unlawful or unconstitutional. The decision here tonight is one that must be made by County Council, and that decision must be made within a legal framework using the County Comprehensive Plan and the Community Development Code rules that are currently in place. That legal framework includes zoning ordinances and land use regulations, along with South Carolina statutes that set the required standards and procedures for making land decisions in the county. County Council must decide whether the development agreement is consistent with the Beaufort County Comprehensive Plan and the Community Development Code and in accordance with the CPO. I believe my review of the Comprehensive Plan and the Community Development Code show that the requested actions by the owner of Pine Island are in fact incompatible land uses on St. Helena, and that those incompatible land uses would be in fact destructive and erosive to the Gullah culture. I believe, therefore, the only action forward for me is to vote no to the motion that has been made and is presently on the floor.
All right, thank you. All right, so we read that. Anybody else have a final comment? We can go one more round. if you
Madam
have-
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Glover.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, and I appreciate the comments made by my colleague, Mr. Cunningham. However, when you look at what's best for St. Helena, I think the citizens should determine that. And they have basically said this proposal is not in the best interest of St. Helena. The type of development they prefer, they will come forth with that. But at this time here, a golf course, however you want to phrase it, is not in the best interest of St. Helena at this time. And I appreciate his concern for St. Helena. I hope he will support efforts coming forward for St. Helena, but this is not for St. Helena.
Anyone's final comment, Mr. Cunningham?
If I may rebuttal, yes, ma'am. I have no problem supporting whatever is brought forward for St. Helena or any other area. But just like I stated 2 weeks ago, you can't have one without the other. We voted no to Ramsey Farms. Without the homes, without the people, tax base isn't there to fund certain opportunities. So, yes, I'll support it if it makes sense. But again, I believe in consistency. When we have someone that tells us to stay in our district, and you say that we don't understand, I see us as a whole community. I don't see South Abroad, North Abroad, District 1, District 2, District 3. I see Beaufort County. That's what we're elected to do. That's why the funds are spread across the county. But everybody loves to hate on Hilton Head and loves to hate on Bluffton, but they have no problem taking the money from Hilton Head and Bluffton. And that is a true statement. That's where the tax base comes from, majority.
I understand that, and I will tell you that in
Mr. Glover.
years past,
No, Mr. Glover,
because this has
only
come
two
up,
comments.
Madam Chairman, this has come up too many times.
No, 2 comments.
Hilton Head and Bluffton support Beaufort County at this time, but there was a
Parliamentarian.
time when Beaufort County
Mr.
supported Hilton Head and Bluffton.
Our rules
It shifted.
limit you to 2 times on rebuttal on that.
You're out of order. Okay, Ms. Brock, we're going to do a roll call vote, please. Go. Everyone understand the motion on the table?
Continue
All right.
negotiation.
Yeah, to continue negotiations. Go.
Councilmember Cunningham,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Mark Lawson, yes.
Councilmember Reeds,
No.
Councilmember Passament,
No.
Councilmember McGowan,
No.
Councilmember Glover,
No.
Councilmember Dawson,
No.
Councilmember Brown,
No. I'm sorry, we didn't hear that. Oh,
No.
okay. As long as you heard it. No.
Councilmember Bartholomew,
No.
Vice Chair Tabernick,
No.
Chair Howard.
No.
The motion fails.
I'm sorry. Okay, the meeting is not over, please. What? I'm sorry. The meeting's not over. We have another ordinance.
Wait. I need the positive motion. I need action.
He needs another
Larry's
motion.
got the motion.
Mr. McEllen, you make the positive motion. We're never going to get out of here.
You ready? You can quiet them down?
Go ahead.
Quiet them down?
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. McEllen, you have a motion? Go ahead.
Could have your attention, please, we're just about finished.
We have more work to do. If you want to leave, please do so quietly. We have another motion coming. Please don't interrupt. It's already late, and I know we're all on our last nerve, and I don't ever like to give my last nerve away.
Okay,
So,
here I go.
Mr. McEllen.
I move that we not approve the ordinance to authorize the development agreement between Pine Island Property Holdings and Beaufort County pursuant to South Carolina Code of Laws, Section 63130, and the factor for denial is the proposed development agreement is not consistent with the goals and objectives of the 2040 Comprehensive Plan, the Community Development Code, and all other Beaufort County ordinances.
A second.
Second, Mr. Glover. I dread to ask, is there further discussion? All right, I'll call the question. Roll call vote, please, Ms. Brock.
Councilmember McGowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Glover,
Yes.
Councilmember Reeds,
Yes.
Councilmember Passament,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Mark Lawson, yes.
Councilmember Dawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Cunningham,
No.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bartholomew,
Yes.
Vice Chair Tabernick,
Yes.
Chair Howard.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Everybody understand what that motion said? Okay. All right.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
the applicant has approached council and informed us that they want to withdraw the zoning map amendment. We've given you direction as far as what the planning director has said in regards if that occurred.
I didn't understand anything he said.
Yeah, okay.
The interpretation from the director of the planning department was that if the applicant wanted to withdraw the zoning map amendment, he has to make that request of the planning director, not council.
Correct.
Did you tell Rob? Yeah.
Give to Mr. Merchant.
All right, I need an answer from Rob before you take up this motion.
All right, I won't do anything.
Where's Rob?
He probably went home.
No, I don't think he did. I don't think he
Where's
will.
Mr. Merchant? Calling Mr. Merchant. I don't see him.
I saw Chuck out there. Is Rob
I'll
out
be
there?
back here at 8 o'clock.
What's that?
Just sleep right here. 8:10.
If they withdraw, they move.
We find Mr. Merchant.
He's looking for Mr. Atkinson, too.
Yeah, me too. But, you know, I'll call my wife. She'll serenade me all the way traffic.
Oh, Logan's just.
It's only 40. She won't really, but she'll just.
You guys need to give us space.
Oh my God, we have to do it
You already
again.
called me a few times. The news. I knew I was going to go.
Really? I saw 69 people. Are you kidding me? I feel good about it. Okay, where are we, Mr. Halpert? Chuck, whoever, I don't really care.
Wait till this is done.
Chuck, is he here?
You're not finished.
I gotta be back here at 8 a.m. in this same place. We're still in session, sir. We're still in session.
We're still in session. If everybody can have a seat, or you can leave the building, either one.
We're still in session. Go ahead. Yes.
I'm sorry, what?
Harry's got it over here somewhere.
Well, it's not our decision.
Madam Chair, if we don't get a decision on that, or you want me to make a motion to defer it?
Nope.
And then just, oh, yeah, okay, gotcha.
Is Chuck Atkinson here?
There's Chuck, okay.
Thank you.
Hang on, people.
Okay. You go. Sarah.
Where's Mr.
John,
Merchant?
yeah.
Hang in there. Okay, what say you?
That's the only one you want? The last one all of them?
It's almost 2 o'clock.
There's one.
He sent an email.
When did he send the email?
Mr. Duke just told us. Mr. Dukes, when did you send an email? When did you send the email? To Rob Merchant?
Do you have the email?
To Mr. Merchant? Yeah, that's okay. All right, so it's sent. We just would like it. Okay. Mr. Passman and Ms. Brown, what's happening right now is we're waiting to see, they withdrew it. Okay. They've withdrawn the zoning map amendment, so this meeting's, what's the problem?
Explain to the crowd.
Okay, so the attorney for the developer, or for the owner, has pulled the zoning map amendment. The planning director has received the email, has accepted it. The zoning map amendment is withdrawn. That concludes our meeting. We're adjourned.
Okay.